The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The penultimate round was full of upsets at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. Carissa Yip couldn't have scripted it better herself, winning with the black pieces to control her destiny going into the final round. Her only obstacle is friend and compatriot Alice Lee, who survived an onslaught from Harika Dronavalli to set up the ultimate battle for the title. A new queen will be crowned and she'll be one norm closer to earning her grandmaster title. The stakes have never been higher. Day 9 of championship chess. Coming up next.
It's a beautiful day here in the Central West End. Actually perfect for the closing of the 2025 Cairns Cup. Who's going to be the champion? Let's go to studio and find out.
It all comes down to this, the last day of the Cairns Cup, where two Americans have a chance to win it all. Today, we will crown a winner. The action of the final round from the St. Louis Chess Club starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the last day of this event. I am Nona Gaprindashvili Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with two international masters, Almira Skripchenko and Paikidze. Hello ladies.
Hello, hello. I can't believe it's the last day.
Crazy.
Nazi, we can feel the tension even here. Hello everyone and welcome. American prodigies Carissa Yip and Alice Lee will clash today in the thrilling finale of the Cairns Cup. So it is such a historical day for American chess, and will Carissa Yip win this game and bring home the trophy, or will Alice Lee defy all the odds with a decisive victory? We shall see. Katerina, the standings.
Let's take a look. Standings after round 8. Yes, we have a clear leader so far, Carissa Yip with 5.5 points, but closely behind her is Alice Lee with 5 points, and then a two-way tie for the third place, Humpy Koneru and Harika Dronavalli with 4.5 points. Now to review the format, we have a 10-player round robin, which means each player got to play everybody else in the tournament. Time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game and 30-second increment from move 1. There are no draw offers allowed in any of those games. And traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, 0 points for loss. And Nazi, over to you.
Thank you, Katerina. Well, it's all about these two young American superstars, Carissa Yip and Alice Lee. Let's take a look again at the standings. These two youngest and lowest rated players in the event are dominating the field. Who could have predicted this? Let's take a look how they got here. They had a very different start and different route to this place. So Carissa started with a loss. She had 1.5 out of 4, but then take a look, she won 4 in a row. And also notice she only made 1 draw, all the other games decisive. She's a very aggressive player. Alice Lee, on the other hand, she started with 2 wins. She was a sole leader, then made a couple of solid draws, 1 loss in round 6, but she bounced back very quickly in round 7 with a win. And it all comes down to their today's match. And let's have a look at what can happen. If Carissa wins or draws, she earns her second GM norm and wins the tournament. Now, if Alice wins, she earns her first GM norm and wins the tournament. Either way, it's a great day for American chess. Now, to hear more about today's upcoming matches, we go over to Hall of Fame. Over to you, Yaser.
Thank you, Nasi. Yes, indeed. It is a great day for American chess. My goodness, one lady is going to win it all. But let's take a look at the competitors in the field for a moment. If you just bring up those standings, first place is done and dusted. But if you're Humpy, If you're Harika, you want to see Carissa win, Alice remaining at 5, and then you as Humpy or Harika could leapfrog over Alice and win the $50,000, which is up for grabs for second place. Similarly, Nona and Alina are hoping the players above them will similarly lose. A bad result for all the competitors is for Alice Lee to win the game. But let's take a look at the chances, statistically speaking, for the players in the tournament. Here we see that the probabilities are mostly a draw. A draw obviously favors Carissa. White is for choice in most of the games, but there you can see they're very competitive. Carissa has a 31.3% chance of winning, as well as a 45.8% chance of drawing. If we look at the pie chart and see how it stacks up, well, there you see Alice Lee. She needs to defy the odds, literally, and come back with a glorious victory, win the Cairns Cup, win the grandmaster's norm, as well as a $60,000 first and $5,000 bonus. My goodness, what a ultimate round we have in store for you. Back to you ladies in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. Carissa is our clear favorite, statistically at least, to win this event, but we still have an intrigue. Katerina, let's have a look at the pairings.
Yes, so pairings for the last round, round 9. Nino Batsiashvili, she scored her first win yesterday against Humpy Koneru, so she's eager to continue against Bibisara Assaubayeva, who suffered a loss yesterday against Carissa Yip. Harika Dronavalli against Alina Kashlinskaya. This is very important game for Harika as she can try to be second in the tournament. Nona Dzagnidze against Zhongyi, and now of course the match of the tournament, Carissa Yip against Alice Lee. All eyes will be on this game, and Mariya Muzychuk playing Humpy Koneru, where Humpy wants to win and claim maybe the second place.
Katerina, the prize fund in this tournament is truly remarkable.
Yes, let's take a look. It's a total of $250,000, so a lot of money is on the table. First place winning $60,000, second place $50,000, third place $40,000, all the way to the 10th place $7,000. And now we know that either Carissa or Alice Lee are going to win the winner's bonus, $5,000.
Yes, an impressive prize fund, Katerina. I was working here during the first Cairns Cup, and at that moment we couldn't even dream about this tournament becoming a traditional event. This is the 5th Cairns Cup, and I hope that this tradition will continue for many, many years. And for the first time, I think, during this event, Alice Lee is sitting at the board.
Being early in the tournament.
And I wanted to add that I think that from a sports point of view, taking all the elements into the consideration, I think that Alice has to play, absolutely must play this game for the win. It's such a difference being, first or anything else. It's like winner takes all. So.
Absolutely. Also, when the GM norm is on the line, I mean, it doesn't happen that often that you have an opportunity to score a GM norm, but here is her opponent, Carissa Yip. She is getting wounded, and she will try to stop her from winning the tournament. As she said yesterday, she will be happy for Alice if she manages to get the GM norm and win the event, but she hopes she does it. And we have a documentary crew following Carissa Yip, documentary crew from Netflix.
I can't believe this. You remember I said, who needs Netflix when we have Carissa Yip? But here we are.
Now imagine Carissa Yip on Netflix.
Carissa Yip is followed by a crew from Netflix. Well, they talk to each other before the game. And Katerina, no one remembers who is second or third. So they have a lot at stake today. Mm-hmm. The winner of this tournament will be remembered, and the name of the winner is going to be engraved on the trophy.
And also the winner is automatically invited to the next year's event.
The players
and here
are
we have
ready.
Mariya Muzychuk against Humpy Koneru. Humpy Koneru, a big favorite of this tournament, but it's just not happening. She suffered one loss And yesterday just took incredible risks. It looks like she was unable to just bounce back from that suffering loss, and she lost 2 games in a row.
They were worried about snacks, but no ice cream there, so it's their ritual. It seems that Carissa and Alice, they always go for a different ice cream during their tournaments in St. Louis. They went during the free day.
And now the arbiter is saying, let's go back, let's take a seat, because we are about to start the last round.
We still don't know what is their favorite flavor. Yaser, you need to ask them.
And this time the bell ringer is Shannon Bailey, the chief curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries.
Shannon is wearing the same shirt, the Cairns Cup shirt.
Our bell ringer today, we have Shannon Bailey, who is the chief curator for the World Chess Hall of Fame. You may go ahead and bring
Chief
it up.
arbiter is on your screen as well.
And the round has started.
Here it is, Katerina. What will be the first move? E4 is on the board.
We are expecting C5 now from Alice. Sometimes she goes E5 for Petrov, but if you need to win, you are unlikely. Oh, wow. Okay, we see E5. That is unexpected. Playing for a win with E5.
On the other hand, Carissa does really well against Sicilian, so that could have affected Alice's choice.
Well, maybe she's aiming for most boring position that can exist in chess. No, knight c6. She's not going for the Petrov. So what is the opening that she prepared against Carissa?
Now, Carissa is thinking, what do I want to play? Because she is surprised. She was definitely expecting c5, and now she is thinking, do I go bishop b5, Ruy Lopez, which is something she played already twice in this tournament, or maybe do I go for some more equalish opening, like 4 knights?
Does she play the Scotch?
She does play the Scotch. She has a lot of opening weapons. Oh, she's going
Knight c3 for 4 knights?
4 knights. It's a very solid opening, and I predicted this yesterday. I think that Carissa is going for a very solid approach today. She needs to secure the title, the norm, the championship, everything.
Okay, so we are in the main line.
Yes, we're in the main line of the 4 knights. Bishop b4 is one of the main moves here. Let's show it, Katerina. Okay, bishop b4. Okay, we have it on the board. So knight c6. I think that we can just follow this game live, because they're going to play maybe 20 moves of theory.
But it's likely that Alice has something prepared.
Maybe Alice doesn't want to take any risk today and castle. She didn't play d5 yet. Is she going for the structure with d6?
So d5 is the main move. Rook e8. Okay, so she's trying something different.
Well, the idea being, of course, let's just show it, because the main move here is d5. Then we simply take on d5. I think thousands of games have been played in this position. And, well, you can play h3,
bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Bishop g5 is one of the most common ways to make a draw. If you want to have a slight advantage, you can try and play h3. Previously, knight a4 was played. So many opening plans and ideas. But bishop g5 and then queen f3. Let's show just here. So bishop g5, c6, queen a3, h6, and then you simply take on f6. And this has been played for like so many times.
I played both colors several times.
So several times, of course. And you know that this idea with knight e2 actually guarantees white a clear draw plan. So you can play knight e2, knight g3, and if black is not careful, I can even win this pawn by playing knight h5, but usually we get an opposite color bishops and rooks endgame, which is completely drawn. So I think that Alice is trying to avoid it, and rook e8 is a surprise.
I can tell you what the database tells me about rook e8. Yeah, Alice definitely came prepared. This is an unusual move. There's only 500 games.
She's going for the structure with d6 here. She's never going to play d5.
So Nazi, what is the most common response here? Tell us.
Yes, I will show you once I'm on the screen. There you go. So after rook e8, there's about 500 games here, and white plays bishop g5, like you would after d5, right? After the line the Almira just showed. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, and here the most common move is rook b8. So I was checking, why can't we play still d5 here? Well, the obvious reason, if you simply take back, there's bishop takes f6, and because the pawn on d5 is hanging, you'll have to take with the pawn. That's unfortunate. But what you can do is go crazy and play g5, forcing bishop to g3, and now take on d5. And I was trying to analyze this position. There's 26 games in the database. Unfortunately, I can't see who the players were, if there were any strong GMs. But according to the engine, this is absolutely playable. Of course, black is taking a risk, but we know Alice needs a win with the black pieces, and she will have to take some risks. What do we think about this position?
It's a very interesting position because if I can use an analogy actually from the French defense where white takes on d5, and this idea is very powerful. Let me show you on the board maybe, just so you'll understand what we are talking about. Let's bring our board. So e4, e6, d4, d5 here. So in exchange French variation, and even though the structure is not the same, then here, for example, it could have happened if today Carissa was playing solidly and wanted to secure a draw, and Alice would have chosen the French defense, we could have had this position on the board. So here, let's say if you were playing bishop d3, bishop b7, okay, there the bishop. And if you play bishop g5 here, very often you play h6, bishop h4, castle, sorry, castle, yes, castle. Sorry, castle, and then you play with c5, and then with g5 and knight e4. And computer thinks that this position is actually playable and sometimes even better for black. So how is the evaluation here after g5?
Here he was saying just plus 0.30, so about equal, but Carissa did not play bishop g5, she played rook e1. Let's catch up with the players.
Oh, so and Alice went for the structure with d6, keeps pieces on the board. She has to avoid the trade of the minor pieces, of course, which happens after bishop g5 and queen f3. So I still think that bishop g5 is the main option here.
Yes, it is. There's only 29 games, and 19 out of them were bishop g5.
I remember that I've studied this position like 10 years ago, Nazi.
For white or black?
For white and for black, because I wanted to understand, like to grasp the subtleties of these lines. So h6 should be played, as I remember.
You have very good memory.
And then bishop h4. So I still think that g5 is in the air, but maybe not immediately. Maybe you should play bishop c5 here.
Actually, it's g5, bishop
yes.
g3, and then bishop c5.
Oh, so you see, but okay, 10 years ago it was like, I'm so happy. Like, you know, I thought that we gradually lose all our memory, but so then you start with g5 and bishop c5. So I could have played this game with black, but you know, I think
it can get quite sharp. White can play e5 here.
Yes, yes, of course. So e5 is.
You sure you didn't prep these players?
There will be some knight. I don't know if knight g4.
It's like,
It's the
But
best
those
move.
are the complications that Alice wants, especially if Carissa is not prepared.
Exactly. Here, bishop g4 is important.
Also bishop g4, yes, you think
Yes.
so. After e5, bishop g4.
Queen d2, and then we take on e5. Yeah, I mean, white's slightly better here, but it's a messy position.
Yes, we can see that there are like those light squares and the king is vulnerable. However, black is a pawn up here. That's all you need to win a game. But Carissa is still thinking, you know, put yourself in her shoes. She doesn't want to take risks. She was playing the 4 knights. She wanted to trade pieces and she knew how to make a draw. And here, after d6, she has to be ready for a very, very long game. There is no way to simplify for the moment. So,
I wonder if she can play just like h3 and queen f3. Or if then black is going to go maybe to bishop b7 to try to target this.
yes, there are a lot of ideas because you're absolutely right, Katerina. This is a clear target. And also the bishop on d3 in this line is not working. That's why in many variations you sacrifice this pawn and you try to activate all your pieces. Whether computer thinks, I think, that after each h3 that this bishop is one of the worst white pieces on the board. Maybe we...
So let's get Yaser's opinion on this opening. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, I followed your analysis, and a rook e8 is definitely one of those moves, second best in the position, or second most popular, if you will. d5 by overwhelming margin, easily a 3-to-1 margin, is preferred by the top players of the world. Rook e8. And to be honest, I don't like rook e1. I simply don't like that move, and I'll explain why. In this position, by far the most theoretically followed and prescribed move is bishop g5, and it makes perfect sense. I'm pinning the knight to the queen. Imagining, for example, you play d7, d6. This pin is really a very awkward one, and it's very natural for white to follow up with the move f4. What does the move f4 do? Well, it just stops you from breaking the pin with h6 and g5. If you notice, when I play the move f4, the rook is actually rather nice on the f1 square because e5 and the rook could blast down the f-file. So let's go back to the position after bishop g5 and why Carissa didn't play the move bishop g5. Well, obviously the whole idea of Alice's setup with rook e8 is that she is prepared to win a pawn. We all like winning pawns. I most certainly do as well. Now, we're pawn down, but check it out. After this move, queen h5, ooh, things kind of get a little bit spicy over on the king side. Queen f6, this is all theory. These are the best moves according to theory, not my moves. Notice that we're playing rook on a1 to e1. Again, the rook is staying on the f1 square. We're pinning the knight. No, knight takes g3. d5, f3, knight here, rook takes, knight takes. All of these moves have been played before in numerous games, and white is considered to have a significant advantage. Oftentimes, white simply wins back this pawn on the c7 square, has the two bishops and an advantage. Now, what happened in the game? After rook e8, rook e1, d6, the move bishop g5, which again is the best move, it loses a great deal of its punch. Let's go. h6, g5, bishop g3, bishop g4. Okay. Now, when you've induced the move g5, if your rook was on f1, and you could play, pardon me, if your rook was on, oops, I did it wrong, f3, let's say bishop d7, bishop h5 is also a move, but we play bishop d7. If your rook was on f1, the move f4 has some punch behind it because there's a hook. In this particular position, black doesn't have a bad setup. You want to play knight h5 and you want to play queen f6. For Alice, she wants a game that features a lot of pieces and imbalances. From Carissa's point of view, well, she just liked to shut down the game and play one of those main lines. So I was a bit surprised by the move rook e1. She has followed it up with bishop g5, and I am expecting g5, bishop g3, bishop g4. You could play queen d2, but again, after knight h5, again, you can see that black's whole setup is you've induced a weakness. You forced me to advance my pawn shield, but if you can't exploit it, it ain't a weakness. Back over to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. This is going to be a really exciting game, and I think Alice looks like she's getting what she wanted with her prep. But while Carissa is thinking, let's take a look at all the other games.
Yes, Katerina, you're absolutely right. While we still can, before things are getting complicated. Oh, but
so let's start with the game Harika Dronavalli against Alina Kashlinskaya.
See, I was talking about this exchanged French, and I think this is what happened in this game. Alina Kashlinskaya uses the French defense as her main open, and Harika Dronavalli, she simply took on d5. That is the structure I told you about a minute ago. So knight f3, knight f6, h3 first, because she wants to avoid bishop g4. But as I remember, this can be a drawback, you know, in some positions. Bishop d6 was played, bishop d3. It's a very symmetrical position, so I'm wondering if Alina will play h6 here.
Okay, complete symmetry.
Complete symmetry. And here, after rook e1, Alina is still thinking, okay, there are a few plans you can play in a symmetrical way, c6, c3, queen c7, but you can also play knight c6 here with the idea of jumping to b4. There are many, many moves possible, but I'm not sure we're expecting a very sharp battle in this game. So
what if I play rook e8 just to completely mirror the position?
Rook e8, maybe just because white is taken on e8. There's a small advantage here, because I will try and play against this bishop. But rook e8, how do you take first of
Queen.
all? Okay, queen takes.
It's like super small edge for white, but more like a
maybe
balanced
knight c3.
position.
So if you play c6 here, I might try and play knight e2, bishop b4, but then you also have these ideas. Knight e4 is coming. Yes, it's a very, very balanced position. So you can play knight e2 with the idea of playing bishop b4, exchange and everything, and then I will bring the rook to e1. This is also possible.
Okay, what about the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Bibisara Assaubayeva?
Just wanted to say that if you want to play this line more aggressively, because I like this line very much, but here you should try the move c4. So the next game between, where do you want? Maybe Mariya Muzychuk and Humpy Koneru, because I have a little story. When Mariya, those players, they know each other very well, but when Mariya won the World Championship in 2015, she knocked out Humpy in a dramatic quarterfinals, you know, and Humpy at the time was the top seed of the event. So they've played many, many games against each other. e4, e5 is on the board. Humpy is playing e5 almost exclusively. So, and this is the opening she used against me in New York last year during the World Rapid Championship. So I was expecting it in her game against Carissa, but she used this in the game against Mariya Muzychuk, so c3. So the idea is to develop the bishop on c5 quickly and to put the knight on e7 and not the knight on f6. So c3, Mariya reacts very well. She wants to play d4, have her powerful center. Now you have to play bishop b4, otherwise like all the other moves are completely absurd here, because then you're having a powerful center and you can't play d5. So here, bishop b4, bishop d2, queen d2, and d5 is a very important move. Sort of, you can have this position from the Italian opening with the bishop on c4. So it seems that black is doing fine here as well. So queen takes. Like if knight takes, maybe you don't want to play with this structure. Katerina, what do you think? Would you go for this position?
No, I wouldn't like my pawn structure to be messed up. So although I do have light square bishop there to maybe target some of the light square, I understand Humpy's decision to capture with the queen.
Because if you take with the knight, it's just a second, what I wanted to show then, of course we don't have the light square bishop, but we can quickly castle, then play knight e5.
Put the
then
rook on
put
the
rook
c file.
Yes, that's a long-term stable advantage for white. So queen d5 here is necessary. Knight c3, queen e6 check, queen e3, castle, castle. Because if you take on e6, if you trade queens, I will take with the bishop, of course. So white is waiting, and queen d6 now. Because after castling, Humpy decided to keep the queens on the board, freeing this bishop, and the bishop is probably looking at this lovely square, and then the knight can jump to f5, and as you can see, queen is becoming vulnerable here.
And here's where these two players are in the standings, and why this game is important, because Humpy Koneru, she's tied for third place, and as Yaser was saying in the beginning, if Carissa Yip manages to win against Alice Lee, Humpy Koneru can be clear second, but she needs to defeat Mariya Muzychuk, who's not having a great tournament so far, but she also did win a few games.
She is fighting ferociously. So it's a game of a crucial importance for the standings.
So let's take a look at the next game.
Nona Dzagnidze.
Did we talk about this game
you.
yet? Okay, I have this game between Nona Dzagnidze and Zhongyi. We know Zhongyi is the top seed and reigning champion. In this event, she's not doing so good. But Nona, after she won a couple of rounds, now she also has a chance to finish on top 3 if she wins today. So this looks like Catalan, but the pawn is still on d2, so not Catalan yet. Well, I was checking in this position. I've analyzed this position many times since I played this with white as well. White's supposed to just drop back queen c2, and then after bishop e7, we castle, and we don't play d4. This is more of an English opening kind of setup. But Nona chose to go queen c6, rook b8, and then d4. So now this looks like a Catalan, but it feels like black has an extra tempo. This already happened, right? Queen c2, c5 is on the board, and after castles. First of all, there's only 4 games in the database, which tells me that I think white lost an important tempo. And knight f6. Okay, that's a very good move. I was also looking at c takes d4 immediately. After knight d4, we trade and include rook c8. And let's make white queen move again. This queen already made 4 or 5 moves.
Where do you go here? And back to d1?
Yeah, I think that's a suggestion by the engine. I would probably go to d3, but I know I'm walking into another tempo, right? But in a way, it's kind of a provocation, because I think I want to trade queens and go into the endgame. But is this what you're thinking, Almira? Queen d5 check? Yeah, and then I want to drop back. And yeah, it feels like white's not fighting for an advantage here, right?
But the thing is, I know that this variation is quite poisonous because it's completely equal. But if you manage to trade queens and to put, here, and to put your knights to knight e1, knight d3, knight c3, something like this, and then you can play f3, it's slightly better for white.
It's very long term.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe that's what Nona is hoping for. She's the type of player who can do both. She can play completely chaotic positions, but also long positional play as well. But knight f6 is on the board. Now, how does white continue? I want to play rook d1, typical Catalan move, but I don't like bishop e4. I think after that, or even after rook c8, my queen doesn't have a good square to go to. So it looks like white needs to keep d1 square available for the queen.
So what if we start with a4? Because we always like to target that pawn, and if black plays b4, then we know where to develop our knight from b1.
That's a good point. So we can start a4, b4, and then go knight d2. And then we take on d4, take back. I still think you have to deal with the queen, back to d1. But we don't want to, but I think we have to.
Queen d1.
Queen d1 with trade, and I would be tempted to play e5, just to punish white for not playing a little bit more aggressively.
I don't think that e5 is necessary now.
It's not necessary, but I think eventually black should play it.
But this f5 square, we should control it a bit longer, no? What do you
I think if you go knight f5 right away...
What do you do here?
After g6, do you drop back to e3?
Yes.
Okay, and you're fine with the knight f3? Yeah, maybe it's not so bad. I mean, black is better developed, but still, we haven't finished development.
Because the thing that here you cannot play bishop g7. So that you play
No,
g6,
we need to keep it.
probably you still have
still
to
play
keep the
bishop
bishop
g7.
here on this
Absolutely, yes.
diagonal. It's a strange position, but Nazi, I had a question when Katerina played a4. I always
Which is
thought
on the
that the
board?
standard reply here should be, or is supposed to be, a queen b6.
Queen b6.
I don't want to play b4 here.
That's playable, but let's say after takes and bishop e3.
Oh, bishop b3 is very interesting. Okay, what if I play knight d5 here?
Probably take on c5.
You take on c5
Or-
immediately?
Okay, this is not typical. I think we play bishop d2 with the idea of bishop a5 and maybe e4.
Ah, so like you're winning it. So I'm supposed to play knight f6 back or take on d4, but then of course bishop f5 is going to be a very powerful threat.
That's a very nice idea.
And let's take a look where these two players are in the standings. Nona Dzagnidze is tied for the 5th place. She has 4 points, while Tang Zhongyi has 3 points and she is tied for the 8th place. So if Nana manages to win, there is a chance she could be 3rd. But you know, it's not just the place, it's the money also. Every place has a big difference in the prize fund.
Yes.
So if Nana finishes 6th or 4th, you know, it's 20, what is
course.
it, $19,000.
It makes such a big difference, especially like for professional players. I remember that sometimes it could be your yearly income, Katerina, and I wanted to say that those two players, they also know each other very well. They played so many games, and they even played a match in China. Tan played against Nana, and it was a very hard-fought match. So Nana was dominating a little bit in those games.
Did you win?
Well, I thought she won the classical portion, yes, because I didn't have the... I was not sure, yes, if they had rapid or blitz.
Okay, and let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you. I don't like the way Nana has played her opening either. I don't like her queen c6 and the queen coming back to c2. She's simply losing tempi. Normally, you just play d3 and a4. The game I am, of course, focused on is the American Ultimate matchup between Carissa and Alice. I noticed that Alice has been playing very, very quickly and more or less instantly in this position, did not play what I expected, g5. She included the move rook b8. Now, I kind of looked askance at that move because, again, in my database and the openings that I've been looking at, I was really focusing in on this position. I'm not going to call it my tabia position, but this is where I was getting started. This is where I was getting warmed up. Let's go from here. When Alice included the move rook b8, I was really startled because that allows Carissa a pretty nasty and unfortunate tactic. This move rook b8 does. Of course, the idea of rook b8 is please blunder, play f4 so I can go bishop c5, discover check to the king, and menace the pawn on b2. Oops, excuse me. We're going to go back. Again, sorry, I'm playing the competition. I need a draw with white. What am I going to do? I want to trade off pieces. Let's go. e5. As the Dutch like to say, verrassing, as in surprise. The whole idea is d takes e5, rook takes e5. If you take the rook, well, we've all been here before, the old discover check, and your queen is not protected. Remember, you played rook b8. You could have had your bishop on g4 and your queen would be protected. So after the move e5, d takes e5, rook takes e5. I was looking at bishop g4, rook takes e8, queen takes e8, f3. The computer says white is slightly better thanks to the split pawns, the double pawns, what have you. But boy, the odds of making a draw here as white from a position of strength are really through the roof. So I thought that Alice's move, rook b8, which she played incredibly fast, allowed Carissa the competitive opportunity of e5 potentially trading off queens and making a very certain draw. Carissa included the move h2, h3. Very, very fine move that takes a lot of the punch out of g5 because you can't follow it up with bishop g4. Nonetheless, Alice says, well, I've got to break this pin. g5, bishop g3, knight d7, and we're right back in that territory where I was explaining the rook would be so much better placed on the f1 square once you've provoked g5. With the rook on f1, f4 is a really nice way of going after the weakness on the king side. I don't know. You guys are going to have to answer the question for me. Who's happier out of the opening? Did Alice achieve the position she wanted, a compromised king but an imbalance, or did Carissa achieve the position she wants? Back to you in studio to answer the questions.
Thank you, Yaser. Now let's review just what they are playing for and what are the scenarios. So if Carissa wins or draws, she earns her second GM norm and wins the tournament. But if Alice wins, she earns her first GM norm and wins the tournament. So a lot of is at stake in this game. And I think, to answer your question, Yaser, I think that Alice is happy with what she achieved.
Well, I'm sure that Alice is happy with what she achieved, so Katerina. But before we dive into the games, I wanted also to talk a little bit about the Cairns Chess Queens Award. It was established by Jeannie Cairns, and it aims to encourage American women chess players to aim for this ultimate title, yes, grandmaster title. And this is such a wonderful also financial incentive. So the time frame is 5 years, but as we can see, Carissa can get her second grandmaster norm already, and so if she gets the third norm and the title, she will get this award of $100,000.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful award that was just recently established. And Irina Krush, she was the first player because she's the only player in the America who has the GM title.
And she was awarded this prize anyway. She's the first person to be rewarded for her lifetime achievement. And those two players, for me, they are the result of this relentless efforts of Jeannie and Rex Sinquefield. They changed everything in the American chess landscape.
Absolutely, they are just such a huge. They made such a huge difference in the American chess.
And I think that Rex is going to be our guest today.
Yes, so we can talk about it more.
So one last game that we haven't covered yet. Let's have a look, one last look maybe before things are getting messy on the board between Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, at the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Bibisara Assaubayeva. It was a very interesting opening, Katerina. Here, Bibisara played c5. I thought that the main move here is d5, so you transpose to maybe to a Benoni structure. Yes, to Benoni structure. So let's say knight c3, castle. You will play knight f3 here, e6. Then you can play e4, but you can also castle here, I think. So, and you can play in this way. So knight, rook e8. You can play e4 here, but maybe knight d2 with the idea of playing e4, then playing knight c4. You can secure your knight here. So it's a very interesting plan. So I was really very surprised when Nino took on c5.
Kind of simplifying the position.
And it's a completely different structure. You know, there's no longer this powerful center, c4, d5. I thought that, okay, queen a5 was played here, but you can also play knight a6 here. I think it's a very interesting idea. So if you take on c3, you can bring this knight to closer to the center, you know, knight c5. And let's say knight f3 here, castle, castle, and maybe d6.
d6, and yeah, those knights are pretty nice. You can always think also about this square in the future, and now you just have to figure out where to develop the bishop.
Yes.
If only d6, I mean d7, or maybe somewhere even further.
You can play e4 here comfortably. So unless you're going to delay this move forever, you can have this Marotsi bind, you know, which is defined by those pawns on e4 and c4. So let's see what happened in the game. Queen a5 was played. She wants to take this pawn back with the queen. Knight c3, queen castle first. Okay, queen a4. Oh, this is
offering a trade.
Such an interesting move. So she's not even developing knight f3 castle. She wants, of course, you can understand. So you're offering the trade. So if queen a4, knight a4.
I'm guarding that pawn, and as white, I may just not give the pawn back.
But this is such a rare position. I'm not even sure I've seen something like this. So queen c5. I'm pretty sure Nazi knows. Bishop e3. Okay,
you know, and looking at clock of Nino Batsiashvili, it looks like she's in her preparation. 1 hour, 29 minutes. She's wasting no time making her moves.
So queen f4, such a unique position. Like I haven't seen something like this. Nazi, could this be a transposition, or this is all very rare?
It's very rare. In the current position, there is only one game in the database. Who knows? Maybe it's played by Nina. Maybe that's why she's playing so fast. So you were already talking about this position. That's pretty new, right? Yeah, subject queen c5, bishop e3. And here, actually, the best move and the most played move as well out of 14 games is knight h3. It reminds me of the Dutch opening, right? Sometimes you play knight h3, knight f4 to go over to control the d5 square. And this is second time where Nino could have played knight h3 and got an advantage. Whose game was it against? I think Zhongyi. Yes, where she said she wasn't even considering this. Yeah, after knight h3, d6, knight comes to f4, bishop d7, and we can go immediately knight d5. So this is a very nice line. And white has half a pawn advantage already. Instead, of course, we saw a normal move knight f3. And let's see in the current position what the evaluation is. Knight a6, oops, rook c1, and rook c8. So the engine still prefers white by a lot. We can play knight d4. We're controlling both the d5, b5 squares. I'm expecting black to play knight c5. We drop back. The thing is, you don't want to be kicked out with b4, but if you play a5, then you're forever giving away the b5 square, right? So what do we do here with black? This also reminds me of some type of Marotsi.
So you can go like queen d8, queen f8, and bishop h6. That is sometimes an idea.
That's a very nice idea.
So you're playing the dragon without the pawn on e4. So in this line, white is refraining from playing e4, where I like this because very often it's a clear target.
But I have to be worried here about b4. Now I'm noticing b4 and pawn on b7.
There's some immediate crazy lines like I play c5. I didn't want to... That's a good question. Why didn't I take on b7? Haha, rook c4 and black is okay to sacrifice the exchange and get the white square bishop. So instead of that, it's better to just play c5, protect the pawn. Now we're threatening bishop e7. So you play something like queen d7, and then queen d3, rook d1. I think white is enjoying the space advantage and two wonderful bishops on these diagonals. But it's not absolutely terrible for black either. They also have some active play.
What a wonderful idea, knight h3. I've seen this so many times for black, knight h6, knight f5, and knight d4, but it's very rare that...
to do it from white side,
to do it from white side.
Yeah.
And let's take a look where these two players are in the standings and how important is this game. Bibisara Assaubayeva, she is clear 7th with 3.5 points, and Nino Batsiashvili with 3 points. So Bibisara could maybe just improve at least 1 or 2 places, but again, the prize fund, it just makes such a big difference. Even these 2 places, it's like $20,000.
To be honest, I'm thinking, how is it possible even to forget about everything, especially in our game for the title, the grandmaster norm, the first prize, which
is $60,000.
Again, all you have to do is to forget about all these things. I know that one thought can disturb you during the game and you can lose all your sleep. So I hope that our 2 friends, they had a good night's sleep and they forgot about everything. But once again, there is so much at stake in today's game.
And you know, when you look at the clock, Carissa Yip, she's 1 hour 3 minutes, Alice Lee 1 hour 32 minutes. So almost 30 minutes advantage, and we are just leaving the opening.
Of course, and this is a clear indication that she managed to surprise Carissa. So if we sum it up after the opening stage, so the advantage is clearly on Alice's side. And I think that she just played 97, 1 second, and Carissa is still thinking.
And let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I've been keeping my eye on this ultimate battle for first place between Carissa and Alice. And I have the feeling that having not played E4, E5 at that moment, that Carissa had to just kind of take the position into quiet waters, she's kind of landed herself in a situation where she really didn't want to be in, that is to have a full-bodied fight. Now she's literally forced to fight, and she's forced to fight having misplayed her rook. Her rook should be on F1 so that she could play F4. In the meanwhile, Black is just, you know, like asking White to answer some questions. What are you going to do on the queen side? The pawn on B2 might be a little weak. And I've been fiddling around in the position. Well, let's just play A3. Bishop takes C3, B takes C3. Well, that sure gets rid of the weak pawn on B2. But what am I going to do if Black refuses to accept the trade and just plays bishop back to A5? Do I want to play B4, bishop here? The bishop is going to come to D4. The queen is going to come to F6. And again, I'm not sure about a lot of things. I'm not sure about my bishop. I'm not sure about my knight. I have uncertainties. So if I'm in Carissa's shoes, I'm looking for clarity. But I'm also looking at the trumps in the position. My only trump that I can see for White is that she's provoked the move G5. I don't consider these double pawns on C6 and C7 as potential targets. How am I going to get over there to attack them? I do see the pawn on G5, and the computer, by the way, and I like that, is very insistent. Let's start the move, let's start the attack with the move rook E3. And Carissa has to overcome her aversion to leaving the pawn on B2 on free. So rook F3, it looks so artificial. Like we just did a rook lift, a rook up and over, a rover. According to Jennifer Shahadi, we've got a rook on F3, but what are we doing? Well, after rook takes B2, I can tell you what we're doing. Now, I found the clarity. I'm attacking the pawn on F7. I'm going to play bishop to B3, knight to A4, and I've got my clarity. Great. So you're not taking the pawn on B2. Pardon me. You're not taking the pawn on B2. You're playing the move bishop D4. Kind of, you know, covering the diagonals. And we get to this position. And we can either play B2, B3, we can even play, according to the computer, and I thought that was very funny, is just to ignore this pawn. Like, the computer is just not at all interested in this pawn ever. It's sort of like, you go ahead, you go and take it. The rook is rather trapped on B2. So in this moment, the key moment, Carissa has used 30 minutes. Alice has gained time on the clock. And Carissa is having to make an awkward series of decisions. The start is rook E3, rook F3, bishop, not that one, bishop to D4, bishop to C4, bishop to F6, queen to D2. And from this position, lots of things can go. Knight E5, I'm always giving up my bishop. And the funny part is that exactly in this position, the computer really wants to play the move rook F1, preparing F2, F4 for a future day. We've got a really, really big fight on our hands, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't what Carissa wanted. She wanted clarity coming out of the opening, and she wanted a route to equality, draw, and all the success that comes with that. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Yaser. You said that you're trying to walk in Carissa's shoes, but it might be the wrong size. And what a beautiful idea, rook e3, rook f3. By the way, once again, the key element in understanding this position is this bishop on d3, and of course that's why computer is trying to improve it to c4. But I had, Katerina, another question. As far as I remember, queen f6 of course is the perfect square for the queen. That's why we are also trying to lift our rook to f3. But here, let's say if Carissa plays a3 here, I had another line in mind, because I think also recently we started to understand those positions differently. And how about this structure? This move doesn't come to mind easily, so I will give up this bishop on c3. Then I want to play queen f6, you know,
Attacking that pawn.
attacking that pawn, and you know those pawns are actually very vulnerable, and that's why actually black played h6, g5, because I really want to play knight e5 here next. If you will, let's say you will play queen d2, knight e5, and knight g6, and to control all the dark squares. So then you will have to play rook f1 at some moment, and maybe then I can play c5, bishop b7, attacking the pawn on e4. What do you think, Katerina?
I think destroying this pawn structure is creates a good target for black. I agree.
And so many things, once again, to take into consideration in this position where Carissa is thinking is also that even if you play bishop c4, you start with rook e3, there is always knight e5, and it's not easy to assess this position. So am I better? Am I slightly better? Like, what am I supposed to do with those pawns on h6, g5? You know, what is my plan to equality?
Yeah, that's another thing. You know, Carissa Yip, she's an extremely aggressive player, but this is more a positional territory. So she needs to figure out how to improve her pieces and how to create a plan, because there is no direct target for white pieces. It's not that easy to come up with a plan.
And the thing is, I feel that Carissa is taking so much time because she's facing this position maybe for the first time. Maybe she doesn't remember what are the plans, but well, 1 hour and a half, that's all she has in order to understand everything here.
And now only 55 minutes on her clock. So we will quickly go back to Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Lovely, thank you so much. And Almira, I have to admire your positional understanding of what you want to achieve. So after a3, bishop takes e3, b takes c3, just as you were prescribing, what you really want to do with black is play the move queen f6, as you just suggested, and for example, after queen d2, knight e5, settle in, and you said it very well yourself, you wanted to follow it up with the move knight g6, preventing f4 and, as you say, controlling all the dark squares. And the irony of everything you said is not only you right on, but white, it's incumbent upon white to play the move f4 takes, rook f1, queen takes c3, bishop takes f4. White has to do this. If you, black, are able to achieve that dark square dominance that you want, queen on f6, knight on g6, you're going to have happy days. Conversely, if you look at the position, remember what I was saying about rook e1 early, that the rook really needed to stay and it belongs on the f-file. Here you can see absolutely why. Of course, white has sacrificed a pawn, but look, we all understand what the compromised king means, and that pawn on h6 is weak. So in the position, if the play does go as we're looking at, a3, bishop takes c3, it's really necessary for Carissa to prep the move f4. And by the way, in this position, after rook e3, you don't want to do it in this move order. Remember how we were talking about that bishop h7 discovered attack to the queen. Whoop, whoop, uh-oh, and d6 is hanging as well. You don't want to fall for those Carissa Yip type of tactics. She'll be looking for them, but I got to tell you, Carissa's fans are going to get nervous by her time concerns. What happened? What? Carissa just played the move e5. I was saying that from Carissa's point of view, she's looking for clarity. Well, she missed her opportunity with h2, h3, but check this out. I didn't even consider this move. I'm going to throw it back to studio so I can catch up on what just happened. Back to you.
Thank you, Yaser. Yes, we did not expect this move either. So, Nazi, I'm going to throw it to you. Tell us, what is this pawn sacrifice?
Yeah, let's all try to figure out together, because completely unexpected move. It's a pawn sacrifice, but maybe practically a good decision. Carissa wants to simplify the position and get a clear plan. So I was looking at simply knight takes e5. Seems like white's supposed to take back, and maybe she's hoping for queen h5. It's a type of move that she would love to make. But simply after king g7, I was failing to come up with a follow-up, right? We want to continue the attack. The knight would be ideal somewhere on f5. The rook needs to be on f3. Let's consider rook e3.
But then I will take on c3, because I know that you want to play knight e4, knight g3, something like this.
That's the plan. The thing is, I can also keep the bishop.
Oh, you don't want to take on c3?
I want to. The engine says bishop d6 is better. Let's see. So idea is if we go knight e4, immediately just f5, black can go completely aggressive and be winning. If we play rook f3, let's say, and let's just make some move, queen e7. Can we try knight e4 now? I think it's still f5, so white needs to start with g4 in order to play knight e4. But are we comfortable blocking our own queen on h5? It's a bit risky, right?
What about rook b4?
I thought you were going to say take the pawn, right?
Let's take a pawn.
Let's check. Rook b2, knight e4, bishop e6, I'm guessing. Oh, we missed this idea. There's rook f6 attacking. h6, only move is rook h8. This can get very sharp very quickly. h4, bishop d5. Why is white not winning this?
Nazi, this is where I feel that human understanding should prevail, and we should take on c3. Why you should even allow this? Just bishop
because
c3?
Alice needs to win. That's why I think...
But she's a pawn up in that line. Let's try this one.
We can try, yes. It's just that more pieces you take and more you simplify, maybe
King
it's
g7.
easier for white to equalize, right? Because here engine keeps saying that best move is to just give the pawn back with e4, and that's what I didn't want to do.
And why can't we play f5 here? Because you will play g4? I want to understand
what's happening. Maybe start with h4. You don't have g4 because f5's hanging. You can start with e4, but I have bishop c4, right? Threatening queen f7, so that's unpleasant.
By the way, Nazi, I'm being told by Dariusz Schwartz, instead of playing queen h5, maybe Carissa is thinking about this trick, rook captures e5.
Oh,
I can just capture it back, because you cannot capture this rook because of discovered attack.
Well, thank you for that, Dariusz. So it's not really a pawn sacrifice. She's trading everything. Well, this is great for her, right? Just to show why we can't take. And...
What if we play queen f6?
Where?
No, not here. No, wait. It's not queen f6. Sorry, d takes c5, not knight e5. That's what. Because
instead
here
of knight e5, after e5,
can you take here bishop b5?
Yes, you can. With the same idea, knight e5, rook e5. Or you could also play now maybe queen f3, because your bishop is blocked, and I have some ideas of playing queen f5. So this is a bit more scary. So I think we will see knight e5, and yes, rook takes e5. How can black still keep the position complicated? Maybe try to keep a lot of pieces on the board, but I don't think it's easy to do. Maybe here queen e5, knight takes and pawn takes.
I mean, now after understanding Carissa's idea of rook captures e5, I think e5 is a good move.
Absolutely. And I just saw her walk away from the board. She looks very confident now. Yeah, and Alice doesn't look very happy. She wants to keep a complicated position on the board. But it seems like a lot of trades are now forced. And then it will be a very simple position, which is easier to play for a draw.
This could be a turning point in this game, because if e5 simplifies the positions, forces the trades, and Carissa will get closer and closer to her grandmaster norm, the coveted title, and this is a very fine calculation, by the way.
And Alice did not spend much time, so maybe this is going to be her first thing to kind of consider what are her options and if she can't avoid trading many pieces.
It's not so easy, yes, because she wanted to play knight e5 and queen f6. This is a very good positional decision as well. Not only simplifying the position, but she understood, well, when you're trying to understand what's your opponent plans, I think the idea that she didn't like the most was queen f6 and knight e5, you know, taking the control of the dark squares. So she didn't want to play rook f1 and f4, so what was the easiest way to parry this positional threat is to play e5. And now that, yes, we analyzed this move, Katerina, of course, I understand that taking into account the tournament situation, this is probably the perfect move in this position.
Because again, Carissa Yip, she only needs a draw to win the event and also get the second GM norm.
Katerina, I also wanted to point out that you cannot not take here because this is a very important threat. E6 and black's position can crumble. Just let me demonstrate. I don't even know. Let me make a move. Just wanted to show that this is opening all the lines and diagonals. So after queen h5, you know, wanting to get to g6, attacking on h6, this is it. You know, then you can bring another piece to the attack, and you can also play f4 and rook f1. I don't know, you can bring everything into the attack. So I'm not sure.
Even just capturing on d6, I mean, here we are also just simplifying the position, and that's always for white's favor.
Of course, I'm not even sure that, yes, Alice has a choice. And
so
she
Alice
just
capture with the
e5.
knight. We can expect Carissa quickly recapturing.
So let's watch this game maybe on the board, like on the actual board, because we will see their emotions and their reactions. Bishop b5 is already on the board. So d takes e5 or rook takes e5 now.
Pawn captures, and now
Rook takes
let's
e5.
see if Carissa really had that idea. Rook captures e5.
And we have both players on our screens. Both have a perfect poker face, I might say, Katerina. Just nothing betrays their
And rook takes
state
e5
of
is on the
emotions.
board. 2 exclamation points. The engine really likes this move. Capturing pawn back, so material is equal now, and Carissa managed to simplify the position, open more files, and force more trades. And again, you cannot touch this rook, you cannot capture, because then we have this discovered attack, and you will lose this queen.
So how can we complicate matters here?
So bishop e6 is a possibility.
Yes, let's try bishop b6. We will keep both
Developing a
boards on
piece
your
and not
screen.
allowing further trades.
And then well, maybe even h4.
No,
Can you start with those moves?
I'm looking at queen f3.
Queen f3, of
H4.
course, yes. Then h4, rook e1, knight e4. Not even sure that
Bishop e6 was played, by the way.
bishop
quickly.
e6 is on the board, of course, because she needs to keep the pieces on the board. And if you trade the last minor pieces, then this is it. She understands that she needs to complicate the position. But here, I feel that she can easily get worse in a few moves. Nazir, how do you
Yeah,
evaluate
she can.
this position?
And queen f3 is the best move, Almira. I can show you that. Here, if Alice wants to keep the position complicated, she might have to sacrifice a pawn. Start with bishop d6, kick the rook back down somewhere, let's say e3. Okay, now my engine changed the mind. Maybe we're just going to trade b2 for c6. And actually, white's not taking on c6 right away. Let's see why after queen c6. Okay, I mean, it's still very equal, I think, after bishop d7. However, maybe there's some ideas. So I do have 2 bishops. And do we think in the endgame Black could have a tiny advantage?
A pair of bishops, open position, there is slight advantage. Also, I'm a little worried about the rook on a1, right? It's still not developed.
Yeah, white is definitely a little bit passive, but I don't believe Black can actually convert this endgame.
Thing is, you really need in order to achieve a draw, so the clear path would be to trade the light square bishops here, or at least to trade the knight against the dark square bishop. So you need to make a move which will allow you to do so.
Let's start with queen h5. And bring the knight over, here, right?
Yes. So yes, that's excellent. I think Nazi, that's a perfect
and Carissa style, right?
I think
as well.
And you can
take
now you
d6.
can take, yes, of
Absolutely.
course. So
it's
rook
important.
e1, bishop f5. How
Right.
about this line?
Yep, Black is picking up more pawns, but bishop f5 is forcing a lot of trades. I think this is completely equal here. According to the engine, best move is rook a1, which is exactly what white wants. Just trade everything and make a draw. Let's check in with Yaser and see what he has found out about this position.
Thank you. Indeed, like yourselves, the move e4, e5 caught me by surprise, and Carissa found the perfect move for the situation. I wanted to go back to try to understand what is going on, especially as we've been analyzing. And I really think the culprit was the move rook b8. This decision by Alice literally allows the move e5. And the more I've been playing around, the more I've been looking at this particular position. You'll see this, Almira, as a kind of a friend, because remember when you wanted to go queen f6 and knight e5 and knight g6, well, you're getting it. And there's no e5. Black completely sidesteps e5. And in the game, in the game, I've got these fat fingers here to go back. E5 takes. Brilliant decision, clarifies everything. You don't get any of those queen f6, dark square blockades or anything like this. This is just a very, very clear path now for Carissa. Bishop e6, pardon me. As you were saying, Nazi, Alice is trying to keep the game alive, but after the move queen f3, I'm thinking Carissa is drawing from a position of strength. I like her game, and it's easy to understand why. Put the pawn back on g7. I think it's dead equal. Keep the pawn on g5, and I think Carissa is for choice. The move e5, sorry, but for me it was a bit invisible, but it turned out to be simply brilliant. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. And Carissa Yip is really forcing the issue now. So let's have a look at the standings. She is leading the event with 5.5 points out of 8, and she is playing her direct rival Alice Lee, who is clear second with 5 points.
And the winner of this game takes all. Plus, Carissa, she doesn't need only a win. She's fine with draw, because even draw earns her her second GM norm and wins the tournament. For Alice, she must win with the black pieces to win her GM norm and the tournament. So really crucial game for these two youngsters.
And the moves that Carissa made actually allowed her to achieve the position where she can now make her quick, intuitive moves. She doesn't have to spend a lot of time. So she was thinking for more than half an hour. But now that she found this move e5, the position is becoming like more quiet in a way. So,
but also more Carissa style,
yes.
Right? She loves open files, open diagonals, having all these pieces active, like this rook here, this bishop having opportunity, maybe with this queen, this rook soon joining the fight, joining the party here on the e file. All the white pieces are playing, and that's great for Carissa, because then she is just going to start to target maybe this pawn on c6 or other opportunities, depending how Alice is going to respond.
The only thing that I can find, which can complicate matters here, is that she has to fight against herself. You know, she has such an interesting style. So in between moves, when you have a few moves candidates, she will think, okay, should I go there, which is like equal, or should I go for something more interesting, like for the initiative? What do you think, Katerina? She will be more pragmatic about her choice?
You know, I think Carissa doesn't have issues with making decisions. She maybe has some issues sometimes by making them too quickly. So I think she will take her time to really evaluate which way she wants to go. But I think she's holding her position in her hands very well.
Alice is still thinking after Queen f3. Do we have another interesting game? I think that
Mariya Muzychuk against Humpy Koneru, that was a game I felt where we can see some action. So maybe let's bring up that game before we come back, of course, to the key matchup of Carissa Yip against Alice Lee, because Mariya Muzychuk has active pieces.
You're absolutely right, and we left this game at this position when Black played Queen d6. So Bishop g4 is a Black's idea, Knight f5, and their play is very often evolving around this pawn on d4. Yes, so let's have a look what happened. Rook d1, protecting this pawn. It's very important first to secure the center. And Humpy decided to go for another strategic plan. So this is another way of playing this position. So you play Knight b4, you bring your knight to d5, and then you secure it with c6 and bishop e6. This move has one drawback also, is that now White's knight can jump to e5 easily.
But it's a very thematic way of playing, right? Because here we have an isolated pawn, and the best defense, the best blocking piece for this isolated pawn is a knight. So going here to kind of block it is a very natural way of continuing in such a position.
Yeah, and of course there's so many interesting ideas here is also for White. You can bring your bishop to c2. So let's have a look what happened here. Queen f3. It's a natural square for the queen here, because for the moment, well, you can't put it on g3 because you no longer have a dark square bishops, and of course Knight f5 will threaten the queen. So Queen f3 attacking the knight on d5.
And we want Black to capture our knight, because if Black captures this knight, then we are happy our pawn is going to recapture and we have a strong pawn chain. So we are not White. White is not the one who's going to capture the knight, but White is now maybe asking Black, do you want to capture our knight?
No, Black will try to establish the blockade on the d5 square, but the queen on f3, why I wanted to underline that it was important to put it here, it also doesn't allow you to free the rook. You have to play bishop b6 first, you know, the pawn on f7, and you don't know if you want to play bishop b6 or bishop f5 to play in a more active way. So let's have a look what happened. Maybe that's why Humpy decided to take on c3 first and to play c6. It's a very strange decision for the moment. Let me see what happened. Bishop b3, improving the bishop, and of course b3 is a more active square now, because now if you play bishop b6, I can play c4. What happened here? Oh, she didn't even play c4 here. So what is Maria's idea? Katerina,
well, I think she's developing her pieces again. White is happy if I move back in this position, if Black captures this bishop, because again, it's going to help us to recapture with the pawn and move the pawn, this pawn that is kind of an island, closer to those others. And I think we are improving the rook, because sometimes we can even do another rook lift and attack maybe the king side.
I wanted to show you one idea. You remember Bibisara played against Alina, that was the Petrov. But anyway, I thought that c4 was very interesting. Let's say here, before. I didn't want to allow bishop d5, c4, with the idea of playing c5, then taking on e6, because c5 is now a threat. So I think the only way to reply is actually after c4 is c5. Yes, actually, this is the problem, because you cannot play d5 and the knight is on priest. Yes, because if you allow me, let's say you will play this move, Then I wanted to play c5, of course, queen c7, take queen e6, and it's not even to destroy your pawn structure, but it's to have this maneuver, knight c4, knight d6. Let's say I will play bishop, queen b3 here, but c5 is a very powerful reply. I understand here if white plays c4, c5, challenging the center, and the knight on e5. Okay, now we know more about this position, and after c4, rook e1 was played, bishop d5, and queen g4 is on the board. How can you continue here? Actually, I think that we are also looking at these moves. Rook e3, maybe rook e1, and also maybe rook g3 or rook h3. What do you think, Katerina?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the rook wants to go to the king side, but also the rook is kind of eyeing already this knight on e7. So I like maybe thinking the direction you are discussing, c4, just attacking the bishop, and then if you need to go back, then I will want to push forward again. And even, of course, I won't be able immediately because then my queen is going to be attacked, but then I move the queen back. So maybe this is a serious threat now that I have to consider as black.
Bishop, I feel that there is something which has to be done immediately, because if Humpy doesn't find a way to balance the position, then bishop d5 is not such a good move. You have to come up with something here. So can you, and you cannot play c5 here. Okay, this is it. c5, now we can take c5. How about the piece?
Wait, what do you want to play?
No, yeah, you want to play c5 here, but c5 you can't play here.
Wow,
because,
this looks...
No, it's like you lose immediately because you
There's
have
knight
knight
d7, yeah, no.
But then knight d7 is always in the air, so maybe you can somehow also give those crazy checks.
Okay, so this is an interesting game. We will come back to it, but maybe let's check at our leaders. So Carissa Yip against Alice Lee. Do we have any more moves?
Yes, actually bishop f8 is on the board. She decided to bring her bishop to g7 and also to defend the king side. It's
so as we were talking, Alice had the opportunity to maybe capture the knight and destroy the pawn structure, but Alice doesn't want to trade pieces. So that's why she's keeping the bishop and, as you are saying, transferring it here and maybe then creating some pressure on this diagonal.
And Carissa immediately played rook d1. As we can see, the pawn is on praise, but after rook d1, you don't have time to take it. Because if you take it, it's the same idea wins the queen, bishop h7.
So discovered attack again.
So rook d1 is on the board and Alice is thinking once again. So she is facing a few problems right now.
So where do we go with the queen? Queen e7? I mean, I want to move the queen away from the file. I understand that after queen e7, I'm again putting it under another kind of pin and some difficulties.
Queen e7, bishop
but
f5,
queen c8
you want
just,
to play queen f6 then, yes?
Queen e7, bishop f5?
Yes, maybe queen f6 now.
I thought you were on bishop g7
Bishop
maybe.
g7, but then bishop g7, rook e1. I'm getting closer.
All the way back? Okay, I take.
Bishop e6. I just
mean,
want
just
to get,
so
and
many
queen
trades.
c6.
Queen c6.
Ah, rook c2 is, oh no, I can't give it, yes. I have to be careful.
There is this pin.
I can't equalize comfortably yet.
I mean,
It's
some
okay.
complications, but I just don't like queen c8. It looks a little awkward. And I don't want to move back with the bishop to d6 because I do like Alice's idea to move the bishop to g7. All right, and we will take a short break. So now it's time, as always, to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. This elegant silk scarf features a bold blue and white checkerboard pattern and includes the Cairns Cup logo in 2 opposing corners. This luxurious scarf celebrates one of the premier women's chess tournaments in the world available at qboutiquestl.com or in person at the St. Louis Chess Club. Almira, you have this one, right?
Yes, of course, and I wore this. I also wear this Cairns Cup shirt, and as we go at our break, let's take a look at one of the most influential figures in women's chess, grandmaster Nona Gaprindashvili. I played against her. We will be right back.
Today we meet the first ever woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster, Nona Gaprindashvili. She was born in the spring of 1941 in a small town named Zhongyi in Georgia. Chess was an extremely popular game among all Georgians, but unlike many other countries at the time, it was an especially common hobby for women. So it's no surprise that little Nona would be exposed to the game early on. Her father taught her the rules when she was 5 years old, and she'd spend her early years getting regularly defeated by her brothers. Some believe this fierce personal competition with her siblings would lay the groundwork for the signature boldness she'd show in her games later on. After 7 years of playing, fate would see Nona cross paths with Vakhtang Karsaladze, a well-known chess trainer who immediately saw her potential and convinced her family to let her move to the Georgian capital of Tbilisi to train with grandmasters. Her sharp and aggressive approach to the game would often rattle her opponents and gave her a well-deserved reputation as a fierce competitor. In 1961, she won the Women's Candidates Tournament, which gave her the opportunity to challenge for the Women's World Championship, then held by Russian Elizaveta Bykova the next year. Their 1962 showdown in Moscow lasted 11 games throughout September and October. Despite her best attempts, Bykova was unable to overcome Nona's aggressive play. With a final score of 7 victories, 4 draws, and no losses, Nona Gaprindashvili became the 5th person to ever hold the title of Women's World Champion. This victory cemented her as a symbol of Georgian pride at the young age of 21. She'd go on to win the Women's World Championship 4 more times. 3 of these matches were against Alla Kushnir, while the last was against Nana Alexandria, a fellow Georgian, whose formal training was also kick-started by Vakhtang Karsaladze. In 1978, Nona would face yet another Georgian player, Mariya Chbernidze, who would finally dethrone her. But her reign as Women's World Champion is still one of the most impressive runs in the history of the game, and the second longest reign after only Vera Menchik. And while losing the title of champion in 1978 would have to sting, that same year she'd make history for a different title earned, the first woman to be awarded the title of Grandmaster by FIDE. She was granted this distinction for her impressive performance in the 1977 Lone Pine International Tournament, where she had the highest performance rating in a field of 48 players and defeated 4 grandmasters. But most importantly, she shared first place in a 4-way tie with Yuri Balashov, Oscar Pano, and Dragutin Sahovic. Never before had a woman won a men's tournament. Throughout her career, she'd also won the Women's Soviet Chess Championship 5 times, and she had a near-perfect record in Olympiads with 10 team gold medals in 11 competitions while representing the USSR and Georgia. Even in her golden years, she never slowed down. In 2009, she placed first in the World Senior Women's Chess Championship. Her consistent dominance against both male and female players for over half a century made her a household name for chess fans worldwide. Which is why it's so heartbreaking when the popular Netflix series Queen's Gambit, a show about a fictional female chess player, falsely claimed Nona had never played against men. Nona sued the streaming giant for defamation and settled the matter in 2022. But the thought that so many people without chess backgrounds could have seen this show and been misinformed about her true impact on the game is still unfortunate. Nona Gaprindashvili's legacy is that of a trailblazer, a champion, and a true grandmaster of the game.
"10 years, 1 legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players, International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back to the studio. It's the last round of the event, and before we take a look at the games, we have a very special guest in the studio. It's Rex Sinquefield, the co-founder of the St. Louis Chess Club and the godfather of American chess. Rex, welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. Very nice to be here.
Hello, Rex, and what an exciting event. How will you be able to keep up with the Sinquefield Cup?
With the Sinquefield Cup?
After such a result and such
Well, I just have to give it my best, you know. It's always a great tournament, and we have a tremendous international draw on both events. Yeah.
And so, what do you think about this event? I mean, Carissa Yip and Alice Lee being the lowest ranked players.
Yeah, you couldn't have scripted something more exciting or interesting, at least for Americans. Now, that does sound a bit provincial, but, you know, we got the 2 Americans on top, and either can win. Alice can, of course, upset things with a win. And so it's quite exciting for the fans. I hope the Americans like it. I don't think the foreigners like it too much.
I think the Americans are enjoying it very much.
No, but my friends are following the event all over the world, and a lot of chess fans follow the event. But before the tournament started, who were you rooting for, Rex?
Oh, you know, I have to be officially neutral. So I was officially neutral. I was really hoping that one of you two would win. But, you know,
but we are doing just the commentary.
I think it's the first time I saw you being neutral. You know, so you're always very passionate about things.
Well, I know, but, you know, when you're the organizer, you're sort of stuck.
Absolutely. And why are tournaments like Cairns Cup important to the mission of St. Louis Chess Club?
Well,
Can
I
you
think
tell
it's
us
part
about
of
it?
any strong tournament. It attracts a lot of interest from fans worldwide. And I think this is the ultimate kind of event, is where you get the best of the best competing. And that's an exciting thing.
And the St. Louis Chess Club is sponsoring it's tons of events that you guys are organizing. Which are your favorites?
Oh, I guess I should say all of them, but no.
So we have the Super United Rapid and Blitz in Croatia, US Juniors Seniors Championships, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, the Sinquefield Cup, Grand Chess Tour Finals, Chess 9 LX, and the US Championships.
Well,
so which one is your favorite?
I like the US Chess Championships, but I also like the seniors and juniors. You know, those seniors, those were people that I was growing up with as a teenager. They were the young superstars of their day. Now it's nice to see them play again.
And I also heard that Magnus Carlsen is joining the tournament in Croatia.
This is what, we just heard. Yeah, he may join other places too.
Wow, that's a great treat for all chess fans and players.
Right, yeah.
Rex, and we were also talking about this special award established by Genie, the Chess Queens Award. Are you happy about what's happening during this event?
Yes, I am. I'll be happy to spend some of that money. It'll be money well spent. And I hope we can promote and get 5 grandmasters. That would be too much to wish for, but we can still wish for it.
And on another note, more artistic, I know that a chess musical is coming to Broadway. It was here in St. Louis. Can you tell us more about it? I know you're sponsoring it.
You know, you normally expect New York to follow St. Louis. Whatever we do here, they pick up there. Like we play baseball, so they play baseball. You know what I'm talking about. No, I think it's very exciting. We saw it last year here at the Municipal Opera in St. Louis, and it was truly amazing. I was familiar with it, and the music is fantastic, I have to say, especially One Night in Bangkok. But it's just really good, and I'm sure the folks from New York, while they're a really good second team, I'm sure they'll do a good job. That was a joke.
And has the chess club success here in St. Louis outgrown anything that you thought it would?
Oh, it's way beyond my expectations, but that's because of Joy Bray and our tremendous staff, you know, at the World Chess Hall of Fame and the Chess Club. They all do such a great job.
So when you think about the beginnings, what were really your expectations with starting a chess club? We know the joke with your wife who said, like, how much a chess club can cost.
I know,
Just do
yeah,
it.
that's right. She did say that. He told me he's starting a chess club. I thought, what can that cost? So, but it's exceeded all expectations. It really has. And I think that's probably true of anybody who describes what they were thinking about at the time. Nobody could have thought that much of it because it wasn't a total novelty, because something like this did exist in St. Louis in 1870. The St. Louis Chess Club then had all of the best players in the world visit it on a regular basis. It's kind of sad to think that died. Can't let that happen here. But it was fun reading about that, what it must have been like in the city at that time.
And well, we've talked about chess musical. If we use the phrase from One Night in Bangkok, the creme de la creme of the chess world is here in St. Louis. Well, this is not even happening metaphorically. Chess players are gathering here every year for so many events, and I think that there are more than 300 events organized by St. Louis Chess Club per year.
That's what they tell me. You know, I just do what they tell me to do. I follow Joy's instructions.
And also, Rex, the St. Louis Chess Club has changed thousands of lives of the children here in the school districts, because I know the chess club is working with so many, over 100 schools.
Over 100 schools, yes. And my favorite program actually is one that I think we started called Chess Cops, where we train the police officers how to teach chess to kids. And they go into the inner city schools and teach those children. And then they have regular contests with them as well. I think that's a wonderful thing because both sides get to see each other in an entirely different way.
I think it's wonderful that we are focusing not only at the top players, but also just to grow the game of chess in the community and help these relations and maybe cultural divides also between
that's
people.
Right. And it's good for children to see police that way. Usually, the only way I encounter a police officer is if he's standing at my window after he's pulled me over. You know?
So this is maybe a better way that they can shake hands and play. Well, thank you so much, Rex, for everything you are doing for Chess Club. We are so glad that you are supporting the chess scene here in the United States, but also the women's chess in the world.
Yes,
thank you,
Rex,
so
much.
For
Pleasure.
all those
thank
wonderful initiatives.
Thank you.
And let's go now to Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you, Katya, and thank you, Rex and Jeannie, for everything you do, and especially the Cairns Cup. Well, breaking news. I mean, you know, trumpet sounds galore. The move Rook D1 by Carissa had a very clear aim. I'm going to play Bishop H7 check to the king with a discovered attack against the queen. Alice absolutely saw this. This is no question, but she made a huge error in judgment as she simply ignored her opponent's threat and played Bishop G7. It almost begs the question, well, Alice, if you wanted to sacrifice your queen, why don't you at least activate your rook and take a pawn so you would get a rook, bishop, and a pawn for the queen? Alice didn't do that. She just played the move Bishop G7, and Carissa is, I think, well, no other way of saying it, but enjoying the moment. Because after Bishop H7 check, King takes H7, Rook takes. At first blush, you look at the position and you say, okay, I got a Rook and a Bishop for a Queen. Obviously, this is, from a material point of view, very, very good for Carissa. But then you look at the resulting position. Your Rook's under attack, clear. Your pawn is under attack, clear, and you would like to make moves that address both threats. Well, amazingly enough, there's one which I really, really like. I like playing the move B3. What? Well, no more Rook takes B2. That's absolutely clear. But after Bishop takes E5 check, let's just play Queen E4 check. I know the engine likes the move F5, but let's imagine King G8, Queen takes. Now let's assess the resulting material point of view. Now it's two rooks versus a queen, but remember that move G7, G5, and lifting the security shield in front of your king? Well, it's going to be costly because with this queen on E5, not just patrolling that diagonal, but more importantly, patrolling this diagonal, White is going to play knight E4, knight F6. My trusty chess engine over here is saying plus 2.6, even close to a 3-pawn advantage for Carissa. At this moment, Carissa Yip is cruising towards her maiden Cairns Cup title. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser, and what a dramatic turn of events. But we have a move on the board. Carissa decided to play Rook E2, and I think that Alice can grab the pawn on B2, and she goes for it. I think that Carissa is still winning, but this adds a little something, you know, to the drama today, Katerina. I think that after Rook B2, the position is less clear now. Carissa is still winning, but Alice is seeking for a counterplay.
Alice will want to do something with her two bishops, right? This pair of bishops can be extremely strong. So I'm wondering if Carissa goes knight e4 with the idea maybe knight f6, then she gives up another pawn, but she allows a trade, she forces maybe a trade on another piece. So maybe is that a way to go?
Well, I'm not sure that after knight f6 here, are we supposed to take? Let's see, knight f6.
Well, black to move. So let's say rook takes a2.
Rook a2. Knight f6.
Knight f6.
So like, if we don't take, I wanted to play king h8 to keep this bishop alive. You might as well play knight h5, threaten this bishop, and things are getting dangerous. But the thing is, I can also activate my rooks. Can I do something here? Rook d1,
and it looks like this is also not going to happen because Carissa just gave a check. Queen e4.
Let's have a look at this check. This is the current position on the board. Queen f4. So driving my king to h8, I suppose.
Or g8.
Or g8.
Probably h8.
Let's have it on h8 here. And so, okay, the knight is on freeze here.
So now we can capture on c6.
Maybe. Yes, let's try this as well. Because I think it's important to leave the knight on c3, because not only that it protects the pawn on a2, but it doesn't allow you to invade the first rank.
Right.
Yes, so yes, that's why I wanted to keep it there.
The knight is guarding these two important squares.
So queen c6 is a very important move because you're protecting the knight. And of course you can take it because you will lose the house, as Yaser will say, I think, so with everything. So after queen a4, say king h8 and queen c6.
How can black complicate the matters now?
For the moment, I don't think that you can take queen c7 because you will always have this reply rook c8 and rook c3.
All right, so the rook on b2 is not doing much anymore, so let's go rook b6.
Rook b6.
To target the queen and force her to go away. And again, as you are saying, now capturing that pawn, that is very dangerous. That's a poisonous pawn because after
queen c7,
after rook c8, yes, black is going to capture that knight on c3.
But
no
queen going to jump in here because
queen a7.
Yeah, there's some tactics like queen a7.
Maybe now you can take.
So Nazi, tell us more about this position.
Yes, it's a complicated position. Of course, we know Carissa is winning. She's up material. But the engine really didn't like this rook e2 move, dropping the pawn on b2. She's still better, but instead, if she just started with b3 or immediately rook takes e6, it was more than +2. Now, after rook e2 and in this line, so you were looking at king moves, queen c6. By the way, best moves, rook c8. But white is still better. After queen a7, we first have to move the hanging rook, probably back to b2. Then knight is now officially attacked twice, so we absolutely have to move it. Black picks up on a2. And honestly, I think black's not going to lose this position. But we know, given the tournament situation, that Alice needs a win. I don't see her winning this position at all. But I also wanted to go a little bit back and share something with you. So during the break, Dariusz, grandmaster who's helping us here, shared this with me that we think Alice's prep was this. When she played this, she was expecting queen d2 move, which is very natural to not allow doubling up the pawns. And she wanted to play g5 and go into this line, which would be a great choice for her for today's matchup. Queen h6, king e7, and we know Carissa, she would go for this line. Take bishop b6. Now, objectively, and according to the engine, it's triple zeros, but this is exactly what Alice wanted. She's up a piece. Yes, it's a draw, but one wrong move, one inaccuracy, and then black will just stay up a piece. So it was a very good prep, but when Carissa played h3 and then followed up with e5, there's a great practical choice. She avoided all those complications and sacrifices and simplified the position so much. And the key moment was here when Alice played bishop f8. That was just not a good move. She was supposed to play bishop d6, or at least after rook d1, come back bishop d6. This was absolutely necessary. Then rook has to go back and king g7. White's not worse, of course. White is slightly better, but there's play. She can still complicate this position. I can't explain bishop g7. Maybe it's a psychological thing, right? After you play bishop f8, then if you play bishop d6, you think to yourself, well, why did I just waste that tempo? I could have gone bishop d6. And now
But we don't think that Alice missed bishop take h7, right? She's
No, of
just
course
taking
not. Yes.
huge risk, saying, you know, I need to play for a win, so let's go to even worse position, but imbalanced.
I agree with you, but yeah, maybe this was not the best way to do it, because now, even if Carissa doesn't win this, it feels like White's not risking anything, right? How is Black supposed to win this position?
Yeah, I don't know. But the two bishops, yeah, no, I think it's an extreme risk from Alice.
Absolutely. I think Carissa feels very comfortable now that she's not risking much here at all. She doesn't have to push for a win. I think if she at some point finds a way to maybe give some material back and force a draw, she will probably take it.
Okay, thank you, Nazi. So, do we have any move in the
Katerina.
game of Alice, Lee, and Carissa Yip? No. So Alice is still thinking where to go with the king. So maybe let's check in at another game, Almira?
Yes, I wanted to propose that we check the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Bibisara Assaubayeva. I always had a feeling that Nino's games are so entertaining. She's fighting all the time. So we left this game here. Let's find out if I'm right or not. You know, things are about to heat up. I have this feeling. Knight b5, of course, was played. Queen a5, and oh, she wants to take on a7, but it might be very dangerous. Okay, let's see.
Bishop captures
Bishop
a7.
a7.
Okay.
This is a very risky move. You know, Nino wants to win this game. But, you know, one of the drawbacks of this opening compared to the Sicilian, of course, the Dragon, is that when you don't play e4, Black should always calculate the move d5. And here it comes to mind immediately because, you know, the knight on b5 is hanging. So what do you think, Katerina? I don't even know what happened in the game. Let's check. Oh, it was
d5
played.
on the board,
Okay, d5
immediately
is on the board.
targeting that pawn on c4.
Great play from Bibisara. d5 is a perfect way to counter such, let's say, psychological attacks like bishop a7 and knight b5. Even though that Nino won a pawn, I feel that she's in danger right now.
And we understand that move a4. The a4 move is really making sure that we are defending this knight well enough, because otherwise there is a threat if you don't defend the knight, that this pawn is simply going to capture this pawn, and then two pieces are attacking the knight, and the knight is up for grabs.
But Katerina, look what happened. Knight c5, great play. Like rook a7 first.
Sacrificing
yes,
exchange.
And knight c5,
Knight c5.
because she's simply winning this knight back.
I see the engine is giving it an exclamation point. So knight c5, a very strong move by Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Of course, first rook a7. I think this is the very good move. Then simple tactics, knight c5. What can you do here? Because the c file is going to be open. So how can you... Ah, wait. What about queen e3? And if you take on a7 immediately, don't I have this move before here?
I think I have knight g4 intermediate move.
Oh, knight
because with knight g4,
g4
I'm targeting your queen. Because otherwise, yes, I'm in big trouble. There is this pin, you are putting pressure on this knight. But with knight g4, I'm forcing your queen to go away.
Katerina, we are forced, you are forcing me, but we are forced to continue because I have to take on e7 in this line. And if your knight goes away, I will grab the bishop. So
I continue with bishop f8.
But bishop f8, then I thought that I have queen g5 and this is it.
Or bishop f6? Maybe
bishop f6, yes, is a very...
Wait, I'm going to be trapping the queen.
Let's find out. But no. Queen g6, what do you do here?
So I can continue...
I am...
Probably rook c6.
I have to attack all your pieces here. But queen f4. And then you think, I'm wondering, maybe this will not be enough because I have a lot of pawns for
I will
the
go
two
here
pieces.
and I'm going to be putting pressure on this pawn because look, this queen is now, together with those two knights, targeting this pawn on f2.
This position is wild. I literally don't know what is going on. Can I take on d5? Then you will take on f2 probably. Okay, so
I'll trade the rook first.
This is a very dangerous position, but I feel that we need the computer to calculate this line.
But in these dangerous positions, I feel like Black has the pair of bishops, right?
You're absolutely right. By the way, Katerina, I thought that maybe here Bishop f8 was also possible because queen g5, the knight is not hanging. You know, we forgot maybe about this. So after queen g5,
I still have knight e4 with the tempo on the queen.
Knight e4 with the tempo and
you capture on
f2.
Now there's queen takes. I mean, it's very complicated.
Very
we need to
complicated.
calculate accurately what we want to accomplish.
This is a perfect line, by the way. You can just continue with queen d5.
Ah, we should continue. This is the definition of a tactical skirmish. Yes, I think so. If you're looking in the dictionary, you don't need anything more than this position. So queen d5, knight f2.
No, maybe bishop c6.
Ah, bishop c6 first.
Queen d4.
Queen d4, yes, we need to interpose our queen, otherwise...
And queen takes a4. And it's -1, but it's very complicated.
Oh, but now if we continue with b5...
You have to be careful about, you know, with b5, you are giving up this square,
bishop
so
c5,
then my bishop is going to go there.
Yes, but otherwise, like, the knight is lost, you know, so you have to continue if bishop c5 here, that's the only move.
Then you can play rook a1.
Okay. The line goes on, so bishop d4, but then rook a4.
Yeah, then white is fine, but queen b4.
Queen b4.
And guess what? Take on c6.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
It's about time.
And
take on d4 back.
Take on d4, knight d4, so this is hanging. Should we take on f2 here?
I think it's time with the g knight.
With the g knight, okay. So rook f2.
Rook f to b1.
You can't guess anything here. But
no,
okay, rook f1 makes sense. We want to support the pawn capturing on b7 and then promoting.
We are having fun because Yaser is not the only one, you know, to have fun in this studio. So we have to analyze those complicated positions. So
queen c4.
No, queen c4. Should we take on b7 now?
Absolutely.
Okay, we should.
Rook b8.
Rook b8, and now we have to do something about this one.
Rook a8 first.
Rook a8 first.
And here, knight h3 is the best move to take on d4 with the check.
Oh.
The only way black still keeps the advantage is if we take on h3.
Just don't go king h1.
But if I go king h1,
then knight e to f2 checkmate.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Beautiful knight checkmate. Just to display it for everybody. Oof.
Yes, I forgot about this checkmate. Yes.
So after knight h3, I'm just going to finish this bishop takes, queen d4, king has to move, and queen d8, and it's just -1. And it's all, most of them are forced moves. It could easily happen.
Wow, very complicated position. And let's take a look where these two players are in the standings. Bibisara Assaubayeva suffered a big loss yesterday against Carissa Yip, so she's with 3.5 points. But Nino Batsiashvili, she won yesterday against Humpy Koneru, a very important and first win in the tournament for her, and she's at 3 points.
And no one wants to finish the tournament on the last place. Yes, she's fighting with the white pieces. What I love about Nino, not only that her games are incredibly entertaining all the time. By the way, we all remember that she was completely winning with the black pieces against Carissa. And, you know, their tournament trajectory could have been completely different, you know, if this game would have gone Nino's way. So she is finding all those creative ideas, and she wants to win this game.
And let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you, Katya. And you ladies have been riding a tactical tiger, and none of you could jump off because you were afraid that a tiger will bite you. I'm keeping my eye on our key matchup between Carissa and Alice Lee. And while I thought that Carissa could have played it a little bit better, she's definitely having everything under control. And it keeps coming back. It keeps coming back that Carissa should give up her exchange for one of the two black bishops. If we go back to the very start of all of this business, and as Nasi pointed out way back here, if Carissa just starts with b3, there are no complications. There's no rook takes b2. We keep our structure intact. You basically have to capture the bishop, capture the rook and give up your bishop. So now you're giving up the dark squared bishop, and isn't it interesting that Carissa would be happy to jump? In the current position, after rook e2, not so good, Queen e4, I like this move, queen e4 check, by the way. I like the stutter step. I've been looking at the move rook b4. As you've pointed out, rook b6, queen takes a7. Next move, knight e4. There's only a 2-result game, right? But rook b4 does have this nice benefit of threatening rook to c4, and thanks to the bishop on g7, to try to throw the game into some kind of chaos. Queen takes c7, rook c8, again, trying to get some tactics going in your favor. Computer rules it out completely. Computer goes rook takes e6, just giving up the exchange, and after f takes e6, just planking the knight on e4. I was looking at a variation I thought was kind of funny that went rook d4, c3, any rook c4, I've got a check in the corner, or I've got a check on e8, so check, king, check. You want to attack the king? Well, lots of luck. There's nothing going on there. Check, king here, queen here. And the computer says, that's it, game over. After king f8, you've got knight f6. The queen just is overwhelming. So after the move rook b4, what Carissa has to understand is the two bishops are the glue in the position. And if she takes one of Alice's bishops, specifically the bishop on e6, and then plays on the light squares, it's really a 2-result game. Carissa Yip is in prime position to win her first Cairns Cup. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. And let's see what is at stake today. Winner takes all. If Carissa wins or draws, she earns her second grandmaster norm and wins the tournament. If Alice wins, she earns her first grandmaster norm and wins the tournament. But Yaser, you're absolutely right. She needs to deprive Alice of all counterplay in their game. Let's have a look at how they got here.
Yes, here we see that Carissa Yip, she started slowly with a loss in the first round, draw in the second, and we see another loss in the fourth round, but then she started winning, and once Carissa starts, you cannot stop her. 4 wins in a row, and today it looks like she may have another win, while Alice Lee, she started really strong, leading the tournament with 2 out of 2, then some draws, then her first loss in the tournament in round 6, but guess what, she was able to bounce back really quickly with another win in the round 7 and yesterday draw.
Katerina, this draw in the second round for Carissa looks almost, well, it is an anomaly. You know, she needs a 1 or a 0 and it will be a perfect code. The players are still fully concentrated. Will Carissa take on e6? Because this move can bring her the victory in the tournament. And it's so important, of course, to understand how powerful those bishops are on e6 and on c3, on g7. So let's have a look at this
if you just check the clock, you see Carissa Yip having 32 minutes on her clock, while Alice having 1 hour. So Alice has a 30 minutes advantage, but it's about the position where it looks like Carissa is the one pushing for a win.
She is pushing. The thing is, she might as well play this move because this threat of rook c4 is so important that how should you parry this? You can't play rook e6 out of necessity. And maybe, yes, maybe we shouldn't take here immediately. Yes, I think that we can even take...
You can take on e6.
Play knight e4. No, because Yaser was suggesting that you can play knight e4, of course, but I was thinking maybe she can also have another move in her side, so queen e6, then you will take on c3, and I think that...
Well, if you take...
Are you having a perpetual here?
So that's the thing, if you go here, take here, I will take on h6, only move, and now I will take on g5, and I'm going to get this rook back.
Okay, so yes, you can take there. Let's try once again, but after taking on e6, can we play something like rook b6 now? How can we activate those rooks? So you still have to protect your knight.
All right, I go back with my queen, queen c4.
Queen c4. How can we double those rooks? Maybe now. Okay, I understand the idea. Maybe we can also try and get closer to this pawn, but you will always have knight e4 here. Knight e4 was very interesting, but I am actually wondering why not queen e6 first. Queen e6. If rook d6, then queen e8. Nothing has changed. King h7. Ah, okay, maybe we should cut the board with our rooks. Maybe this is an interesting possibility. So, and Carissa has only 29 minutes left. So how many moves do we have in this game?
I think it's
17 more moves.
17 more moves. So, like, Nazi, what about queen e6?
Rook e6?
No, but rook e6. Rook e6 first, then f takes e6. And Yaser was analyzing a very interesting idea here, because was it here with queen e4 and c3? Yes, something like this, because then you had always this idea with queen e8, queen f7, and knight f6. But can we play the direct queen e6?
Yes, it's definitely playable, and white is still better. I think Yaser was just showing the engine's top line, which is knight e4. This is maybe more natural to play. And here, best move for black is to go rook b2, just hunt the pawns again. Knight d5, only move to still have a big advantage. But it makes sense, of course. After we take one of the pawns, we're playing knight e7, or f6, actually. Again, let's not forget, white is happy with the draw. So, of course, if you take, you're losing the rook. What do we do? Because there's some threats now coming, right? With the idea to force you to take on f6. Rook a5, just to stop white from going queen f5. Just c4.
Pushing pawn forward.
Yeah. Because what does black do? You would love to jump over the rook and go a4, but that's not possible. And your rook, can it stay on the 5th rank?
So rook c5?
I think there's queen e7. That's what I want to do as well. But yeah, this queen is too strong in this position, and two rooks can be as good as queen if they're working together really well. But here, as you can see, they're kind of separated.
This rook, I play rook f8? I have to kick.
Yeah, this rook is stuck defending. The last rank, maybe knight d5. So maybe now I'll get to the g6 square.
But ladies, none of that is going to happen because Carissa did not capture on e6. She did not want to give that exchange back. And she played queen c5. How do you feel about that move, Nazi?
It's not bad. Is she provoking maybe rook c4?
Queen e7, probably the only move, yes? Here.
Yes, queen e7, only move, but a good move. On rook b8, now knight e4.
Oh, but now she can maybe bring another rook to... You can give check first here, can you?
Or bishop e5.
Check on b1?
Just
okay, it's threaten the mate on the
first rank. Checkmate.
Knight g3. Yeah, engine loves this for white, but it's not that obvious looking at the board. I mean, it says +3, completely winning, even allowing the check and going to the first rank. But, okay, so bishop is hanging. I guess if we go here, oh, this is what is winning. Rook takes e6, and then I'm picking everything up with checks. So let's see, f takes e, queen f7, queen takes e6. Now I'm taking h6 as well, and I have like queen and 2 pawns against 2 rooks, and black king is completely open.
And black cannot even capture on c2, because if you capture, then I'm going to pick up the rook after this, and queen
g6 and picking those up. So queen c5, a good move. Maybe Alice can try, can she go a5? Because since white cannot take on a5 yet, the knight on c3 is hanging. Maybe just to hold on to the rook on the b4 square. Still knight e4? Yeah, knight e4 is still playable.
But I think that rook c4 is such a natural move here, so we should analyze this line once again. Rook c4, queen e7, so rook b8.
Not forced, but yeah, best move. And knight e4.
Knight e4, so is there anything we can do here? Ah, but we cannot play bishop f8, queen f6, queen... Bishop g7, it's a draw.
That's a draw, of course.
Yes, those, king g8 you want, so...
This is playable, but, excuse me, every time black avoids the draw, they're walking into a worse position. And that's what's wrong in this game that Alice absolutely has to play for a win. That's why she's taking so many risks and sacrificing pieces.
Yes, white can actually blackmail black all the time with this draw offer. But I think that Bibisara is winning. We were analyzing this game. What happened? Nino blundered. Let's check.
Okay, so they were looking in the way that we played, right? So let's just... Okay, here we finished.
Yes, we analyzed this line just before it happened on the board. So b4.
Knight g4.
Knight g4, queen e7. This is a very straightforward line. So bishop f8, she decided to play queen h4, because I think we were also looking at queen g5, because to eye the pawn on d5. But what happened here now? So knight e4, perfect play from Bibisara.
Computer gives it an exclamation point, and we talked about this knight on e4. It's really putting pressure on that pawn on f2. There are just so many pieces cooperating together, and this queen also, we have to be careful for this queen not being trapped by some... I cannot do that right now, but if I had bishop e7, then this queen could be in big danger.
But that's why it was absolutely crucial, I think, to play queen g5 here, so that you could have taken the pawn on d5 after knight e4, and the line continues.
And we had that crazy variation.
Yes, we know
bishop
how
c6.
complicated it is. Queen d4, you know, this queen a4. This is madness, but somehow it works, yes, for black. So,
but at least the queen, the white queen in the center, is somewhat active. Now, what happened in the game?
The queen on h4 is absolutely out of play.
Yeah.
Maybe she was counting on something like knight g5, but you know, this is just one threat. You can always parry it with h6. And after knight e4, she is thinking. We're not losing our queen here, Katerina. What do you think?
So let's take a look at your move now. Queen g5. I like it. I mean, I want to get rid of one of the knights that is targeting the pawn on f2.
Which move do you
Knight
want?
g5.
Ah, yes, knight g5. You don't want to take on d5 because just in case.
Let's just start with knight g5.
Knight g5. So we are threatening mate in 1. So black is forced to take on g5, of course. But what about bishop h6 at the end of the line? Can I win something else?
That's a strong move. And the problem is that it's going to be very difficult for this rook to recapture, because again, this rook needs to be here to guard this f2 square because of this queen.
Wait, Katerina, don't give up so quickly. I was just thinking about queen e7. So now if you take on c1, I'm not capturing on c1, but I will take on d7 with a double attack.
A lot of pieces are hanging.
So even though we are
but I can
a piece up, what's happening? Yes, rook c4 protecting the knight.
But we have bishop takes d5.
Yes, bishop d5. We have to continue. And who is better here? Attacking the rook.
I think maybe white is actually fine here, because I would like to play this move knight e5, but the problem is you have a double attack after queen e8.
But okay, let's continue this line, of course, just to show how interesting chess is. Queen e5 and then check, and you're winning the rook.
Yeah, so this is not good news for black. So after knight g5, maybe that bishop h6 is too slow. So let's take a think.
Maybe Nino wanted...
because capturing the knight is not completely forced. But we can play even h6 or h5.
Oh, h6 or h5. But let's force.
I think, Nazi, we need some help. How do we continue here after white's knight g5?
Yeah, you came to the right conclusion that knight g5 is the best move. And h6, simply h6. I mean, you can take knight takes g5, but h6, knight e4, and simply take back. Bishop takes c4?
Yes, do.
All right, rook e8. Game goes on. You have to move your bishop somewhere, let's say d5, and then just take on b4. So I have two pieces for a rook and 2 pawns. So materially, white's doing fine, but it's the position, right? Queen is completely out of play. Your pawns are also hanging, both e2 and a4. And evaluation is minus 2.5.
Wow. It's also, yeah, as you are mentioning, just the queen is so much out of the play, and I'm worried about bishop c5 maybe on the next
We have a move. h3 was played. Okay, now Bibisara has a very nice winning move. It's not forced. she can simply step back. But look at this move, knight e3. It's a beauty. So let's show why white cannot take. Queen takes e3. It's not that obvious, actually, right? Because king has 2 squares. Actually, it doesn't matter which way you go. I'm playing bishop d6. And you can't defend g3. I would go king h1 just to avoid, losing my queen with a check. But is my queen still trapped? I think I'm still losing the queen because knight g3 is coming with the check. And what else can I do besides sacrifice the queen?
Wow, what a beautiful, quiet move, bishop d6, and just the position for white is collapsing.
It's very beautiful.
But this line is crazy. First of all, after h3, you know, like a human being would try and take on f2, knight f2. You know, what is happening in this position?
This is not as winning because of c5.
Okay, c5 is Nino's idea. And I feel that it was essential in this game to keep the b4 pawn alive. So if after knight f2, c5 is
we need
closing the diagonal.
Absolutely close it. But the thing is, you can't keep it closed for too long. Black's best move here is just b6. You can take your time to open this diagonal. You're not in a rush because white still can get out of the situation. Anytime I take here, you just take back and then take on c5 and everything comes back to this king, right? Take bishop c5.
The dark square bishop is always going to be so amazing here for black.
It's so strong and black's position is so winning that engine here says simply play king g7. You don't have to rush. White is still up a pawn, yes, but black's position is absolutely fantastic. But I don't know. We know Bibisara is a very tactical player. I think she's going to calculate knight e3. Thing is, it's not forcing white to take on e3. On the other hand, no matter what I do, it's -3.
I mean, I want to take the rook and then on f2.
Which rook?
On f1.
F1,
yes, absolutely, and threatening mate on f2. So maybe start with knight g5 just to at least get rid of one of these very annoying knights.
But your piece down here, no? Like after knight g5.
Yes,
f1?
yeah, absolutely.
This is it?
Yeah, piece down. You could say I still have something because knight is somewhat trapped, but knight g3, queen g3. And
he wants to play
bishop c6 or something. And yeah, white has 2 pawns for the piece, but it's not enough here. As you can see, white's king is still exposed, and black's extra piece is a really good piece.
And black is going to start picking up those pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, this is a very fun position for sure. And Bibisara has 43 minutes, so she shouldn't rush and find knight e3. But even if she goes simply knight f6, it's still more than -2. Nino's position is just really, really bad here. And there's no quick way to fix it.
Yes, queen h4 was probably the turning point in this game and the crucial mistake. Because Nino, she got tempted by this pawn on a7. She took it and, well, so many complications appeared on the board, but we had the feeling all the way that Bibisara is better and has a lot of tactical possibilities.
She is a very aggressive player, so my bet would be that she is going to play knight e3. But she has some time to think, so let's switch to another game, and the game may be between Mariya, Muzychuk and Humpy, Koneru. We have some developments there.
So let's bring this game to you.
So we saw it after his bishop d5 move. So black decided to trade the bishop because, yes, there was this opportunity for white to maybe go after that bishop. So black is helping white's pawn structure, but at least getting rid of the bishop.
But we understood that white is forcing black to take because there was no chance that she could have kept the bishop on d5. Take on b3, rook e8, rook e3.
We were suggesting this rook lift, transferring the rook to the king side, maybe with some idea of rook g3 and then targeting g7. But this move h4, I really like this move. I think it's extremely typical move in this position. When you see knight on g6, you want to start pushing this pawn to attack that knight and then, you know, maybe have that pressure on the g-file.
Katerina, and the very important thing here is that your queen is protecting the rook on d1 because, you know, you're looking at this position and you want to take on e5, of course, but then what is happening here, by the way?
No, I will take with the pawn.
Yes, with the pawn, okay, because that's why I wanted to show that this is not possible because you simply lose a pawn.
At least just the pawn, not the rook, right?
Yes,
because as you mentioned, the queen is guarding that rook.
But that's why Mariya played h4. the rook is protected, and you can take here with the pawn, and then play h5. But okay, let me continue this variation, because I wanted to play queen g6 in this line, and I think that Mariya wants to take here.
And go to a rook endgame, because Mariya gets to play rook d7. And having rooks on the 7th rank in a rook endgame, it's just promising an advantage.
So how can we continue here? So rook b8. I'm thinking about this pawn.
Play rook f3,
but
putting more pressure on that f7 pawn.
You want to force the rook on f8, yes? Because just to show you my idea, I think that maybe f4 is interesting as well, but then if something like this, f4, rook d8, I want to force your rook out, and then rook d3.
I think that looks good too. Now probably black would play king f8.
Just a second, let's continue this variation once again. Queen g6, so queen g6, rook d7, rook b8. This is forced, and then f4, let's say, Let's say, are you going to take and play king f8?
Yes, so I will take the rook.
Just want to show how unpleasant this might be, because even if you play king f8, let's say I would like to bring my king closer.
King e8. I mean, it is absolutely so unpleasant for me, because your rook is just so active on the 7th rank.
Maybe I can keep the rook here.
But now I will try to activate my rook and go for some trades. Maybe I will start with the move.
And just to show you that there is another idea which is also very interesting here, is to play e6 and f takes e6 and rook g7. It might be actually winning.
This actually I think is winning, because then you will capture the pawn on g6 and you have a passer on the h file.
So then we shouldn't play rook c7. I think this is very important, and those ideas are very thematical in such rook endgames. So rook f4 cementing.
I honestly think the whole idea of trading the knights and trading the queens is just tremendously dangerous for black.
So maybe Humpy shouldn't take on e5.
Yeah,
h5 is coming. Maybe she needs to wait. Can I force something? What if rook d8 now, you know, and now after h5, I'm threatening to take on e5. You no longer have this move at your disposal.
Okay, I like this idea. So now I would...
Maybe knight c4.
Knight c4 is one idea.
Queen f4. Okay.
Maybe f4 could be another.
F4, you're not losing anything after f6?
No, because luckily I still have knight c4.
But queen f4 here. If I can win this pawn, yes, maybe f4.
Okay.
It's a bit too optimistic, Katerina. I know you.
But I definitely have to say I like this move, rook d8. Just finishing development and not doing any trades.
So what can we do? Let's try knight c4 here. Can I win the battle for the e file here and then play?
You know, and let's take a look at the road of Humpy Koneru, because she was also co-leading this event. She started with a win, then 2 draws, another win, draw, win. So after round 6, she was a co-leader, but then she suffered a big loss against, actually, who was it against? That's a good question.
First Carissa.
Oh, first Carissa, right. So that was a big loss for her. Probably very unexpected and just tough, because the next game she played with Nino Batsiashvili with white pieces, and she just took extraordinary risks. She could have just played for a draw, but she risked 2 times in the game unnecessarily, and then she lost her second game. And she's our Cairns Cup champion, but this time she's not playing in the finals.
And our defending champion, Zhongyi, is not even close, you know, to
this just shows how strong this tournament is. 1 year you win it, 2nd year you have, you know, 3 out of 8. It's just really tough event, and it depends how you perform at this specific event.
And 2 American players are on the top.
Sorry, Koneru is also coming out from Norway chess. She's very tired. She also was fighting for the first place there and finished 2nd. was very close to finishing first as well.
And before she was playing also the Grand Prix series, she's performing very well this year, but it all started with the World Rapid Championship, which she won in New York in December. So she was my pick, obviously, but I think the fatigue is starting to take its toll on the players, and it explains maybe her 2 defeats, of course. And one of the youngest players in the field, Carissa, is leading the event. I think that Bibisara is, because since they know each other for such a long time, I suppose they're the same age. And Alice Lee is the youngest player in the event, and she's clear second. A lot of energy
matters.
Yes.
And maybe while Humpy Koneru is thinking, let's check in with our defending champion, Tang Zhongyi. What is happening in her game?
Oh, we've left this game for a while, so let's have a look at how this game developed and how they've traded all the pieces here. Okay, the pawn on f2 was lost here as well. It reminds me of Nino's game, but
against Bibisara.
Okay, so let's have a look here. A4 was actually played, and you remember I told you that black wants to play queen b6, and queen b6 is on the board. Then Nona decided to take on b5.
Yeah, but the best move here was bishop e3.
Yes, we remember
Bishop e3, kind of eyeing that queen and asking black, capture on d4 if you want to, but then I will have a really nice 2 bishops here, one on e3, maybe recapturing with knight, and then the other bishop here. But Nona just captured immediately.
Nona decided to define the position immediately. As you can see, it looks more or less symmetrical, but Nona finished her development already. So bishop takes c5, eyeing this pawn on f2, knight c3, castle, very well played, and bishop f4, so attacking this rook. But I always thought that the rook wants to go to c8 anyway. So let's continue, rook c8. And queen b3, attacking the pawn on b5. So what happened here? And Tang Zhongyi immediately attacked the pawn on f2 by playing knight g4. She forced Nona to take on b5. By the way, is there any way that we can protect this pawn? So can we play e3 here? Because I'm wondering what will happen to this bishop.
It can be trapped, maybe e5.
Can you win it immediately? Yes, unless I can play h3, but this is it's a very bad version of getting back your piece, because now you can take
But I
e3.
can even start, I think, I mean, maybe, yes, and taking it then on e3, but maybe I can start even here with knight takes f2.
Yes,
just weakening immediately this pawn and then recapturing the bishop. And
you're absolutely right. So e3 wasn't possible there, so that's why Nona, maybe she missed this move, I have this feeling that, we are not always looking at those. So knight g4, queen b5, bishop f2, king h1, bishop c6, forcing the queen trade, and those powerful bishops, Katerina, look at them. h3, knight e3, so Tang played this game very well. For the moment, I feel that she's pressuring Nona. Maybe she's even slightly better because of this pair of bishops, rook d8.
Okay, and maybe let's see what is happening in the Alice's game now, because we may have some changes there.
I think Alice has been thinking for the past 20 minutes.
It's wait a second, that's our analysis line, but she
hasn't moved.
She hasn't
Wow,
moved
so she
yet.
spent about 30 minutes on this move right now, because she had a 30 minutes, I think, advantage. So maybe 20 minutes she spent. So she's really figuring out what to do here. Just incredibly important game between Alice Lee and Carissa Yip. Carissa Yip leading the event with half a point extra compared to Alice Lee, which means Carissa only needs a draw to clinch the tournament and win her second GM norm. So an important game. And we will be back.
One of the great names in women's chess is Polgar. Let's take a look at the incredible Polgar sisters.
When you think of chess, you might picture grandmasters like Garry Kasparov or Bobby Fischer. But three sisters from Hungary forever changed the game: Susan, Sofia, and Judith Polgar. Raised under a revolutionary educational philosophy, they shattered barriers, rewrote records, and redefined what was possible for women in chess. Born in Budapest, Hungary, to Laszlo and Klara Polgar, the three sisters were part of an experiment and nurturing genius. Laszlo believed that exceptional talent could be developed with the right environment, and instead of traditional schooling, the sisters were homeschooled with chess as a central focus. His philosophy was simple: geniuses are made, not born. The Polgar sisters proved him right. The eldest, Susan Polgar, born in 1969, was the first to make waves in the chess world. A child prodigy, she dominated competitions from a young age and became the first woman to earn the title of International Grandmaster through tournament play in 1991. She also held the Women's World Chess Championship from 1996 to 1999 and was undefeated in women's chess Olympiads, playing 56 games without a defeat and leading Hungary to victory in 1988 and 1990. After moving to the United States, Susan helped the American team achieve its best ever finish in the 2004 Chess Olympiad. She later transitioned to coaching, establishing the Texas Tech Knight Raiders, and later building a championship dynasty with the Webster University Gorloks. Through the Susan Polgar Foundation, she has introduced thousands of children to chess, emphasizing its role in education and personal development. Recognized for her impact, Susan has been inducted into both the World and U.S. Chess Halls of Fame. Sofia Polgar, born in 1974, was known as the artist of the family for her imaginative and dynamic style of play. While she did not pursue chess professionally to the same extent as her sisters, her brilliance on the board was undeniable. At the age of 14, she stunned the chess world with an extraordinary performance at a tournament in Rome, scoring 8.5 out of 9 against a field of grandmasters. This feat, known as the Sack of Rome, cemented her reputation as a prodigy. Sofia was also part of Hungary's gold medal-winning Olympiad teams in 1988 and 1990. Though she later focused more on coaching and teaching, her contributions to chess remain profound. Her artistic nature extends beyond the game, as she has a deep appreciation for visual arts and creative expression, complementing her inventive approach to chess. The youngest, Judith Polgar, born in 1976, was the most dominant of the three. She holds the record for being the youngest to be ranked in the FIDE Top 100 players. Judith achieved this on the January 1989 rating list, when at the age of 12, she was tied for number 55 in the world. No player before or since has cracked the top 100 in the world at such a young age. Then at 15, Judith became the youngest grandmaster in the history at the time, breaking Bobby Fischer's record. Unlike most female players, Judith refused to compete in women-only tournaments, believing chess should be about skill, not gender. She played and triumphed against the very best, defeating multiple world champions, including Anatoly Karpov and Vishwanathan Anand. Judith remains the only woman to ever surpass a 2,700 rating, to be ranked in the top 10 in the world, and to compete in a candidates tournament, the next to last stage in the World Championship cycle. She was also the first woman to seriously contend for the Open World Chess Championship, participating in the 2005 tournament for FIDE's version of the crown. Since retiring in 2014, Judith has become a leading advocate for chess and education, using the game to teach critical thinking and problem-solving skills. In 2021, her legacy was cemented with her induction into the World Chess Hall of Fame. The Polgar sisters didn't just play chess, they transformed it. Their achievements paved the way for a new generation of women in chess, proving that gender should never be a barrier in the game of intellect. From Susan's trailblazing victories to Sofia's creative genius and Judith's groundbreaking dominance, their legacy is one of brilliance, perseverance, and breaking boundaries.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back to the last round of Cairns Cup, and let's check the standings. To start with, we have a sole leader, Carissa Yip, with 5.5 points, clear second, Alice Lee, and these Americans are going to decide everything with their game today. We have a 2-way tie for third place, Humpy, Koneru, and Harika Dronavalli with 4.5 points, but then also important is the tie for the 5th place, Nona Dzagnidze and Alina Kashlinskaya. If any of these players win, they can challenge the standings. And let's check the pairings for this round. We have Nino Batsiashvili playing Bibisara Assaubayeva, Harika Dronavalli against Alina Kashlinskaya, Nona Dzagnidze playing Zhongyi. Now the big match that's going to decide who will win this tournament, Carissa Yip against Alice Lee, and Mariya Muzychuk playing Humpy Koneru.
Katerina, all games are still in progress. We don't know yet the name of our winner, but we know that the winner of this event is going to be American. Carissa Yip is a clear favorite to win this event. We saw the statistics, probabilities, but she's also white, and she is fighting for the first place in this event. She's clearly better. The thing is that Alice Lee is desperately looking for a hidden resource in this position. How can she complicate the matters? And let's bring this game on your screens. This is the position. Carissa is looking.
So just to kind of review, Alice Lee, she did sacrifice her queen to have some imbalanced position and go for some tricks, because again, Alice needs to win this game.
So I think that we analyze this move, knight e4, and Carissa is looking at this direction.
And just the move was played, knight e4 on the board.
It's a very natural move here. You want to bring your knight to f6 and threaten a few mates if you can. And you want black to force and trade the bishops here, at least one of the bishops. But the thing is, you can play bishop f8 here, but white can always blackmail black with this check. So if you play bishop g7, then I will play bishop b7. It's a draw.
It's a draw, and that's great news for Carissa, who would win this tournament with this draw and clinch her second grandmaster norm.
So can we start with this move? Bishop e5. I want to mate you, Katerina. I want to play rook b1, mate. Or maybe...
I think Nazi was saying that here the best move is knight g3.
Knight g3.
Simply saying, you know, now my rook is targeting two of your bishops, and at any moment that I like, I may sacrifice my rook to simplify the position. And again, once, you know, I take here, maybe you recapture, and if your bishop is on d6, then my queen will easily make perpetual check here.
What I wanted to check here with you, because after rook b1, we only had a look at the move knight f1.
By the way, Almira, we have a move on the board.
Already? Okay, let's
Alice
have a
just
look.
played rook c6. So let's take a look what is the thought behind this move. So rook c6, just dropping back to guard this bishop on e6 anytime the rook will want to capture it.
But at the same time, maybe it allows...
So maybe the trick is that after this I'm trapping the queen.
No, but I don't want to play knight f6 immediately. I want you to leave the 8th rank. Then I will play knight f6. But how about another move? Can I play knight c5 here and force you to play bishop f8? And here is my draw. Otherwise, I will take on e6. You know, it's not about winning this game anymore, because we know that draw guarantees Carissa the title and the grandmaster norm. So all
the bar is suggesting that white is winning and white has a giant advantage, because just material-wise, it's an advantage for white. But it's not that easy. And again, if you are Carissa, you may not want to risk if there is a chance for a draw.
Of course.
And Nazi, you have some news. Tell us.
Well, it's more of just analysis of this game. So in this position, Alice had to kind of accept the draw with bishop f8 and just make a draw, because first of all, Carissa cannot really play for a... I mean, she can. She can go queen f3 and play for a win, but we know she wouldn't have done that. Because after current move rook c6, white is just so much better, and it's pretty easy. We play knight g3. I want to go knight h5, and there's nothing you can do to keep this bishop alive and not get your position to be worse. I mean, if you try to avoid it, you will just lose.
So what's the difference if now I go bishop f8?
Check. And now, so my knight is better placed. I'll go knight h5. You don't have bishop g7. And,
but I want bishop g7 before.
Okay. And queen f3, and I'm still going knight h5.
Okay.
So that's also with the tempo. Let's not forget, rook is hanging, right? So you have to spend another tempo here, queen e4. And knight h5 is coming. I mean, we know. Alice is just taking risks because of the tournament situation.
But what if knight c5? Does it force
in the current position?
Matters, yes.
Knight c5. Okay.
I think that this move forces the draw, and this is it.
Nice find, Almira. Yes, this is forcing because you have to go this way, and you can't go king g8. I just take on e6. That's it. We might just see this repetition.
And you know, you're becoming impatient, even though that you know that you're winning. You know, if we were in Carissa's shoes, we know that this position is winning, but she just wants it to be over. And knight c5 clinches the victory in the event.
So why is it exactly forcing? If I move my light square bishop somewhere, are you going to trap my rook or?
So let's say you take the pawn.
Yeah, let's go for
a2.
it.
I go knight d7, attacking your rook.
So
and then no matter where you go, I'm playing knight e5 next.
Actually,
to give me a check.
Yeah, let's go give a check.
b1, king h2.
And king h7 just to get away from back rank.
Ooh, there are a lot of winning moves here and very interesting lines. Let's start with this check. If you take queen f8 and I'm going just rook e8 and it's going to be a mate.
I cannot trade. I have to move away. I want to keep pieces on the board.
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Attacking your rook, threatening discovery checks, and this is going to be game over because white's going to take more material.
But can we have a more human line once again when I wanted to play knight c5? So let's say if you suggest Katerina's move. So
bishop a2?
Bishop a2. I wanted to play rook d2, rook d8. You know, that's once again, I want to trade this rook.
But now maybe I play bishop f6.
But if I
take on f7?
I cannot take on f7, yes. I have to play.
The bishop is still there.
It's sneaky, yeah. It's easy to forget.
Rook d2, bishop f6.
Now only move is queen e3, right? To not drop the knight.
Oh, but then,
okay,
what was the idea?
Right.
Okay.
Then I lost the pawn and
so
black
knight
is still
e7
in
is
the
important.
game.
Yeah, Carissa just needs to find knight c5. And while she's thinking, I have one more thing to show you. Just in oh, they have already played it. I was going to say that Alina has this interesting move, knight to h4. Check.
Wow.
It looks great, 2 exclamation point, but it only leads to a draw. G takes h, queen g6, and that's because white can give the piece back right away with bishop g5. H takes g. This hasn't been played yet, but we expect this. Takes, and just everything comes off. Knight g3, equal material. Maybe black is tiny bit better, but not enough to win.
We have to show that after king h1, knight f2 mate. The sudden mate, you know, this here.
Let me know where.
Queen g6.
Right now.
Bishop g5 is the only move because of this terrible mate on f2. And of course, you're forcing.
There was another
Bishop
game where
G5.
we showed knight f2 checkmate today, right?
Yes.
It's Nino's game.
Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Right. Yeah, so this game is also headed to a draw, but it won't be as fast. I think they'll play for a while. But let's check in with Yaser.
Thank you. Indeed, I'm keeping my eye on the all-important game between Carissa and Alice, and the material. I think you said it very well, Almira, with the word blackmail. Carissa is winning, end of story. And after the move knight c5, a very, very human move, give me the bishop. I agree knight g3 is the best move. Knight c5, give me the bishop. And if the bishop is forced to move, for example, bishop takes a2, you pointed out knight d7, and for example, rook g8, rook b1 goes nowhere. And then after knight e5, all that Carissa needs to do is win one of the bishops. In this case, she's hitting the rook, she's hitting the pawn. You basically have to give up the dark square bishop. Then it's just technically so much better for Carissa. If you go, for example, rook f6 and you try to keep everything, then after c4, well, this is how Alice actually loses the game by trying to avoid the draw. So instead, after knight c5, I would really expect, the handshake, queen f8 and queen f6. Take the draw. I mean, come on, we're talking about second place after all for Alice. She doesn't want to go down to third place. Look at that prize fund. Very, very, very nice. And I will blackmail Alice to take the draw. And we don't have a move. We don't have knight c5. Rook d2, also a very, very good move. You want to trade. you've still got knight f6 in the pocket. Maybe it's not as convincing. I like the move at knight c5. I like the move knight g3. Maybe it's not convincing, but it's good enough. Carissa still in the driver's seat. Some tricky ideas after king h7, and in case you play knight f6, just as Katya's saying, I don't want to trade any pieces. If I'm Alice, it's tournament victory or bust. And that's the way she's been playing it, well, so far. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. Rook d2 is on the board. It's a very natural move. You know, you want to trade those rooks. So let's have a look. Katerina, what happens after bishop a2? Because you wanted to grab this pawn for a while. And
so let's trade the rooks.
Trade the rooks, yes. Rook d8, queen d8. Carissa still has the advantage. But after king h7, you know, how do we improve our knight here? Because
I would maybe start with queen d3.
Queen d3 first.
Which is kind of a nice trade, just looking. Maybe I want to do discover attack, and then I have queen h7 checkmate. So that probably forces you to move the king away.
The king away, and then you give check once again? Maybe this?
Oh, that's true. So maybe you have to play rook g6?
But I don't.
But you don't want to do that move, of course.
Rook g6, I will play queen d7. You know, attacking the c7 pawn. So do you really want to make such moves? But just a second, there was another move, but I think it loses. f5, you know, if I am pairing your threads, but after knight g3,
just so much pressure on that weakened pawn.
You lose this pawn immediately. So this is it. So queen, if we trade rooks, then queen d8, everything is forced. King h7, queen d3. And the problem is we can't even play bishop c4 because you have
still the same thing, knight f6.
You have this move, knight f6, and this is it. You know, so. Rook g6 is the only move there to keep the fight?
Well, then that means that maybe we just cannot capture the pawn on a2. Just bishop takes a2 is too suspicious.
But king h7 was
King h7 on the board.
Okay, king h7 on the board. Alice is finding the only moves, you know, to avoid the draw. Because we know she needs the win. She needs this win to clinch the title and the grandmaster norm.
But you know, one thing I also wanted to mention, I think this tournament shows how strong players we have in the US, despite them being so young. And there's a World Cup coming in the next month, and players can already feel that Alice Lee and Carissa Yip, who are going to be there representing United States together with Talia Cervantes and
Atusa
Purkashian. So we have 4 players, at least, if maybe somebody else, I don't know. I don't know if Irina Crash maybe got there by rating, unclear, but I think players will have respect toward these 2 players who are just crushing it here at the Cairns Cup.
Yes, the generational transition is here. You have myriad of strong players. I'm going to the World Cup as well, but as a commentator, Katerina, so I will follow their results closely. Here, after king h7,
you know, I found a way for white to end up worse.
Show us.
Yes, I'll show you. By not playing terrible moves, of course. So I can show you this line after king h7.
We are
in the current position. If white still goes rook d8,
yes,
we check on b1. King h2.
So forced.
Bishop b5 check. Knight g3.
Can we play g3 or we are losing after rook c2?
Good question. No, g3 is good. But I'll just show you knight g3 because maybe you don't want to weaken the king side so much. Okay, knight g3. And here rook takes c2. It still looks, well, according to the engine, white's still winning, but I'm making the most logical move, queen f8. I just want to checkmate. And soon I can end up being worse here. Wait, I went in the wrong line. Rook c2.
Knight g3.
Knight g3, rook c2, queen f8, h5. So there's no mate. And if you give me a check, king h6. And if you give me another check, hoping it's a draw, After bishop g7, it's after I let my computer think for a while, it was starting to say -1.
Oh.
So this is the position where, because f2 is hanging, right? We have to move the queen somewhere. I take on f2. And here white has only moves to not lose.
Yes, because there is h4 and the dark square bishops are so weak.
Absolutely. So of course, Carissa shouldn't allow all this to happen, but the moves that I made for white, they were not bad-looking moves. So I rook d8, she just played rook d2. Of course she wants to go rook d8. This is all possible, but let's check g3 instead of knight g3. Still, rook takes c2. Now we want to play knight f6, but here it's a bad move. After king g6, you just have to come back.
Can I play rook f8 with the idea of sacrificing on f7?
And forcing a draw. And if I go king g6, do you still take?
No, but I wanted to give a check. Rook g8.
Rook g8? Okay, I think I'm going to start running. King f5.
Oh.
Got nothing to lose here.
King f5, what an incredible
Guess
move.
what? Here, only move for white to not lose. Queen a3.
Wow.
Now this is Alice's dream. If she gets this position, she'll be very happy.
Wait. King e4, what happens now?
Oh, if king e4, white checkmates.
Yes,
I
show
think
me.
queen e3, or I'm picking up both of your rooks. But now it's the opposite. Only move for black to not lose. Rook b3. Oh, I'm enjoying this.
Wow, this is fun.
A takes b and king e4. It's so hard to evaluate this position. We have only 2 bishops for the queen, but position is crazy. Rook f2 is coming. My king is in the center, but somehow it's better than the white's king on h2. Why can't black... oh, right. I was like, why can't we take queen a7? But I think bishop d4, right? And we still lose this pawn.
And we have a move on the board. Knight f6, king g6.
Oh, wow.
Knight d7.
So her king is starting to run. Knight d7 now is a good move. Or knight d5, I think, for Carissa.
And Carissa made that move, knight d7.
Knight d7's played. Okay, so Alice will give a check, I'm sure. Rook b1. King goes to h2. And let's watch the players make these moves on the board.
Wow, Carissa has less than 15 minutes on her clock, while Alice has 30 minutes on the clock.
So
and still 10 moves to make, right? So maybe a little bit stressful for Carissa because a lot of is on the line.
Katerina, this move, knight d7, was very important, not only because you're attacking the rook on b8, that was trivial, but it doesn't allow you to play bishop b5 and enter all those complicated variations. So, and you can't take this knight, you know, we all know that this is
simplification always help white. Also, this knight can go to f6, f8, pardon me, right? Just inviting the king to go either there or there when maybe my pawn can go up. I like this move, knight d7. And Yaser would like to jump in. Yaser, over to you.
Yes, indeed. I think that the move knight d7 was absolutely a key move for Carissa because, as you were showing, I thought it was hilarious, Nazi. There are ways for Carissa to spoil her advantage. One way was to play the move knight d5. And the idea was rook b1 check, king h2, bishop e5 check, g3. And again, you're thinking that, well, Carissa's played reasonably until you look a little bit deeper and you see this move rook takes c2. It's like, ruh-roh, where did that move come from? Well, the computer says it's not all that bad for white, and after rook takes, bishop takes, f3, bishop takes, rook g2, grovel, 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 and black is just minutely better. However, the way that Carissa played with knight d7 is really important. Just as you said, Almira, no more bishop e5 check chaos. And after the move rook b1 check, you're losing control over the f8 square. Essentially what Carissa wants to do is just force the trade of a bishop for a knight. Either the light squared bishop or the dark squared bishop. And in any time that Carissa can take away one of Alice's bishops, then her conversion, technical conversion, is going to be very easy. Knight d7, very, very nice move. Knight d5 would have allowed Alice somewhat back in the game, and back to you in studio.
Go back to game.
Yes, thank you, Yaser. Alice is in deep thought right now, but Katerina, maybe we should have a look at this game. This is also
between Mariya, Muzychuk, and Humpy, Koneru. Yeah, we were talking about this possibility of going into a rook endgame, thinking in different position Mariya was better, right? Because the rooks were too strong. But the way Humpy, Koneru played, maybe we.
Yes, let's
so we
check.
were in this. So b5.
Oh, b5 is an interesting move because we were
just looking,
rook d8.
If something like this happened, just to refresh our viewers, then we were talking that this is just really strong position for white with this rook being here, maybe the messed up pawn structure. At some moment, I can even push for e6. So that's why Humpy played differently.
By the way, maybe even in that line, we should have played b5. What's important here is that you don't want to be dominated, and I understand Humpy's decision to play b5, then with the idea of playing a5 and creating her passed pawn, a very dangerous passed pawn. So she played b5 immediately. That's why Mariya actually played b4. She fixed this pawn structure, and on a5 she can take, b takes a5. So that's when Humpy took on e5, and Mariya decided not to take. So let's have a look just what is the difference here. Because after rook d6, she can simply protect the pawn by rook c8, and she will always have the possibility of playing c5.
And then this pawn will be kind of hanging at some moment, right, in those variations.
Of course. And then if rook d7 here, then the pawn on b7 is no longer a weakness because it's already on b5. So
and I can go with an a5 here,
just
start trading the pawns.
Okay, so
I'm so sorry, but we have to jump back to our key matchup. There's so much happening. So after knight d7, Alice played rook c8. A really bad move. It's a blunder. Now there's many different ways for white to win. Easiest one is to just play h4. Wow, and it's like black is completely paralyzed. You don't have moves. Your rooks don't move, and it's game over. But I think Carissa rushed a little bit. I mean, we know she's a little bit less on time, less on the clock. She has 15 minutes. She played rook e2, big missed opportunity. Now look at this. If Alice plays rook d6, she's not worse anymore.
Are we trapping the queen? If you play knight c5, I think we have bishop f6, right?
No. But
yes, that would be
the queen is trapped.
But why not knight e5?
Yes, knight e5 is the only move, of course. Knight e5, bishop takes e5, rook e5. But your queen still cannot come out, not easily. I can't win it either, because of course when I play rook d7, I let it out. But here, engine says bishop d7. Not sure about, okay, I'm throwing rook e8. I'm still trying to trap the queen. And here, white needs to play rook d5 to get out of this. And when you take queen e4, rook f5, and g4.
Wow, okay, that's a really long variation.
Yeah, not easy to find any of these moves. So,
but Nasi, wait a second.
Where?
Here, when you played bishop d7 at the end of the line, you know, draw is our main goal. So even if you will play rook e8, which is your major threat, I will take.
So let's say make some move.
Let's make a move which will prepare.
Yes, but I mean, compared to what we had with black, now black has some chances. We're trying to squeeze water out of the stone here.
We don't want to just give up the queen.
Yes.
No, I understand this, but I'm thinking that even after bishop d7, this is not enough. There is no way for white to lose this game unless you'd really try.
Right.
So well, if you think about it, this is kind of mentally you already lost your queen, so this is not a good look. And I don't think Carissa would be happy if she lost her queen in this position.
And Nazi, one more question. Yes. After you go knight e5,
after rook d6, knight e5, yeah.
Am I forced to take the knight?
Yeah, because otherwise I take knight f7.
But there's no check. So if I go king h7...
Okay, knight takes f7. e6 is hanging.
Oh, and the bishop f8 is not trapping the queen anymore.
Yeah.
You have queen f6.
One more thing I wanted to check. Is there a rook e6? Yeah, rook e6 works because if you take with the pawn, just g4 and your king is also kind of trapped. This is so interesting. Black is completely lost here, so this rook cannot move anywhere besides the corners, right? And how is white actually winning? Why is it +3?
Maybe some f4, h4.
Eventually there's going to be a mate, right? Let's make some move. What? Ah, this is beautiful. Have you seen a fork like this?
But what about rook e6? Rook e6, rook e6. Why am I supposed to take with f?
No, you're not supposed to. I just want to keep the queen trapped.
Yes,
That's why I was trying. Yes, rook e6 is better, queen c5, and even here, it says equal, but okay, black is very happy to get this position, right? There is no forced draw, so Alice would be very happy with this. So I don't think we're going to see rook e6 then. So if Alice goes rook d6, 95 is going to happen, right? It has to.
You have to play.
You have to do this.
Yes.
And anything else besides bishop d7 here? I think we're in a way in a Zugzwang. If this
take
rook moves,
the pawn?
we'll lose c7. If you take here,
what can we do here?
h4.
Ah, you want to play h4?
Yes, g5 is hanging, and we can't defend it, right? Because if anytime you play f6, oof, h5. Okay, now my king is going too far, and there's like rook a5.
But then bishop back, bishop g8.
What's shocking is that like we don't understand why is this so winning, but it's +4.
No, but this I understand. You want to play queen e4,
okay,
and then you have g4, and that's so queen e4 here. You don't have a way out, and I will play g4, rook a3, and just checkmate.
Bishop e6.
And then f3.
f3, yes, f5. I'm fighting, yes.
And we missed something here for white.
Ah, we missed the win?
Oops, instead of f3 maybe.
Okay, how can we win here?
Okay, this is not easy. c4. Why is c4 winning? No one's going to play.
Because your rook is protecting the bishop on e6, so you have to play c5 and win the bishop. The bishop is no longer stable on e6.
Okay.
Yes, but you want to play f3 and g4.
By the way, Alice looks quite stressed.
So you know her, yes. So, she's looking puzzled, of course.
She's in a tough position.
Okay, let's bring the board on your screen. This one, Carissa Yip against Alice Lee. 14 minutes left for Carissa, and Alice still has 21 minutes, but she needs to find those moves which keep the battle, Katerina. And rook d6 is one of those moves, of course, but I think that she doesn't want to give this bishop away. She doesn't want to trade it after knight e5, so she's trying to find the move which will keep both bishops on the board.
But there's just no other move than rook d6.
And you can take on d7 because queen d7 is winning the rook as well, so you can't take this knight. Right?
Because again, that's a fork. There's a pawn between those two rooks, so they're not defending each other.
So you will have to give up one of those bishops eventually.
So can I... Okay, Alice is...
Rook d6 is on the board.
D6 on the board.
We know that this is one of the best moves to continue the fight.
And now Carissa has to find this move, knight e5, the best move on the board.
Knight e5.
But not that difficult to find because, again, if you move the knight somewhere else, your queen is going to be trapped.
And this is the major achievement for Carissa in this position. She got rid of this powerful bishop on g7, and black no longer has this pair of bishops we always talk about. You know, those powerful bishops on e6 on g7, but this is it. After knight e5, Alice is forced to take on e5, and she knows it, of course. Carissa is just checking this line one last time, and I think that she is going for knight e5.
I mean, the knight is attacked 2 times. Again, you cannot go to c5 because this is going to be... Does it matter? Does it matter which way? Maybe doesn't matter here or there. The queen is trapped. So not that many choices where to go with the knight.
But we also know that she needs to force the position now. She needs to play this move to force this very important trade. And I think that the king on g6 is starting to feel the pressure now.
It's also a little surprising that she's thinking. Why wouldn't she blitz out this move?
Maybe if there is another move that she can make just to...
But the only other move is thinking about rook capturing the bishop, right? But that's like, I prefer to get this bishop and not give up an exchange. Yeah. I mean, she just wants to be accurate, you know, just, it's a tournament, it's a GM norm. She understands she's close to it. Maybe she's also feeling that she was much better before and she spoiled the advantage a little bit. So, you know, once you know that you are on the wrong track, that you made some mistakes, you want to make sure that you're not going to stay there and just you're going to kind of reset and get back and play the best moves.
Katerina, but what a fascinating battle for the first place. First of all, look at the opening. Carissa came prepared and she played the 4 knights, thinking that, okay, this is a draw. I know everything. Alice managed to play the only line which surprised Carissa. She made her think in the opening for more than 30 minutes.
True.
And the game didn't go according to Carissa's plan. However, she played the best moves. She simplified the position. So knight e5 was played, bishop e5, rook e5, everything is forced, and bishop d7. That's exactly the line that we analyzed.
So again, black is here threatening to go rook e8 and trap the queen. But as Almira was pointing out, it's not such a big threat because we can give the queen back, and it's equal rook endgame. But if you are Carissa, you have an extra queen, so you don't want to give it up easily. But if you don't, you have to find this kind of complicated line. You first give up the rook, then you give the check and say, okay, this is a double attack. The rook blocks, and then you play g4.
I think she'll find it.
I guess she needs this draw, and she might feel relieved that even after rook e8, she's not losing, of course. She is going to play
So
this
she's about to make a move.
game. But I think that she is leaning towards her rook.
But she raised her hand, looked at Alice, looked at the clock, put her hand down.
12 minutes, and she needs to find rook d5 if she doesn't want to transpose this position into drawing rook endgame. And it's on the board. Fantastic move.
Rook d5, best move is on the board. Both of the players are just playing the best move according to the computer. And actually, I see on Nazi's board, it has 2 exclamation points.
So rook d5 is forced. Queen e4, rook f5, g4.
Okay. Wow, what a precise moves, precise play by both players.
Well, that's why they're in first and second place. They're in really good
their
form.
performance here and understanding of the nuances in the chess positions, incredible.
I was thinking that Alice Lee, I even wanted to use this in my poem. She is clearly representing Generation Z, yes? And how about Carissa? Is she a Generation Z as well?
Course, yes.
Both of them.
Yes.
So it's a generation which fights. They have no respect for those grandmasters, their achievements. They want to prove themselves, and this is what happened during this event. Carissa won 4 games in a row. Alice Lee was leading the event, then only 1 loss, and it was like a small setback, but then she bounced back.
You know what I just realized? Alice is actually Gen Alpha. She's younger than Gen Z.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So Carissa's Gen Z, Alice is Gen Alpha, the newest generation.
So Alice has to look at the generation of Carissa, and she should be irreverential, yes? No respect for Carissa's generation.
But Alice was saying in a few of her interviews that actually Carissa inspired her when she was younger, and she saw how Carissa is just pushing it already at a very young age, playing the US Women's Championships, and she looked up to her. So now it's them fighting together. And I think we also have to give credit to the St. Louis Chess Club, because these players, they have so many opportunities to fight with the strongest players, women players, or also just grandmasters, as they play so many tournaments here in St. Louis. It's not only the US Women's Championship, it's the US Junior Girls or Junior Championship, also some close tournaments here. Now the Cairns Cup, the American Cup, just so many opportunities at this very young age to compete with the best in the world.
Well, basically you don't need to travel. Yes, everything is here.
They grew up at St. Louis Chess Club, yeah. C6.
C6 is played, so then G takes F5, Bishop F5. Oh. Carissa can wait, of course. She's not forced to take on F5.
Yeah, strong move here for white is H4. I don't know if we will see that.
H4 here? Or
no,
before.
that's a queen.
Before.
One move before. Yeah.
Before, no, just a second.
Right now.
So C6, H4.
H4. And after H4, best move for black is H5. Just a visual.
Wow, look at that.
But I think that Carissa will leave the pawn on H3 just in case, not to leave her king vulnerable.
She's about to touch the queen, so probably something like
Queen D3.
Queen D3.
Your Queen D3, maybe Rook E8. I mean, of course, white is completely fine, but
you should go for E7 pawn. Yes, you can take on E5, then Queen A3, something like this. Yes.
You are giving me H3 though, right?
Queen A3. So how?
No, when you take on
take,
A7.
Take here, yes. Black can capture suddenly this pawn.
No, but we are calculating with Rook E8 included, just in case. You know, if Carissa is leaning towards the queen here, so if she wants to make Queen D3.
King H2 is actually
King H2 is
one of the best moves.
So she's guarding that H3 pawn because she does want to take, and after bishop recaptures, the queen can move, for example, here, guarding this pawn, attacking this pawn. And the good news is that the bishop from F5 is no longer threatening to capture this pawn, because this king is suddenly well positioned to guard it.
Alice is looking puzzled, you know. Maybe something happened in the playing hall.
Something more interesting than what's happening on her board.
And we will be able to cover all the other games in a few moments, of course, but this game is of a crucial importance. We know that Carissa needs a draw to win the championship and to clinch her second grandmaster norm. And of course, this position allows us to say that Alice is fighting for a draw. She can no longer win this game.
And we can tell you that this is a draw. Harika Dronavalli drew against Alina Kashlinskaya, and looks like both players are quite happy with the result, smiling, finishing on a good note the tournament.
Well, Alina suffered 2 defeats in a row. As Humpy Koneru, she was playing major roles in this tournament until she lost 2 games in a row. And I think that to finish with a draw with the black pieces is absolutely fine, of course.
Just to update the audience, Bibisara is completely winning in her game.
So Nino Batsiashvili won yesterday against Humpy Koneru, but it looks like today she will lose with white pieces.
It's always the worst thing to finish with a loss. No matter how well or badly your tournament went, the last game is what you remember.
Well, what we will remember is the winner of this event. You know, this name will stay in American chess history.
Definitely. There will be second American win in the Cairns Cup.
It reminds me, because I went to Roland Garros, and you know, you have the possibility to see the trophies and all the names which are engraved, all the winners that are engraved on the trophy, and you do understand that the victory does belong to the most tenacious. Have a look at Carissa's start at this event. 1.5
Her
out
comeback.
of 4, and what a comeback.
That will be studied in chess history for sure.
So Alice is about to make a move H5. So she is challenging the pawn on G4.
She forces Carissa to take on f5, probably.
Because she would probably like to take here, take there, and maybe have the file.
Let's see what will happen after g takes f5, bishop f5.
Takes.
I'm a bit afraid to give up this pawn, so maybe we should
just queen a4.
Yes, keep it and play queen a4. I agree with you completely. I really want to grab this pawn.
But who is benefiting from the trades of these pawns? Like now I wonder if I'm white, maybe I don't want to have them here. Like, of course, more pawns, I have more chances to win. But at this moment, maybe I just want to make a draw.
I thought that Alice's idea was also maybe to play h4 to create a mating net. You never know. Then suddenly you take on f2, you play bishop e4, and something is happening. You know, pieces are dancing, you're feeling happy, you're still alive, but we still have only, we have only 4 moves till the time control. So Carissa is not feeling that pressure. No, she has 11
minutes. She cannot completely think too deeply, but yeah, she doesn't want to and doesn't need to rush.
We know that there is a 30 seconds increment, of course, after each move is played. So Carissa will take her time carefully here. No more impulsive moves. Can she start with queen d3 here once again? Queen d3.
Let's say bishop e6.
Just a second. I wanted to show you that after rook e8, of course, we can't take on d7 because this allows not only rook f2, you know, with dangerous threats, but even after maybe rook e5, you're keeping your rook on the board, so then you have to take on f5 immediately. So
bishop captures.
f5. But I like provoking rook e8 because now the pawn on c6 is also vulnerable. So I have those 2 targets.
And let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, ladies. The championship game, because that's what it is a great game, and Alice is doing her best to make it as difficult as possible for Carissa to clinch the championship. I'm looking at the position, and I like what you guys are saying, that, you know, if Black gets her pawn to h4 and puts her rook on f2 or checkmates on the h file, that's all really, really good for Black. And if I'm in White's shoes, I really want to shut this game down. I'm playing queen e7, and I'm just being a boss and saying to you, you do something. And of course, what are you going to do? You're going to take my pawn on c2, bishop takes c2. I'm going to take your pawn on a7. Now, at first blush, you go, well, geez, this is the best I could get. My rook is behind my pawn, which is great. And maybe if I could make a construction, bishop on f5, pawn on h4, you know, I could push and say, no. First of all, the highly desirable c5 loses the rook. So you've got to do something, I don't care. You've got to do something like f6 or bishop f5 or bishop e4. No. I'm shutting you down. That was what I wanted to say at the start. I'm going to play queen c5, stand directly in front of that pawn, and I've got a runner. I've got a runner as well. I can do moves like h4, f3, just to make sure that my king, you know, never really feels any heat from the combination of the bishop and rook. But for Carissa, she has 9 minutes against 18. They're really deep into the time control. Only 3 moves to play. I don't think time trouble is an issue at all. And again, if I'm Carissa, queen e7, shutting it down. Queen a4, another very good move, by the way. But I really like this move the best. And still big advantage. And let me just check Carissa's move because she's just played. Oh, that's interesting. Queen c4. That looks like a miscue. It's not terrible, but again, just to buttress what you yourselves have been saying, Alice's only chance is to make some kind of a construction where the pawn goes to h4, the bishop goes to d5, the bishop ends up on d5, and black rooks ends up on h1. So queen c4, I think, throws away a lion's share of the advantage. Queen e7, probably technically winning at that point. Had she made the move queen e7, queen c4 on the board, let me just check, not h4 yet, but yeah, h4 is coming back to you in studio. Can Carissa convert this? It's still a lot of struggle ahead.
Thank you, Yaser. Yes, certainly it's a lot of struggle with this queen c4. I feel like computer is too brutal. For me, it's a move. You move the queen away. It was an attack. It was attacked. You are defending the pawn on c2. I did prefer slightly more that queen a4 because I feel I'm also targeting that pawn. But okay, the queen is solid here, at least attacking this pawn, which means the rook needs to keep defending it. And the question is how Carissa wants to continue.
I think that h4 has to be played here, of course. We are looking for a miracle in this game.
But why of course it has to be played?
Because I want to, first of all, to create, to fix this pawn. Maybe I can activate my rook, but it's my only chance, to create a mating threat here.
Okay.
Because also otherwise white would play h4, right?
Yes, and this is what I didn't like about Yaser's variation. I mean, when he played this beautiful move, queen e7, is that also at some point white has this move h4. So queen e7 is very powerful, but queen c4 doesn't lose the advantage. Let's see, h4.
Well, I think it does lose advantage, but white's not worse. Like, it's impossible to become worse. Yeah, because according to the engine, black's fine here. That's it.
Okay.
It only gives advantage for the extra half pawn that they have, and that's it.
So if we play c3 here, I want to get the pawn away from light square.
I started with f6, and
f6 on the board.
That allows h4. Now Carissa will be better again if she plays h4.
So supposedly missed opportunity because Carissa now goes h4.
I guess your move c3, Katerina, also gives away this square, the square on d3, and I was thinking, of course, just let's continue our line. Maybe it might happen if Carissa doesn't play h4. So h4, c3, my idea was to activate the rook. So I understand why Alice played this move f6. She wants to bring her rook into play, somewhere here or here after c3. So she should have started with h4, let's say c3, and now f6. What do you think,
Carissa will never have problems.
That was the best. Okay, so
with making a draw, right? Of course, Carissa is probably looking for more, but I can always
I actually don't think Carissa's looking for more now. She'll be happy with the draw.
Of course.
So that's why c3, I'm not worried for any of your counter attacks because I kind of decided that I'm not going to be pushing this game for a win. I feel I have an advantage, but there's just so much risks for me to play for a win when I can just go make a perpetual, clinch my second GM norm, win the tournament.
What more could you ask for?
What a great day for me.
And we can have our lunch tomorrow, yes, ladies? We've been looking forward, yes, to this ritual.
So even if h4 again doesn't happen, if I go a4, for example, just push the pawn.
Black plays h4.
Okay, now I want to play h4.
Okay, I go here.
Rook e8.
Rook e8, yes. That was my idea, but then maybe if you keep your queen on this diagonal.
Okay, c3.
So you have to be careful. If you take like queen c6, rook e2, then...
No, I'm just looking here with c3. But Nazi, yes, you can walk us through capturing that pawn.
Yes, so I was looking at if Carissa doesn't play h4, because I think both players are maybe missing the importance of h4. So after a4, now I think Alice will go h4, rook e8, and if white gets a bit greedy here and let's say takes on c6, we go rook e2, and let's say go queen c5, bishop e4. Yeah, I'm creating that checkmate cage here, right? I just want rook e1 and checkmate. So of course white still has a lot of ways to give a million checks, but this is already scary. You're allowing rook f2, rook g2 maybe, king f1, f5. If there is for sure perpetual, great, but maybe king comes all the way to h2 or something,
there's
right?
queen e6. But queen e6, this is it. And queen f7.
Yes. Yes, this is it.
This is it.
You have to start with queen e6, right? If you start with queen g8, then you're letting me out.
Yeah.
I believe king f6, and then maybe I can run. I mean, engine says even now it's a draw, but... so in this position, after rook e2, queen c5, can black maybe avoid rook e1, queen g8, king f5? Is this still perpetual? Let's see, queen c8. Can I start running? King f4. Queen g4, king g5. But I think we should go to Bibisara's game because it's ending soon.
Okay, let's check this game. It was
so Nino Batsiashvili against Bibisara Assaubayeva.
So this is the position on the board.
Well, I don't know if it's ending soon, but it is completely winning for black.
Just let's have a look at the lines that we've missed. It was a crazy game. So Nino finally played.
But we were here looking at this beautiful move, knight e3, really just fantastic, forcing this take, queen take, and then bishop d6, and this pawn on g3 just tremendously loose. But Bibisara went with a different idea.
Well, she simply moved her knight, but she played knight h6. She didn't want to lose the knight, and knight a5, of course, can jump into play. So knight g5, Nino was forced to play this move, and after d takes c4, taking another pawn, we can see that Bibisara has two minor pieces for the rook and one pawn, and this is sufficient.
Just the bishops are extremely dangerous.
And both of those pawns actually were hanging, so Nino needed to make a move, so maybe knight f5, bishop d5, attacking the pawn on f7, but queen a6.
I like this move very much. Yes, we are protecting this pawn. We are also guarding this f6 square, so the queen cannot go there. And we may be threatening bishop h6, because the knight will be guarding that bishop.
So queen a6 was played, queen d2, protecting the pawn on b4, but then bishop b5. By the way, there was a threat, of course, here of taking on f7. Yes, and taking the bishop. That's why it was essential to play bishop b5, rook d1, centralizing the rook, but this is not enough.
And we start seeing why the two minor pieces will be better than the rook, especially with that pawn on c4.
This powerful bishop and the knight, which can jump to a d4, and of course the c3, so...
By the way, Carissa has played h4.
Oh, okay.
So she's not going to walk into those checkmate ideas.
That's the position on the board. We can see that this powerful passer is going to decide the game.
And this knight here, I mean, there are so many holes around that king. This is going to be just, this knight here, it's going to be too strong.
Yes, you have to bring your queen on c6, yes, and play knight d2. Yes, that's your idea. Or first knight d2.
I mean, I can go with knight d2 immediately.
But then I thought that there is queen d5. You know, I wanted to win. So I wanted to play queen c6 and knight d2 next. But of course, this position is absolutely hopeless for white.
At some moment, if black goes, I mean, if white goes something like rook d1, I may be even thinking about queen e6, targeting this pawn, then moving forward, and sometimes even sacrificing this knight here to just crash in and together with the bishop have some checkmating threats.
And the thing is, even if you take on c3, let's say there is a moment where you can take on c3, you would think that you know, this rook is
so let's refresh.
Not protected.
Oh, by the way, queen a4 was played.
No, I just, yes, let me illustrate this. Of course, let's say here if I'll play something like h5.
It's white's turn. We can play rook takes c3.
Yes, rook c3. Okay, because before I couldn't. So bishop c3, queen c3, and you think, okay, I will pose you a few problems with rook c1, but you always have knight d6 protecting your rook, and this is it. That's why Nino tried something else. She played queen a4 here.
But now I think we can see just knight d2 is an option, knight e5 is an option.
And I also like your move queen e6, because maybe Nino wants to activate her queen. She wants to play queen d7. So let's stop it immediately. Queen e6, attacking the pawn on h3, and all your threats are still valid. You know, knight e5 and knight d3.
Yeah, this is completely winning. I can also update you on Humpy Koneru's game. That's the player who still had a chance to finish second in this tournament, but she just made a really bad mistake, and this is a good lesson in the rook endgame. She played this move h6. Instead, what she should have played is h5, and then it's still a draw. So the difference is that now, if Mariya plays h5, in most of the endgames that we can have from this position, whether it's one rook or the pawn endgames, white is just winning because of this setup. I mean, it's such a little nuance that you don't think about, but experienced players, we know how much this matters. So this was just, it's kind of hard to explain. Of course, Humpy Koneru, one of the best chess players in the world, she knows this, but she's just coming off of 2 losses. It's very tough for her to play objectively good chess. And she's also in time trouble. She has 4 minutes. And maybe she started to see some ghosts that h5 was maybe too weakening. Maybe that's what she thought. But if she played this, it's just equal after h6, now after h5. White has very good chances of winning this.
Because then white can even go maybe f4 with that pawn, just to have a nice pawn structure, and then think about playing e6 at some moment, activating
the
we
can double the rooks on the 7th and play e6. White has many ideas here, absolutely.
This is actually the second time that I've seen Humpy recently misjudging the rook endgame. If you have a chance, please have a look at the beautiful rook endgame that Alexandra Goryachkina won against Humpy Koneru. She squeezed the win at the Grand Prix in Monaco this year, but okay, so just only a few months ago, and it was the same scenario, an equal rook endgame, and she made one careless move, and this was it.
Yeah, this could be a second game that ends similarly, absolutely. And just to update, I think Carissa and Alice reached the time control. So h4 was played. Takes, queen h4, bishop c2, queen g3. I'm expecting king f7, and engine still says white is winning this. I don't know how, because black has the c-pawn.
But now I can go maybe queen h3? Because I will get that pawn.
Rook d8, queen h5, bishop g6.
Okay, now queen c5.
Yeah, that's
your
good
pawns
point.
are going to start falling.
I think all of them are falling, yes. If I could keep them alive, if this pawn can make it as far as c4, then black's good. But if white doesn't let that happen, excuse me. So king f7 was played. This is the position. Yes, queen h3 is very strong, Katerina. Even queen f3 or queen e3 even, allowing c5. Okay, there's a lot of dance with the queen. Oh, there's queen h3 played, and I see a question mark. Really? Okay, this...
Why is that a question mark? That's a very nice move.
I don't know. I just said queen h3 is a good move. And I think it is. It's still much better for white. Maybe rook c7 is better just to keep the both queenside pawns alive. Queen h5 and bishop g6. I would love to start pushing the pawn, but you can simply play queen c5. And how am I supposed to kick your queen out?
And now white will go maybe king g3, f4, f5, just to get more space
If
and
you want
maybe
to play for a
disconnect
win, yes, you can.
the bishop.
But if you want to just make a draw, leave the queen here and just sit there and wait.
But now I feel like I may try to play for a win because I don't see any risks. Like before with the 2 bishops and the rook somewhere, you're taking risks. Here you just improve your pawns, your king, and...
Yeah.
Especially that in this position you have a very important threat, queen d6.
Right now?
So yes, because you have to protect the pawn. Yes,
I have to do something like
so.
this, and you can simply repeat if you want.
But I would just go king g3, f3, king g4. Just let's activate the king and see how black is going to deal with that.
Yeah, white has no risk here at all. Unless you blunder your queen, it's going to be a draw. So, and if anyone's going to win this, it's white. So I don't agree with this question mark.
Thank you, Nazi. You're absolutely right. And
And maybe let's check in with Nino, Batsiashvili, and Bibisara, Assaubayeva to see what are the developments there. And I see Bibi played b5, so maybe if you can move it a little bit back.
Queen a4 was played and b5. Of course, you cannot take on passant because this is a very delicious queen, yes. Was trying to find a word, but queen c2, queen e6
Queen e6.
now.
I really like this move, just activating the queen, putting pressure on the pawn on h3. We are probably expecting something like king h2, guarding that pawn.
King h2 and then 92.
And then 92, yeah. It's time to be looking at this square. And then probably even maybe improving the rook. The problem is for white that white just has no targets. Maybe the only thing is trying to push the pawn forward, but so far it's not possible. The queen is guarding this. But by the way, Nino has no time left. She has only 36 seconds on the clock. And still 8 moves to make. So king g2.
King g2.
And Bibisara has 7 minutes. So she has some time to consider her moves.
Actually, I would have played queen e6 without b5. You know, why do we have to create this passer? You never know.
So I think we are expecting now knight d2.
Knight d2.
Because then this diagonal for my queen will be beautiful. Probably queen d4, d5.
Knight d2, can we play rook d1? Then you will check me. Yes. Queen d5. So e4.
I probably don't.
Yes. No?
Yeah, I think I don't
because
mind trading
forced
queens.
To take, yes. So knight e4, of course we know that.
Because this is extremely forcing. I just go c2 and bishop b2 and I'm promoting.
And I don't have time for this. Yes, c2 comes. Yeah, this is it. So we can't do this. We can play rook d1. Of course, my idea was to play rook d1 and to take on d2. Because, sorry, apologize, this rook is hanging, but I'm not time after queen d5. So let me check this position once again. So we are expecting knight d2 here. Knight d2. Can I play rook e2 here? Maybe it's a bit more tricky. So now if you play queen d5, I can play e4. And now I want to take on d2.
Okay, so we have some moves on the board. What did Bibisara play?
She left the knight on c4. Let's have a look. She played rook d8.
Oh, I like this move. So she's bringing rook to this d2. She wants to play rook d2. And after the rook is here on this beautiful second rank, then we have even some tricks as knight captures e3. I mean, white's position is completely collapsing.
And I think that Yaser have his insights about this game.
Yeah, you guys were looking at knight d2 with the ideas of maybe playing, queen to c6 check, and thanks to the knight's beautiful square d2, you're going after the king. But I'm sitting there going, check out what Bibi played. Rook. the knight looks strong on a b2, but transfer the rook to d2, and I think, Katya, you were the first to spy knight takes e3. But it's also about this passed pawn, right? The rook comes to d2, the pawn on c3 is just 2 squares away from coronation, some missing defenders of the white king. I think Bibi is in cruise control on this one, and she's got a completely winning position. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. Yes, I agree. This rook d2 is like a really strong idea to play with black pieces. I was not considering it. What about you, Almira?
Yes, but you know, this is the thing about chess. We were so obsessed with this knight d2 because, you know, you don't have to be always obsessed about mate. Yes, positional ideas are always important, of course. You need to bring this rook into play, and rook e2 was played.
So are we going to play rook d2 anyway? Or are we saying our rook controlling the d file is maybe better than a trade? Okay, if I go, you have to take. I take, you have to go here. And now the problem is it's kind of difficult for me to force this rook to go away. I never have this move knight b2 because you simply take. And as you can see, my bishop is dark square. So this bishop will never harass this rook to move away. So maybe rook d2 is not the best choice here.
But wait, maybe we're winning something.
Knight e3, right? And then queen e4 check is coming.
Yes, but where...
Just ends
so
the
queen
game.
a2, only move.
Queen a2 is the only move, and we wanted to give this check for a while, but then queen e4, let's calculate
so
this.
king h2.
Take on b4.
Okay, f3, and like let's say f3 if I want to do something with the tempo, but the same goes after king h2, queen b4, protecting the knight. It's a very interesting move.
But it did not happen. Bibisara went with knight d2, the move we were rooting for the past 10 moves.
But then, but she was afraid, you know, she played rook d8. She was afraid of losing something on d2, so she decided, okay, first I will move the rook to d8. There will be no tactical ideas with rook d2 anymore.
Nino played rook d1.
Can we give check here now? Let's see. Can we force things here?
So White is thinking maybe at some moment I can try to just give everything back, being a piece down, but having this passed pawn.
Maybe simply queen d6 just to take the b4 pawn and defend the knight on d2.
You want to take, because I wanted to give the check, but queen d6 is even stronger, yes? So
they're both winning.
I wanted to play this.
You can go queen c4 or queen d4. Yeah, that's also better.
That was my idea, but of course queen d6 wins probably on this spot. But
the thing is, we can keep the check as a threat, right? We just don't use it immediately. Queen d6, we are targeting this pawn on b2, which is impossible for you to defend because the queen would defend it from these squares, and this knight is just guarding all of them.
And if we still have some time, just this, I wanted to glance at this game. This is the game between Nona Dzagnidze and Zhongyi, because a lot of things happened in this game. Zhongyi managed to win a pawn, you know, so she was dominating for the whole game. But here I feel, even though that she's still a bit better, this is heading to a draw, you know, because you can't push this pawn, and the king is going to g6, so maybe you can play knight d5, knight f6, and start to dance with the knight. What do you think?
Black will be pushing here. I don't think it's that easy to make a draw. Of course, White will never trade the minor pieces, the bishop for the knight, because that would be a losing endgame. But White will try to stay in the center with the king. But I like the idea of knight d5, knight f6, and just try, because, okay, if it's White's turn. So if you do nothing.
I wanted to play g4 actually.
So if
let me do something.
Here, now I have this e5. I forced you away from the center, and maybe I'm making some progress. But so what do you want to do?
I wanted to play g4 here, just to wait a second. I think that Nona played bishop c4. Maybe she just waits here. But let's say g4.
Okay, knight d5.
Knight d5, then I wanted to play g5. You know, it's always important to exchange one pawn. We know that even if I will be able to sacrifice my bishop, so
okay, but sorry, can I go back?
So it's going to be a draw.
I don't want to be blocked on light square, so I would like to go to dark square. But okay, let's go back to the game of Nino Batsiashvili and Bibisara Assaubayeva, because it looks like it's going to end soon.
Bibisara is wearing the same shirt as your commentator, the Cairns Cup shirt, which was prepared especially for this event.
So they went to this endgame where White has this passer, as I thought maybe this is a chance for White to do something, but there is a check. And then I think we will see a transfer of the bishop to the center, where the bishop will nicely control any tricks with this pawn coming too far away.
But I'm not sure that this game will end so quickly, because the player just reached time control. They have an extra 30 minutes to think.
We've been saying that for like half an hour.
Yes.
And I think it's not that easy actually to figure out how to win with black. Like, you want to centralize the bishop, that's maybe the first thing, but then you still have to figure out how to continue. At least you need to get this pawn before you start trading too much.
Katerina, I can see a very easy way to win this pawn. You know, you don't want to play bishop b4, you just want to play bishop b8, and this is it.
Right, but you have to be careful about
yes,
a6.
Of course, but we need
so there's a check. So king h2.
King h2. Let's
if you
try.
go bishop f8,
yes.
Okay, a6.
Oh, sorry. Like, I'm very tired. So a6. Let's
now, if
see.
you capture the pawn, I'm going to give you a check on d8.
Yes, we just...
Is white winning?
I mean, white is winning
no,
here,
but
maybe.
we will check this line, of course. We need to show it on the board. So a7.
It says queen f3. Oh, no.
No, but I'm promoting.
Queen s3,
Yeah,
then you're
A8,
promoting
yes,
and you're protecting. So
and this is winning for white?
Yes, we're showing this line. So queen g2, and you're winning. Okay. This being said.
And we will keep an eye on all these games, and we will take a short break.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This is a wonderful day. Normally you do this at the culmination of an event, but this is midterm, and I hate to, interrupt things too much.
We are just honored to be part of this expansion project and, just to expand on what you've already grounded here in St. Louis. Everyone knows now St. Louis as the place for chess. So to see the club expanding, that's so exciting.
There is a steel beam behind Andy over here, and I think we'd like to start off by having that signed before we can get it erected sometime in the near future.
Writing a book? Yep.
Welcome back to the last round of the Cairns Cup, and let's check the results of this last round. So far we have only one draw between Harika Dronavalli and Alina Kashlinskaya. All the other games are still being played. And Nazi, you have some breaking news for us.
I absolutely do. In the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Humpy Koneru, Humpy just missed a fantastic opportunity to make a draw in this rook endgame. It's kind of hard to believe how she could have drawn this. So in this position, she played f takes c, and now after rook g7, it's just game over. Mariya's going to play rook g5 and pick up another pawn. Guess how she draws? Okay, rook b6. You take the pawn. He takes f7.
Okay, that looks so risky.
They probably calculate this rook c6, game over. Guess what? After king f7, this is a draw. White has an extra pawn, but it's just a draw.
Can we try it?
Yeah. You can f3, king e5.
King f3, king e3.
Sure, king e5.
g4.
And g6. This is a theoretical draw.
So there's always opposition, and if I have to push h5, then that's a pawn on the edge of the board, and that's draw.
If king f3 here, let's just continue.
King f3, king f6. I do have to make accurate moves, of course.
King f4.
And I just stay...
and now g5,
and here g5,
right?
that's the idea,
That's what I wanted you to demonstrate. g5 is a very important move to
and
make
the draw. Even without rook b6, I think even rook b5 is a draw with the same idea. I take, I go rook f5. Let's say you make improving move. I still go rook f6, and I wait for you to do rook c6, and then I take here. Still a draw.
Wow.
What a save that would have been, but...
But can't we take on f7 directly, or it's like...
where?
In this line, the line that you just demonstrated.
So rook b8, rook b5, pardon me. Now takes everything on f6. Rook here.
Oh, you mean rook f7?
Yes. It's the same draw.
Yes, you can. But let's show off. Let's play rook f6. Yeah. But now after she played f takes e and king f5, oh wow, rook c5 or rook g5, she's about to lose third game in a row. She had such a fantastic start. She was undefeated for 6 rounds or so, and to lose last 3 rounds, this is just devastating, honestly.
And for Mariya, that's a strong finish because she will win. I think this is her 3rd win.
Wow. I think so, yeah.
And maybe the memory of the match that the two of those players, they played together in 2015 when Mariya knocked out Humpy Koneru in the World Championship and went on to win the title. So this memory might be still present, but I can understand that after 2 major defeats, Humpy Koneru had to face Mariya with the black pieces, and it's not an easy game. You know, those endings, those rook endgames. I know, Katerina, when I have an extra pawn, you know, I think, okay, this is going to be in a draw. When I'm pawn down, you know, I think, okay, I'm going to lose this again.
But being 2 pawns up, that's a giant advantage. So Mariya just checking how she wants to capture the pawn, whether rook g5 or rook b5. And maybe let's update our viewers on the most important game of this round, Carissa Yip against Alice Lee. We do have few developments there.
And as Carissa once said, so many moves, so many feelings. And I think this sums up this game perfectly. So much is at stake here. We know that Carissa is not risking to lose this game, but she might as well win this game. So it's up to Alice now to defend perfectly to make a draw.
And I think Alice is building a fortress, so she's putting this bishop kind of passively, but it does an important job. It does guard this pawn, while rook is cutting off this king for an improvement. And of course, these pawns are always going to be blocked. So the question is, how does Carissa want to play for a win? Of course, she doesn't need to play for a win. She can just go for a check and some perpetual, and Alice would just agree with that. But if she wants to push, because she does have a queen, I mean, material-wise, she is better. But the winner of this game, or even a draw for Carissa, is enough to take the tournament and a 2nd GM norm. For Alice, she needs to win, she must win, which is extremely difficult in her situation right now. But if she manages to win, she earns her 1st grandmaster norm and wins the tournament.
Katerina, Alice just played king e6, but I thought that this was a perfect setup. You cannot improve your king, of course, so unless you want to go, you know, a different, you want to find a different path, but king h5, king h6, shoulder in a little bit, but you can always reply maybe
By the
king
way,
e6 there.
Both of these players are gaining a lot of rating. And current live FIDE ranking, I'm looking at, Carissa was 28th coming into this tournament. Now she's 22nd in the world.
Wow.
And Alice Lee was pre-tournament 57th. Now she's 35th.
That's a great jump in the world standings.
So king e6 is on the board, Katerina. As you've said, it's not easy to find a win here for white, but we don't need it. Maybe
Carissa will want to try maybe king f4, but she has 34 minutes. So they reached the 40th move, the time control, they were added extra 30 minutes. So now Carissa can think how she can push to win this game. But of course, if she doesn't find anything, she can easily just move with the king back and forth, and it's going to be a draw because Alice has no way of really pushing here for a win.
Katerina, and this is such a powerful image because their body language says it all. So Carissa is fully concentrated. She is trying to find a way to convert her small advantage, and Alice knows that she simply needs to wait. You know, she cannot control anything anymore in this position, so her fate is going to be decided by Carissa in this game. So king f4, but then what? Then where? If king f7, can we repeat here? King f4. Let's say king f4, king f7 here.
I like a5, just to throw it there. Also, when I see light square bishop, I just don't want to have my pawn on a light square.
Oh. If I play king e6, do you want to play king e4 here?
No, I want to play queen f5.
Let's say queen f5. Once again, king f7.
Now I will check you on h7.
King e6.
I want to go from behind to see if I can attack you.
To the pawn on f6 you want.
Right,
You want
so
to
I
get
go
closer to this pawn.
Queen g8 check.
Queen g8, and if I play bishop f7, you will play queen c8 and king f5 maybe. I understand.
And if you move the king now, let's say king, I don't know, d6 or d7, that's the moment when I'm gonna get closer and attack it. And now you don't have this move because I simply take it. You don't have that move, I take it. And if I get the pawn, then okay, then I have a free passer, and that's a different story.
But we have a move. Queen e4 check, queen c4 check, king d6. Wait a second. Does she want to play queen d4 here? And now king e6, and she's forcing a draw.
Right, so she can just move here. And the king cannot go there because then this pawn is up for grabs. So you have to go back. I go back, and we have a draw. So now Carissa has a decision. She can finish the event, or she can play for win. So she is still trying to play for win with king f4, with that idea that we were discussing, king f5, and target this pawn.
But okay, I cannot play bishop d7 here because queen d4 and queen a7. Okay,
Right,
this is going to be winning for white.
So interesting decision. You see what a fighter Carissa is. It's not like she has any risks, but she could have just make a draw, get her second GM norm, win the tournament. But she feels this is a position she needs to convert. And if you want to become a grandmaster, you want to also be able to be converting these positions. So even if she doesn't manage to do that, she wants to give herself a try and go for it.
Also, rating points matter. She needs to reach 2,500, right? So winning gives her more rating points as well.
We haven't thought about it. So it's very important to keep the rook on the 7th rank because this pawn needs protection. What move can we make here for black?
I think this is starting to be extremely difficult for Alice.
And I cannot activate the bishop from f7 because queen d4 is going to be played. Okay.
I think soon you're going to be in some zugzwang.
You're absolutely right, but maybe I can. Well, can I give this pawn?
Okay, king get
Queen f6.
Maybe queen even can take it.
No, but
King d7.
And I thought that king d7. You know, now I want to play rook f7 and rook f3. So actually, maybe I can give this pawn away. That's a very interesting defensive
Queen
resource.
d4 and I take a7 pawn.
Oh, queen d4 and you're going for this pawn. It's
So
okay.
rook f7.
Rook f7.
King probably e5. Yes, you take that pawn, I take another pawn on a7.
And king d6 is coming.
And the problem is I have a passer, and yeah, king d6 also. I may just go to try to checkmate you on the back rank.
Yeah, king d6. But this game will last for a while, Katerina. You know, if you're not mating me, maybe I can give rook f6 check here.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have to go this direction, to be honest. I think I would just here start by pushing the pawn. If you don't have a check here, I'm going to push even more, then I'm going to give you a check, and I'm just going to start promoting.
And is there any way for us to sacrifice the bishop and to have a rook and a pawn against the queen?
I don't think so. I think this looks like it's starting to be quite difficult for Alice to manage how she can build a fortress and try to hold this position.
For the moment, they have enough time to think about the position, but I think that the clock will become the major factor in this game, especially if Alice will have to defend with the only moves. 20 minutes, and she's entering this dangerous time trouble zone. Yes, here we see it. Like, I always think that when you have less than 20 minutes for the rest of the game, it's one of the most difficult moments.
And every move is important here because the queen can give a lot of double attacks on the pawn on a7, the pawn on f6. So you want to be careful where you move with your pieces as black. And I think we have a result.
Let's have a result.
And that is Mariya Muzychuk won her game against Humpy Koneru.
And Humpy Koneru lost the third game in a row.
3 losses in a row to finish the tournament. That must be a very devastating end to this tournament. That she started so well. She was a co-leader after 6 rounds.
It's a hat trick, by the way, but you know, on the other side, we had Carissa winning 3 games in a row, then 4 games in a row, but we all know how difficult it is to lose 3 games in a row in the event. All her dreams were shattered, and Humpy leaves. She finishes on 4.5, on 50%.
50% for Humpy, -1 for Mariya Muzychuk.
King f4.
And for Mariya, this is her second win in the tournament.
So King f5 is the threat, yes? We simply want to take this pawn. The king is marching towards the pawn on f6.
And by the way, maybe we can jump to the game of Nino Batsiashvili against Bibisara Assaubayeva, because Bibisara made a very committal move right now. She played queen f6, forcing pretty much a queen trade. And then I think it's just a winning endgame with extra bishop. Because, I mean, yes, you probably won't take the queen, but once you move that queen away, probably to g3 or d2 to make sure you are defending this pawn, I can just capture this pawn with my queen, and that's just the start, because then I will get the other pawn and I have extra bishop.
Yeah, so you have to take.
And if you take, this king is just so advanced. This king will quickly go here, grab this pawn, and it's a winning pawn in game. This bishop for now is only stopping the pawn, so that's the only job, but this king will be too active.
Nino is looking for something which can save her here. But this is it. Queen f2 is a very dangerous threat.
Yeah, if she doesn't want to trade queens, you have to drop back with the queen and give up a6. And
yes, queen d2,
hopeless.
Queen a6. You don't want to play this.
Yeah. Completely hopeless. And if you give a check again, I have no issues blocking with the queen, and we are in the same territory. Some moment I may even want to sacrifice, but there is no need. I will simply improve
Well, after
my
seeing
queen.
how Humpy could have drawn down a pawn, maybe I wouldn't sacrifice so early.
And just go after this
I'm just
pawn.
kidding. Of course, here it's completely win.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we can check for the last game what's Nona Dzagnidze doing with Tang Zhongyi, because that was another endgame.
That was a very interesting endgame that we started to analyze. We wanted to grasp the essence of the position, because what are you supposed to do? Nona decided to leave the pawn on g3, so she thought that this will be the best way to keep the balance, even though the Tang is a pawn up in this endgame. But knight is on f5 right now. Okay, let's put the current position on the board. The bishop is on b1, so the knight cannot leave. Well, you can give this check, but then the pawn on g6, is hanging. So you will have to play knight f5 back, and I think that Nona wants to play h5.
But we will pause here because Yaser is with a guest. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you indeed. I'm here with Mariya. Mariya, thank you for joining me.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, your punishment for winning is you get to tell us what happened.
I know, I like these punishments when they come. I can tell you about my game.
Tell us, you've got a captive audience. What happened today?
I think I played okay, but maybe my opponent is a bit exhausted.
Yes, this is her
difficult tournaments. Yeah.
Her third defeat in a row, no? Wow, yeah, we didn't expect this from Humpy, but you have been presented with a position that you can fight. You have a superior position. At this moment, what was your expectation?
Actually, this is what I wanted, to find a playable position, and I thought that this game was just for 2 results.
Right.
So
that's always the dream.
Yes. But I was afraid to spoil and to lose my advantage.
Right.
Okay, because instead of rook f3, I could play immediately rook d3. So it's very tricky. You never know what is better.
When did you feel that things had really gone in your favor? At what moment?
After rook e4, I do not know.
At which moment?
She played, I remember she played rook e4 and then rook e7 here. I was very confident, yes.
This is when...
I press much.
Exactly. Tournament's over.
Yes, it's always nice to win the last game.
With a victory, yes? How was your feelings here in St. Louis, your return?
It was very good, I saw the city, so many more things than before.
Right.
Yes, I went to the botanical garden, also to the different parks.
Yeah, so you had a nice...
Yeah, I'm very glad that my friends showed me the city.
Oh, good. Finally, I have to ask you, for us as Americans, we're very proud, of course, but we're also very stunned. Alice and Carissa, one of them is going to win clear first.
True. And I think that one of them will get GM Nom. Yes?
As well. Wow. Does their result come as a surprise for you, or?
Not really. I'm not surprised, because these girls are talented, and of course they play in the United States. It's better for them. So they are young. They want to improve. They have coaches.
Right. Passion.
Everything has a passion.
Yeah.
It should be this way.
Right. Exactly. Mariya, thank you for joining us.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. And back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. It was a very important win for Mariya, but 3 games are still in progress. And our most important game between Carissa Yip and Alice Lee is right on your screens. So
But you know, from that interview, it's nice when you hear the former women world champion Mariya Muzychuk saying that it's not surprising for her that these players, these young players, are playing so well here. Like, she already gives them a lot of credit for their work and their chess understanding.
Of course, and she played them, you know, those games are not easy. And Mariya won a very important game, of course, but let's remind our audience that Carissa won probably half of the games, of the decisive games in this event. She's such an aggressive player, and she wants to win this one as well.
So now bishop f7 is on the board. How do we continue?
Bishop f7. We wanted to give queen d4 check.
So let's start queen d4. King e6. You have to come back to defend the pawn.
And especially you need to guard the f5 square, so you can't allow me to play king f5.
So maybe now we can go
a5. Let's go a5.
Queen c5 or a5. Okay. What?
a5.
a5. Okay. So this is definitely putting some pressure on Alice Lee, but let's quickly check on the game between Nino Batsiashvili and Bibisara Assaubayeva, because we are expecting this maybe to end quickly, because wow, yeah. So Nino did trade the queens, and we are playing an endgame where black has an extra piece. I mean,
yes.
So we are expecting something like this. Takes.
Maybe
takes,
king h4. No.
Takes. How if I play very?
It's white to move.
Oh, sorry.
King h4 first.
Here I go there.
King
Here.
h5.
Here. Take, and this is just winning. I'll get my bishop here, and then I will start pushing. So there are probably more ways. Actually, I like what black did for Bibisara, because she's going this direction, maybe just, and that's a handshake. So Bibisara wins her last game of the tournament against Nino Batsiashvili.
She finishes the tournament on a positive note. Yesterday she lost against Carissa Yip with the white pieces. But
she's going to tie for the 4th place.
And she's one of the most promising players of her generation, of Carissa's generation. So we will probably see her next year. Hopefully that this tournament will continue the tradition of organizing the strongest women's event.
And Bibisara, yes, she is just a very strong player, very young player, so we can expect. And she's the grandmaster elect, so right now it shows that she's international master, but she will be awarded the title very shortly.
Katerina, do you think that the game between Carissa Yip and Alice Lee will be the longest one, not only during this round, but of the whole event?
No, I think the longest round, or the longest game, was the game between Harika Dronavalli and Carissa Yip in the first round.
Yes,
I think
for the moment, but...
Right, but Carissa has 30 minutes, and I don't think she's going to spend that much moving the pieces around now. I think she will move the queen, push the pawn, and okay, if it's enough, it's enough. If not, it's a draw. I don't see her.
But Alice is down to 11 minutes, Katerina. I told you this is going to be the most important element to take into consideration, time.
Alice is very good in time trouble. She's fantastic.
So Carissa on queen b4, checking the king.
King e6 here.
And I'm expecting king e6, but Alice is... I mean, if you go here, okay, this is still not winning a pawn, but I can always go here to force you to go back to e6.
Now, after queen b4, I can play queen b8, you know, bringing my queen to the 8th rank and giving a lot of checks.
Well, if you go king b7, there is queen c5, right?
Yes.
She pushed the pawn. She played
c5. Okay, that is the move I wouldn't make so easily.
She's losing that pawn now, right? Queen b8 check.
Queen b8 check. So
if you cover queen d8, and you're gonna lose the f6 pawn.
Yeah. No, this move looks to me suspicious. You are just giving a lot of squares around. I thought you want to just stay with your pieces compact.
So queen b8 has to be played now.
So I think she's going to lose the c pawn and then still try to hold the draw. So king e6, queen c8, and rook d7.
But I think in such situation, then I win usually with the idea to go here, and then the queen to b7 and...
Maybe bishop g6, and yeah, she needs to find some kind of fortress here.
This is going to be the longest
so
game
queen
of the
b8
event.
is on the board.
King e6 has to be played, I think. Otherwise, it's worse.
Because it's better to give up the c5 pawn than the pawn on
And
f6.
f-pawn, yeah.
If you have a choice, don't give up this one, because then the f3 pawn is just going to start marching forward and become a big danger.
And I wanted to praise Alice's attitude and her mindset. With all the results, we know, of course, that she will tie for the second place with Harika Dronavalli, even if she loses this game. So she had to try, no matter what.
I mean, if she makes a draw, then she's clear second. And that's $50,000. But we will take a break because Yaser is with Bibi. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you, indeed. I'm with Bibi. Bibi, thank you for joining me.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely. What happened today?
Maybe it was my best game in the tournament. I didn't prepare at all, and after yesterday's game, I just wanna finish the tournament, whatever it's. So I think maybe she missed d5. I don't know.
Okay, so what you're saying is you saved your best game for the very last game of the tournament. And this was actually a very, very nice move.
Yeah, I think
the computer
she
loved
missed
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and because after e4 I have rook a7.
That's right.
Is it good?
Oh,
yeah.
It's brilliant. Is it
Yeah,
good? It's brilliant.
I don't understand about what she thinks. Then I saw bishop a7, and after this I calculate until knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This everything, and here I saw I have good position, and also
Yes.
I saw that knight g5 she should play.
Right.
But here after h3 I thinking a lot, and also I calculate knight gf2, and after c5 I thought maybe I can play bishop d6, but I wasn't sure because of knight g5.
Oh.
Yes, it was fantastic, and I can't play h5 because of knight f7.
Wow.
And they
That's
calculated.
crazy.
So then I said, okay, I just
No.
play knight h6.
No. You. So that was your. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now I feel comfortable. I calculate good, I think. And here after d takes e4, maybe here instead of a5, more practical was queen d5. Because, I don't know, queen a4, I wasn't sure that I will play like this because I don't know if queen takes b7. Yeah, I should be accurate because I can't play bishop b4 because of rook a1. And yeah, and position is...
But you have your two pieces.
Yeah, I have, but okay, here we have less pawns, so it's some chances.
So
after e4, I have very easy play. a5, I mean. Yeah, here I think I was happy that she played it because I have very easy and queen a6.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're coordinating everything.
Her pawn on b4 is very weak. Also, I can play bishop g7 and c3.
Exactly.
Yeah, if I won yesterday, I had some chances. Yeah, okay, but not my tournament.
Yeah, you're currently tied for fourth with a game still going on. How was your experience here in St. Louis?
Good. I think in general I play good, but at some moment I don't have luck enough, and also, for example, yesterday I forgot about the best line and just play few terrible moves and just resign.
No.
Yeah, but I think it's first time when a US player won the tournament, so it's great. I'm happy to play here. It's very strong tournament and very interesting to play.
Just because I'm an American and an American chess fan, Anna Zatonsky won the tournament too.
Really? I forgot about it.
Yeah, She was the lowest rated player in the tournament when she won.
It was 2 years ago.
Yes.
I saw a little bit.
And today, history is repeating itself because one of the lowest rated player tournament, either it's going to be Carissa or it's going to be Alice who are going to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something special
If
about
Alice
this event.
won, I will be happy because I won her. But okay, with Carissa, actually, I also have a good score, 3-0. But yesterday I lost.
Quickly, because this game has been featured throughout our broadcast today. What's your first impression of the position?
I think that game should end in a draw, but for black it's hard to play.
It's hard.
Yeah, white have no risk, so I think Carissa will win the tournament. But okay, she won 4 in a row from the first 4 players in the rank list, so it's impressive, very impressive.
Very. Bibi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. Yes, we agree that it is difficult to play this for Alice. And let's just review the results. Nino Batsiashvili lost to Bibisara Assaubayeva. Harika Dronavalli drew with Alina Kashlinskaya. And Mariya Muzychuk won against Humpy Koneru. But Nazi, you wanted to show us how Alice should have defended and created a fortress.
Yes, because right now Alice is in big trouble. I think she's going to lose this endgame. So earlier around here, she chose the wrong plan. When she came out with King e6, I think maybe she's still hoping to win and somehow push the c-pawn, because she can set up kind of a fortress if she keeps the king over here. So let's make some move. Let's say rook d7. I can give up that pawn, put the king on g7, maybe not in this exact position, like rook e7, king g7, bishop f7, and Engine says it's winning, but you move pieces around and then there is no improvement. So this was a way to draw. Now, currently, after c5, queen b8. So Almira, you had a question, why didn't Carissa take which pawn?
Because we were winning the pawn. Now I can play king f5. No?
In this position,
Yes,
right?
in this
King,
position.
yes, king f5 absolutely was playable and she could have taken on f6, but the way she played is also winning because after queen a6, you go back and I go, I still play king f5.
Nazi, actually, I understand the fortress. So even though you give up the pawn, the c-pawn, why it is very important to keep the king on g7 is that every time that you play king f5, I will have to give you a check.
Yes, yeah, rook e5, exactly. So that would be the fortress. Yeah.
And or bishop d7, it depends. If you will play f4, I don't know, like if you will be able to take those squares away.
And I think if it wasn't for the tournament situation, Alice would have found that fortress, but she was still hoping to win. So now king's on d5, queen takes f6, she's going to push c4.
But now when the f6 pawn is no longer on the board and Carissa is expected to capture it immediately, we have a passer on f3 that's going to just be pushed easily forward. And I think this game is going to finish soon.
Alice is down to 9 minutes, as we can see, you know, then queen f6 is on the board.
Now we have some tricks here, but then we will just move the king away and let's go.
And even though that this is our last round, there are so many decisive games. Katerina, I think we'll calculate what is the percentage of the decisive games for this event, but it was extremely high. And we have already 2 decisive games today. This might be as well be a decisive game. And Nona Dzagnidze is still playing against Zhongyi.
So rook d7, I'm expecting king g5. And then we can just move forward. And you know, this win for Carissa makes a big difference because it's, yes, she can claim the tournament with a draw. She's going to also get the GM title, but we talked this is going to be her, GM norm, and this is going to be her second GM norm. But she also needs to cross that 2,500 rating. Right now, she's 2431. The life rating must be higher because she's playing just so well in this event, but then still she has at least like 55 points she needs to get. So winning against Alice Lee, rating-wise, is just going to earn her those extra points.
Katerina, you're absolutely right, because it was necessary to remind our audience what are those requirements for the GM title. Not only you have to have 3 extraordinary performances, over 2,600, and to play strong grandmasters, at least 3 grandmasters, but you also have to cross the 2500 rating barrier.
In live ratings, right?
Yes, you have just to cross it once in your life, but I think that...
I'm still waiting for myself to cross the 2400 rating to be awarded the IM title, because I have so many IM norms, but I just never... I'm even pre-approved, so I am elect too, but for over 10 years, I'm just unable to cross that barrier.
Katerina, I will root for you because, well, our audience doesn't know, but I've been pushing Katerina to play those events. I know that she's a very strong player. You just have to find the motivation to play long events. Yes, Katerina?
We will see how that goes, but thank you for the support.
And king e3 is on the board, not king g5. Maybe she wants to bring her king closer to this passer, just in case. It's very important to make prophylactic moves sometimes.
And you're right, it's kind of safe. If I just move my king somewhere here, then I can start push the pawn as well, and I'm taking no risks.
By the way, another piece of information, only 6 women, they've crossed the 2600 barrier in the history of women's chess. So we can count them.
So Judith Polgar,
Hu Yifan,
Ju and June,
Humpy Koneru, who is present here, Alexandra Goryachkina, and Anna Muzychuk, Mariya's sister. So only 6 women have been able to accomplish that.
And let's go to Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you. I've been following the Carissa Alice Lee. Wow. Yeah, maybe it turns out to be the longest game of the tournament. Yeah, why not? Just perfect for us as we wrap things up. The strangest thing is, usually on your way to a victory, as is Carissa, along the way, you know, you could always make some kind of a repetition. And I was very curious to see if when that repetition presented itself, whether Carissa would say, like yourselves, no, I'm playing for the rating points as well as everything else, or I will just secure the victory. You know, there has been no possibility of a repetition, and Carissa is well on her way. Now the computer engine, before it had been hovering around 1 pawn advantage for Carissa for, let's say, the last 2 dozen moves, now has jumped to 2.25, as we see just exactly what you guys have been talking about. If White's king ever gets to c3, the f-pawn runs, it's game over. I was just playing around with these moves. c4, f4, king c5, queen f5 check, give me the rook. Obviously, you have to defend the rook. Queen b5 check, king d6, and I'm just looking at, and this is just such a difficult, well, miserable position to try to defend. The combination of being able to use your queen and f-pawn effectively, this pawn is really blockaded. Also, on certain occasions, it behooves you to put your pawn on a6 so that sometimes you can play queen b7. In short, I really am expecting Carissa to win now, unless she can just see a draw and go, I claim the draw. But everything you said, you know, you've got to cross the rating barrier to get your grandmaster title, get your grandmaster norm, but you still have to get your rating on the live rating list there. As we see Carissa, she's zoned in. I must say that, you know, considering all the pressure that's been on her, she looks as calm as I've ever seen her. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. And this is going to be a very long game for the championship. Alice is down to her 7 minutes. Carissa still has 25 minutes and the winning position, Katerina. She is fighting for another 5 rating points, even more probably, in this game. And while they're still playing, Katerina, I wanted to say that even though chess is physically sedentary, you know, those long, high-stakes games are incredibly draining. Yes, so, and of course, this unrelenting, continuous intellectual effort, coupled with body's physiological stress response, that's what I wanted to emphasize, because we don't think about this way, but all this consumes a lot of energy. So this is why you need to be very fit when you play chess games.
And a lot of players before tournament, they really try to work hard on their physique, right? They not only practice chess and prepare for their opponents, but they work out a lot so they know they have the stamina to play such a long tournament.
And of course, after the game, I don't know how you feel, Katerina, but I'm always very tired. I need to walk a little bit. But by the way, you know, if I may have another analogy, because Yaser was talking about the tiger, there is no lion chasing you across the board, you know, but the perception of a critical blunder, you know, of a looming defeat, you know, can trigger a very real, you know, response, stress response. And your brain, you know, all your body have to react.
Now, Carissa played this Queen A6 move on the board. I really like it. It's a quiet move. First of all, it doesn't allow you to push C3 because I have this Queen C8. Attacking the rook and the king, you will have to come and defend it, and then I capture that pawn. But also now, if you give me a check, maybe that's what I want, because you will help me to get the king closer to the pawn or in front of it, and then this pawn can run. So this move, Queen A6, is just saying, what do you want to play with your black pieces? I may have this as an idea, Queen B5, to just force your king away, and then, you know, unless the bishop keeps attacking it, defending it. So rook E7 check now. We are expecting
King D2.
King D2, and then I think the pawn starts running. Maybe, okay, if I get to play King C3, I will want to do that as well. But here you will start to see how the position is collapsing, because the pieces are not defended by the king, and suddenly this queen will start, I think, attacking the king, then attacking this pawn, and again, this pawn will just go forward and bring more issues to black's pieces.
The only way for you to keep your pieces intact for the moment is probably to put the bishop on d5 and the rook on f7. Yes, you need to protect everything. So the king protects the bishop protects the rook, the bishop protects the pawn, and the rook protects the pawn. So that's the only way not to lose immediately. But you're absolutely right. If I will go rook f7, then after king e3, you know, you no longer have this check, you know. Because now if you play king c3, I can give you this check, king d2, and back. But f5, let's try here. I have to play rook f7.
But you cannot really capture that pawn. So I can go exactly king c3. You cannot capture this because I always have this queen c8 check, and that's a double attack.
Yes, that's
so it's kind of indirectly defended.
That's what I thought, that after king c3, black has no moves.
So let's refresh the position to see where the players are at now. Okay, so Carissa went king d2, and I think I saw Alice kind of trying to play with the bishop, but then she put her hand down to maybe reconsider. But I think bishop d5 is a move to consider for sure.
Katerina, we always think about Carissa as this great tactician, but by the way, great technique in converting her advantage in this endgame.
I agree. This endgame, she's playing very accurately.
And the fact that she didn't take a draw earlier when she could have easily finished the tournament.
Shows character.
But would you take the draw, Nazi, in such a situation?
No.
Right? Because you just feel you can win.
Yeah.
And winning a game, it's so good for our ego. So if it's close to us and we see that we are not taking risks, if it was the middle game where there are two bishops and two rooks, and I had a chance to make a draw, I probably would go for that because I can blunder. But here in the position when I see that I'm not taking any risks, then that's a different story.
There's one thing that you're not mentioning, and I always thought about this during my chess career. I feel the pain, you know, of my opponent. So Carissa could have gone for a draw, you know, because she knows how painful it is for Alice also to lose this game.
No, but you don't play a tournament so your opponents feel well, right? Then you should just lose all your games and make them happy.
I don't think a lot of players would relate to that, but I know what you mean.
I think about this all the time. And, well, that's why, you know, I don't play.
Now, it would be a different case if Alice was still making a GM with a draw. Yes. That would be a different case. But for Alice, draw and loss, just differences in the money. That's all.
And she's only 15 years old. This is such an achievement. She's tying for the second place. She has so many of those tournaments in the future. I hope, of course, we will see these players at the World Cup.
By the way, King C3 is on the board, so Carissa managed to stop this pawn completely.
Can you play Rook D3 here?
Yeah, but that's one check.
And back.
Go here, and you want to go back.
Yes, so Queen B5, maybe?
No, I think I just go.
F5, okay, we just...
Because I also am happy that I'm like stopping any checks from here.
F5.
Yeah, Black is running out of good moves.
Yes, Bishop D5, that's the only move, you know.
King C3.
We were suggesting it. Bishop F7 back.
Now Queen B5 check.
Yes, King D6.
Maybe King D4. I don't know if that helps.
It's a possibility.
But
also, what if I just push?
No, I had an idea. You can actually lose this game, Nazia, you know. King D4. I just wanted to show it.
Okay.
King E7.
You want me to go King E5?
Yes, King E5, and then you're actually losing after Rook D5 because my pawn is faster. C3, and Black is winning.
Too fast.
So you have to be careful, and you don't make a move King D4 if you don't want to play King E5. Yes, here. King D4, King E7, then you have to go back.
Yeah, just go forward. I want to push this pawn here, push this pawn here, and then I will be looking for some even backrank checkmates maybe.
So if I play Bishop D5 here, now should you play King D4?
No, now I go here because I want to be giving check there.
King C6 I will play here.
Or maybe
I have to keep my pieces, you know, compact, as you said. You know,
A6 was also interesting, right?
A6 taking
also possible
away the square. B7
okay, we have
square.
some moves. So check here.
Maybe we should bring also the live board, yes, on our screen.
So
we can
Alice is
follow.
moving back, and now I'm expecting F5.
How many minutes? 4 minutes for Alice? I can
4
see.
minutes for Alice, 24 minutes for Carissa. And yeah, F5 on the board. And let's check in with Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Thank you, ladies. I followed your discussion. Almira, I know you're a compassionate person, but chess is brutal. You know, you got to play for a win. And in this position, we finally have reached a position, where I was really wondering, sorry, I've got these very thick fingers. I was finally wondering what would happen if there was a repetition. And here it is. This is the first time that Carissa could invite a repetition for Alice and claim the draw and win the tournament. She could play King C3. I was surprised you guys didn't suggest it yourselves. Rook D3 check, King C2, Rook here. In the game, Carissa has correctly played for the win. According to the engine, it's almost an extra piece for White at this moment. Her advantage is so great. But there was a chance that she could have invited a repetition just now with the move King C3, and she didn't go for it. She's playing for those extra rating points along with the $60,000 first, the $5,000 bonus, the grandmaster norm, the Cairns Cup title, and all of the fame and fortune that goes with winning the most important women's tournament in the United States. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. And while this crucial game is still in progress, we have another game between Nona Dzagnidze and Zhongyi, which has a very interesting endgame on the board. Katerina, let's have a look. We've been trying to analyze it several
By the way,
times.
maybe we can go back to just this moment, interesting moment. G4, black is offering this pawn because if white captures it, then we have this really powerful fork and black is completely winning. So that means white cannot capture that pawn. Let's see how the game continues.
So Nona went king e4, then knight d6. The thing is, you have to be close to this pawn, yes? Because if you play king d5 here, after knight f5, you know, you're forced to take. And, by the way, you cannot even play bishop d1.
There is knight e3, another fork.
Okay, I wanted to show it because you want to liquidate everything. You want to take on g4, of course, but knight f5, this is the threat as well, and this is the threat, so maybe you have
and if
to
you
take.
capture, that's a winning pawn in the game for black.
Yes, and then what else
It's
can
a
you
trunk,
do here?
and then
Yes,
we just play
then the king
king
comes
e4.
to e4 and f3. So Nona has to be careful here. So after knight d6, she needs to play king e3 to stay in the game.
And she made that move.
She made this move. Okay.
Then king e6.
King e6 was played. Is she trying to bring? But okay, if we play bishop d1 here, king f5, and if we play bishop c2 back, she wants to play e4. But I think that after king d4, you know, this pawn is lost. No?
I have knight b5.
Knight b5, but then I will...
Well, be careful, there are forks.
Yes, but I will...
You go there and I go knight c3.
No, wait. I cannot play here, but you're right. This is... Your idea is to get here, knight c3, knight e2. Okay. Should we allow this line or not? Just a second. So maybe... Let's leave the bishop on g2, because how can you improve your position? You need to keep this king close to the pawn, so you cannot play king d5. Let's say I will just make a waiting move here. Bishop b1. How can you improve your pieces? She wants to play knight f5, I understand.
Okay, let's give a check.
There's king f2. And I think that we've been here.
Can I go knight d4 now?
Wait. But maybe here you can... No, you can't actually improve your king because it doesn't matter. Knight d4, but king e3 once again.
Okay, knight b5.
Knight b5. What do you want from me here?
Knight c3. Unfortunately, by the way, for Zhongyi, she only lost and drew in this tournament. She never won a game. So maybe this is the moment, you know, the last round, and she wants to try really hard to finish with a win.
Yes, but we've been here, yet I can see, I can find a way to improve your pieces.
So let's see, let's refresh the board, and we have king f5, bishop, first bishop d1, king f5.
But actually, we've seen that Nona will probably play bishop c2 here, yes?
Bishop e2 on the board.
Bishop e2 is on the board. She's allowing e4. Does she think that here, after e4, she will play king d4? And she took away the square. So the knight cannot penetrate. Okay,
well,
that's
a
much better. That's a much better move. You need to bring your knight to
bishop g4,
h5. Yes, but now that's the idea. You can take on g4.
Sneaky.
That's why bishop e2 is very precise.
Yeah, that's why also black doesn't want to push the pawn. I understand. So king g5 on the board.
King g5. So they just made 60s move, or it's going to be a long game.
Bishop
also
d3.
Bishop d3. So she wants to give check. You know that you need to play king f2 here. Knight f5 is on the board. King f2. And what
How do we
is
make
your
progress?
follow-up? Yes. Well, you
Yeah,
can.
no, this is difficult to
This
make
is it.
progress. I mean, it's an extra pawn, knight jumping around, but it's difficult for the black king to get any better position. There is just this wall where this white pawn is guarding this square, the bishop is guarding this diagonal, and the black king just cannot get closer to the white pawn to create some attacks.
So knight g7 is on the board, but now you can simply move your bishop. Yes, maybe you can put your bishop to e4.
Maybe 10 wants to play knight h5, so your king is stuck on f2.
Yes, but I will keep my bishop on this diagonal.
And when black king starts to
Maybe
move to
she
the queen
wants
side,
to play this, but then I will play king e3.
no, if I went with king f6 and started to move with the king, then you'll have bishop g6, right?
Yeah, or bishop f5. Whenever you bring your king here, yes, I will always attack the pawn on g4. They are repeating. Maybe we should stay a bit longer.
Okay, so knight h5 on the board.
King f2. Silence in the studio, but music in my head, you know. Chess is making us happy. So I can actually hear a beautiful symphony right now.
I mean, Tang Zhongyi is going to continue trying. I think maybe she will go for that king f6.
King f6 and bishop e4. I just have to keep the bishop on this diagonal. I need to control the squares e4 and f5.
Maybe you could even play... No, it's not necessary. I want to play bishop e2, but king f5, I'm allowing e4. I'm sure it's still fine, but no need. So she might actually repeat because there's just no way to break through.
And she already tried for many moves here, right?
But then maybe we should get back to the game between Carissa and Alice, because if they're going to repeat, we will show you the result. But this is the position, the actual position on the board. Queen is on h8.
So how did we get here? So this was the check. King forward, and queen a8, and rook d7. So what do we want to do now? So we may go for queen f6, check, and king c5.
Trina, I can't believe, you know, if Nona Dzagnidze and Tang Zhongyi, they will make a draw, the last game of the event, the game which will decide everything, you know, will be also the longest game of this round. And chess is a struggle. You know, what else can we add, you know, to this powerful image of two friends battling for the championship, for the grandmaster norm, and one of them is going to make history.
Yeah, and Carissa is trying to find a way to win. I mean, we don't want to call the tournament, but I think Carissa is not going to lose this game, right? That would mean she would really have to blunder big time.
Like her queen, right?
Yeah.
And our Alice is very long time right now.
Yes, Alice has only 4 minutes, 30 seconds, while Carissa has 19 minutes. So I kept thinking I want to push the pawn, but now with this queen here kind of at the edge of the board, I want to bring the queen closer. So that's why I was thinking queen f6 here.
You want to play king c5?
Okay. Queen f6 is on the board, king c7, king c5. We are allowing this check, but that's fine. So you probably want to give this check, otherwise
of course
it's just difficult for black to find a move.
But after rook d5, you can take
and
on
we
c4.
have that.
No, this was actually not the best. She should have played king c3, because now black can play a5.
Oh, a5, fixing the pawn and
A5.
taking away the
I mean, it
b4
should
square.
still be winning, of course, but it will be might be a little bit harder.
Like forcing the king.
Rook d3 check.
And rook d7. But then she might lose this pawn.
A5 on the board.
I will play queen e5, queen b5, queen
No,
a5.
not rook d7. That was a bit. Yeah.
So
Maybe
where do
bishop d5 here.
Ah, you want to put the bishop on d5 and rook on f3.
If I go
Ideally. Yeah, maybe bishop e4 or something here.
Wow, Alice is blitzing the best moves. Look at that. So first check here, check there, another check, and now bishop d5. Centralizing this bishop, maybe threatening some bishop e4, putting some pressure on the king.
Carissa can't forget about the a pawn and play queen g7 check and just f6.
But why not queen a6? I like this move. Queen a6, queen a5 with check.
Maybe you lose the f pawn.
How? Let's check it.
So queen
a6. Okay, this is definitely not the move. Let's say bishop e4.
Well, that hangs c4. We are all just...
Yes, exactly. So you cannot play
We have to start with rook f3.
Okay, rook f3 first. Rook f3 first. Yes, queen a5 check.
And
You
now
need to
king-
protect your
king
bishop.
d6.
King d6 or c6? Okay.
d6.
Yes, so we are losing this one, and let's try to keep it alive. Queen d8.
King e5.
King e5. Can I play a5 here?
Yes.
If you will take rook f5, I want to play a6. You will have to give up this bishop eventually, and they will play for another 50 moves.
Yep, seems that way. But like I said, Carissa doesn't have to go for this. She could just try to push the f pawn in the current position.
And she's still thinking, by the way. Nazi,
Yes,
there is
20
a
minutes.
trick, you know, when I will play a7 here, I might win immediately, you know, with queen d5. So how do you bring your rook into play?
I mean, even after queen d5, it's still queen versus rook and a pawn, right?
Yes, but I thought that no, I'm not winning the rook. I don't know, I'm tired. I thought that I'm winning the rook, you know, somehow. The rook was in f3 because you said rook f3, so that's why, because I wanted to take and a queen. I had an idea, you know, but a lot of things have to happen for me to reach my goal. Okay, let's have a look. Queen f6 is still on the board.
So let's give queen e7 check and push f6. Let's see that line.
Yes, queen is7.
It feels like we can always take the a5 pawn.
But f6, then rook f3, of course.
Yeah, we just have to figure out here. I could go queen a7 because you can take f6.
There's a skewer on the
So my idea is to
rank.
win
So
a5
if you-
without losing f6.
So let's see. And this is losing. And after queen a7. By the way, okay, let me make a move. Queen, bishop e4.
Am I letting your c pawn go a little too far?
Let's see. Yeah. If you're not winning this, then I can play c3 maybe.
Yeah, I could lose this.
Well, let me check. I just wanted to
c1.
I just wanted to
C3?
state that after c3, I'm
Mate in
threatening mate in 1. You know,
Yeah.
just in case.
Have queen a6, but I don't think I want to be in this position where
It's
there's
probably
checkmate
queen
hanging in
a8,
front of
queen
me.
a8 and resign.
Queen a8 and resign, yes. It's too strong for me at this point of the tournament. Players are getting tired, of course, but commentators are getting tired. The only one who has energy is Yaser. I think he's such a source of inspiration for all of us. You know, and I'm pretty sure that he's analyzing all the lines here very carefully, and he knows how to win this position. Carissa goes for the pawn.
So queen a6, attacking the pawn on a5.
Now rook f3 has to be played. It's the only chance.
We need to keep the rook here, and we need to protect the bishop on d5. So queen a5, queen d6, king d6. What if queen b6? You
King
will still
e5.
play king e5. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. So maybe queen d8 was a better check.
Maybe she'll push f6 now,
Now here.
before taking on a5.
F6 here. Let's check in with Yaser.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you for the compliments. I've actually been joined by our good friend Varuzian. Var and I have both agreed we're not necessarily interested in winning this game. We are interested in just making a perpetual check and just saying, Carissa, congratulations for winning the tournament. Yes, the computer is telling us that we can win the game, but you've seen that when the pawn gets to C3, you know, there are possibilities of messing up. And let's face it, we don't want to mess up. We're this close to the promised land of victory. And at multiple moments now, Carissa does have the opportunity of going for a perpetual check, which her last few moves, she's eschewed. Queen A6, instead of going for a perpetual check, she's played Queen A6 and she's played F6. So obviously her intent is to play for the win, and we're of the opinion like, look, you know, secure victory. Yeah, the engine says 2.5 points to the good. If you play Bishop E4 check, King D1, don't walk into those checkmates. Pawn is hanging. The bishop is going to have to come back. And it's one of those things that, you know, black gets into some kind of a zugzwang because the rook needs to guard the pawn. You've got to stop these things. So yeah, Carissa is winning, but hey, just ratings will come later. Win the tournament first, and take it easy on the commentators. We get tired too. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yaser. That was the real master of play, Yasser Seirawan. And I think, Yaser, that you just illustrated the difference between the Cairns Cup and the Sinquefield Cup and the number of decisive games. That's why this game is still in progress. Carissa wants to win it. She has an absolute approach. You're right, Katerina, because as a chess player, when maybe that's your duty to the game, yes? You have to pay tribute to the game, because if you know that you are winning, she's trying to win. And they're going to play the longest game, I think, of this round.
Yeah, I really understand Carissa's motivation to win this game and finish this tournament on such a strong note, despite draw just securing her GM norm and the tournament win, because she's just so close. And you know, when you play a good game and you are so close to win, sometimes you just want to close on that game. So I think she's gonna still continue pushing, but there may be a situation where she's still gonna go for that perpetual, but only when she feels like she exhausted all the options to go for a winning advantage, or if you know, going for some variations would just pose too many risks.
I think if we refresh, pawn is already on c3, right, in the live game?
Yes,
Okay,
let's refresh
the board.
Sorry. So you can get mated here if
sure. If you try hard enough.
Yes. If your queen leaves, if white queen leaves the a6 square, controlling the f1 square, so bishop b4 and rook f1 mate. Queen e2 is played.
That's actually a very strong move.
Because she's attacking the rook. She's also looking at queen here, targeting the bishop.
She wants to play queen f3 and f7.
So king d6 has to be played, or king d7, just to come closer to the pawn.
Yes, should we show it? Maybe just for the pleasure of seeing it on the board. Let's say we make king c6 because we want to put all the pieces on the white squares, but then you lose immediately. Queen f3 and f7, bishop e4 check, king c3, and this is it.
No one is stopping that pawn from promotion.
So queen d6, is this the only move, by the way?
King d6, yes.
Yes, king d6. Because you can't take the pawn. Yes, this one is also forbidden.
Yeah, there's queen e7, double attack.
Taking the rook. Okay.
How much time does Alice have?
Alice has 5 minutes, and Carissa has 15 minutes.
And she's posing a lot of problems in this endgame, Carissa. It's not easy to continuously parry all the threats. So at one moment, and we were talking about this, your mind, your brain, your body, you will react. You know, at some point, your brain will say, okay, enough of this, black out, and that's how you blunder.
It's just difficult to be always making those accurate moves.
So Queen E7 check here, and King C6 now. We have to bring the queen to the square, and F7 is not possible because we can take it. So Queen E7, but King D6 has to be played.
Yeah, otherwise white wins right away.
Queen E7, King C6. What else can we do here?
Maybe Queen E8 check.
Queen E8. Yes, I wanted to try this. So King D6.
Queen D8.
Queen D8.
And we take on A. Oh, am I still walking in the
wait,
checkmate again?
Yes, wait a second. So
why do I keep doing it?
But where are we going?
C6,
Here,
right?
C6. Yes, Queen A5. So
Bishop B4. Is this for sure made? Let's say I go King B3.
No. King B3, but then
Bishop D5 back.
Bishop D5 back. Yes. So
King A3.
Can I go
or maybe
here?
King B4. Yeah,
King
actually.
B4.
Because I want Queen C5.
Because if C2, yes, I have Queen C5, but if not C2...
Yeah, this looks winning. Queen C5 is
coming. King to B4 looks winning. Actually, I was thinking Bishop B4, King C2, King
C2.
B3, C2, but then you can play...
Rook F1, Queen B5. Yeah.
Rook F1, and I'm losing, but maybe I have this?
Oh, nice.
Yes.
You do. You do have it. Wait, take.
Take, Queen.
Ah, I'm tempo behind. I wanted Queen C3 and then F7, but I don't have that many moves.
No, I have the C2 and Rook B3 is actually...
Yeah, that's tricky.
Well, not winning, but...
yeah, again, white still has a draw, but
Bishop D5 is a dangerous threat, so let's update
Alice is down to her 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
And she does it. She finds the only move to stay in the game, King D6, but 3 minutes left for her. Of course, 30 seconds are added after each move, but we know how difficult it is to make those moves under pressure. By the way, Nona is still playing against Tan.
Yeah, but not much is changing there.
Okay, now
Zhongyi is trying to push for some advantage, but it feels like it's still around equal. So what is Carissa? Queen E6 we are expecting, right?
Queen E7, yes, Queen E7, yes. King C6, Queen E8. Let's check another line. So what can we win here? After
King E5.
King E5. So you.
We could play that.
No, but King E5, Queen A5. You cannot play Bishop B4. Be careful.
When the pawn on F6.
But then yes, but I want.
And I think that's a draw. But she played King. Where are we? Yeah, she played King C6.
King C6. You think that this is still a draw?
Well, if I take the pawn on F6, then yeah.
Yeah, Rook F6, and I should be able to hold up.
But Queen C3?
King F5?
Yes, but...
No, that's definitely a draw, right? You can't push the A pawn. I'll be able to stop that.
Yeah.
Well, but who knows? You know, you will bring your king to the center, you will attack the pieces, who knows?
Really? White could win that?
No, like, practically.
I mean, easy to make a mistake,
Of course.
Of course.
Especially with 3 minutes on the clock. But let's check it. Okay, Rook F6, Queen C3. You have to keep your king closer to the rook.
King would love to be on the queen side.
No, I think this is great accomplishment for Alice in this position.
So Queen A3.
King D.
King D6 or 7.
Yes, okay, D7. Let's push this pawn to A5.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will check on C6.
Check on C6, but I think that I will. Yes, this
King
is
B2?
actually
just Bishop C4.
Bishop C4. This
is a fortress.
Very important, yes, to do.
Yeah, and then the key is to not blunder anything. King A3, King B4, and just let's not blunder. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see the game. So King e7 check. King c6, and how do we continue here for Carissa?
She needs to keep the pawn on f6 alive. If the other one is a fortress.
I mean, maybe here we will see King e8 and just a draw. At least once, I think she can
I mean,
repeat.
Queen e8. Yes, Queen e8 check.
Yeah,
Yes.
Queen e8 check.
Queen e8 check. She needs to guard this square as well. So bishop b4 is a threat, as we know.
Yeah, I think she has to go Queen d8. I don't see anything else to make any progress. Oh, after King e5, what if I include Queen e7?
E7.
You go Bishop e6?
No, but maybe I can play King d4. I want to play Rook f2.
Yeah, I have to go Queen a7 and
Queen a7, but then King e5 back. Yes.
Yeah.
But Alice will have to demonstrate another fortress once again. Queen e2. Oh, so maybe they're going to repeat now. Queen e2 back, King d6. And if Carissa will not find anything decisive, anything better than Queen e7, then this is going to be a draw.
I think that's wishful thinking. I don't see Carissa giving up yet. I think she'll repeat once and then try something else.
But what do you play here? Because after Queen a6, I just go Bishop c6, right? And then I get that pawn on f6.
No, she's going to repeat once, and then after King c6, she might play Queen e8. We'll see. Or not, who knows? Queen e5. And now only move that draws for black is King c5.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow, I see the engine is giving a question mark to this move.
Yeah, after King c5, it says it's a draw. Everything else is +5.
+5, wow. It's probably everything dropping a piece.
Yes.
So Carissa is thinking that maybe she's setting up a Zugzwang here where black doesn't have a move. But after King c5...
Well, she's leaning towards the king because there is no piece that can make a move here, actually. The king is the only piece. And
if she's touching the king, then King c5 is the only move not to lose the bishop. But wow. King c5 on the board, and you're saying it's equal, Nancy, based on the computer?
Yes, it's a draw now.
King c5 exclamation point.
Yep.
And maybe Alice is just surviving this endgame.
So Queen c7, let's try something else, and not Queen e7.
So maybe
here.
King d4?
King d4 only move, yes.
Because now I'm still going maybe to King e5, just grabbing the pawn.
Oh, yeah, and Rook f2.
No, actually, I have King c4 if you give me a check from the a7 diagonal.
No, I wanted to play Queen b6 here.
Yeah, King c4.
King c4.
And then it says you have to take perpetual now.
Because there is still this issue that maybe I will go for some checkmating ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, don't push too hard, Carissa. No changes, by the way, in Tan Zhongyi game.
But wow, what a move. King c5 here, kind of very ambitious to just move forward and go for some attacks, which means Carissa needs to go for Queen c7. That's the best move. And if I go here, where is the perpetual?
Queen b6, Queen b5.
So Queen b6,
King c4,
King there,
and Queen
and
b5,
this. Okay, and then back.
And we all know that King is a very powerful piece in the endgame, but Alice is demonstrating it with an endgame with the queen on the board. You
What's
need
funny
to
is
bring
that
your king.
in a way, Carissa will be disappointed that she didn't win this game.
But she did give her best try. Like she did not call the game draw.
They've been playing for 5
early.
hours. And I think last 3 she's had an extra queen. I think now
But
she
shout outs to
realizes-
Alice. I mean, sacrificing a queen, just trying to go for some complications and trying to get a chance to play for a win with black pieces. I mean, that's really courageous.
Absolutely. And then making best moves to hold this endgame.
And let's go to Yaser. Yaser, over to you.
Oh, Yaser wants to join the
I'm just going to
conversation.
join you as we keep our eyes on Carissa. Varusian Akobian has been joining us, and we've been discussing how to make a draw. And this current position, just to boldly state the obvious, queen takes c3 check, rook takes c3, king takes c3. This is a draw, even though I'm going to be a bishop and a pawn behind, because my Carissa's king is going to go into the corner, meaning a1. So she could even do this and make a draw. Of course, she's not going to play queen c3. She's been trying to play for the win for the last hour, 2 hours. But Alice has been tenacious, absolutely hanging on with grim determination. Don't forget, everybody, we know Carissa's going to be the champion, but Alice is playing for second place. And a draw will help secure that. f7 by Carissa. She's not giving up her hopes of winning just yet.
So f7 on the board.
Rook
Rook
F2
f2 check. Wait, what is this?
Yeah, it's good. King c3 and rook f7. Or maybe she wants to just give checks for a while.
So if I give check on f3 again,
Yeah.
probably king d2, check again, king e3.
Maybe she wants to drive the king away and then to take on f7.
But now I have queen c3,
No.
king b6. No, I think this is
Yeah,
this is
rook
going to
f7
be a draw.
is just a draw.
Now trading that important f pawn, that is good news for Alice Lee.
What would be crazy now is if white loses a pawn. But of course, she should just take perpetual now. Just give million checks.
Yes, let's try with queen a3 here first.
And queen e3 on the board.
Played, of course. So queen a3. King c6.
Important move, because if you go to here, then there was queen b6.
Actually, after king d4, only move rook d7. Otherwise, black loses that bishop.
Because there is the idea queen c3,
And
then queen c5, and then I will take the bishop. So rook d7 to make sure that bishop is defended.
After queen c3 there, rook
So-
d7, queen c3. What do we play? King b6? Because there's queen c5. It looks, we might lose the rook now, or the pawn on a5.
But we want to give the pawn away anyway, no? So like we might lose.
By the way,
this
rook
pawn.
d7 is on the board. Alice is playing the best moves. Wow. Queen c3, so we are in this position. And now crossroads. Where do we go with the king?
d6 is losing, b7 or b6 is a draw.
No, b7. We know that we need to keep our king.
Not that easy to just give
there.
up this pawn. Okay. I guess easy for Alice. The best move, king b7, is on the board.
And she's demonstrating another fortress. That's what we wanted to see, and I think that's what Carissa wanted to see, that Alice knows that this is a draw. That's how Humpy lost her game. She missed that the pawn endgame was drawish one.
And we have a result here. This is a draw. Nona Dzagnidze drew against Zhongyi.
And that's our last game.
So it's
Katerina.
happening, the last game that is deciding everything in the tournament and about the GM norms. But yes, this is the fortress. You want to get this bishop to b7 and then get the rook to c6, and that's it. Then you move with the rook to a6, back to c6.
By the way,
So where we have to go to
we have to go
here
king
or there?
c8.
Where do we want to go?
Oh, I wanted to play king c8.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Either way is fine. Yeah.
Okay, and then quickly bring the bishop
Yes,
the rook.
You can play a5 here. You want to play a5, but bishop c6 is winning.
So there is a way to lose.
Okay, so you have to be careful, of course. King c8 is on the board.
Really impressive defense by Alice Lee.
Probably king c5.
Okay, let's make this move. King c5.
Okay, bishop b7.
But bishop b7, and I'm
Let's go
threatening
king
rook
b6.
d5 once
After
again.
king b6, I play rook d6. And after king a7, I just go rook a6.
Yes, let's show the serration.
Let's force this. King b8.
And king b8. It's a draw.
Thank you very much. I survived.
They're following this line. Bishop b7 on the board.
No, and then she will play king b4.
Rook d4 check. And then go back maybe.
I
Or
think
play
she'll
rook
just
d4.
go rook c7 and rook c6.
That's a nice setup.
Yes, so rook c7 is more precise, of course.
Well, both of them, they gave their all to this game.
I think they will be so exhausted after this tournament. You know how it is when you play a difficult tournament like this one or Olympiad US Championships. Every time I finish the tournament, the next week, I'm just staring at the
Collapse.
wall, just not doing anything. So
Sleeping
exhausted.
for a week.
Yeah.
Carissa Yip is the winner of the 5th edition of the Cairns Cup because she's not going to lose this game. And Alice, actually, with this draw, she is going to finish on the clear second place. So
Not a bad result. I do think Carissa will still torture her for a while.
What's
How much can you torture?
Rook c7.
Rook c7.
And rook c6.
King b5, rook c6,
Rook
Rook
c6.
c6.
queen f4 or something.
Queen f4. Rook a6. And I just move back and forth.
King d4,
Okay,
but now
let's
rook
update the
c6
board.
anyway.
Now we are
Not check?
expecting. No, but just put the rook here.
And then maybe put the king on a8 as well.
Yeah, rook c6 on the board. And this is a fortress. So even with this
Queen f8.
Queen f8.
King c7.
And this is a fortress. This is just a really well-played endgame for Alice Lee, who defended with extreme precision. And there's no way for Carissa Yip to play for a win.
She can't break this fortress.
But still a great result for Carissa, because this will mean that she is getting her second grandmaster norm and she's winning the tournament.
Queen a5 and king b8. Queen d8.
Okay, let's give some checks.
Now we're
They just looked at each other like, okay, that's it, right?
We gave it all, but it is still a draw.
And we are heading into perpetual check. I think this is going to be a third time. So Alice may just write down her move, or she's going to play it one more time. Carissa is already smiling. I think yeah. So stopping the clock now. Alice is saying she's going to go king a7. And yes, this is a draw. Carissa Yip draw against Alice Lee, and that means that Carissa Yip is the 2025 Cairns Cup champion.
Alice Lee finishes on the second place. She gets the silver medal. And Harika Dronavalli is on the third place.
Clear third, I think.
Clear third, yes.
And here's our champion. Congratulations to International Master Carissa Yip, winning $65,000 and earning her second Grandmaster norm. What a performance, what a tournament. Well deserved, Carissa.
Congratulations.
I think this is her best event yet.
Well, the World Cup is coming, yes, very soon. So she she's coming there with a great boost of confidence.
And I don't think Alice Lee is too disappointed with this game, right? She tried her best. She had good preparation. Then she sacrificed the queen, and then she defended her game just tremendously.
And greatest comeback maybe for Carissa, 1.5 out of 4 and winning the event. And it's not any event. This is one of the strongest women's tournaments ever.
Wow. Nazi, and here we are. The first ever all-women team in history of this event. Let's talk about the most important games of this event. I think that Carissa's comeback is something that I've never witnessed in my career. So she started with 1.5 out of 4 and then won 4 games in a row. I think that this is such a proof of character. And she has a character of the world champion. And I wanted to say something, that she's doing very well against Chinese players. I remember that she beat Zhu Wenjun. She beat Tan Zhongyi, who is the former world champion. She's also Chinese, so she's doing very well against the Chinese school of chess. And we know that they dominate women's chess. You know, if you see the ratings,
there's just so many of them in
so
top
many
20.
of them. And Zhu Wenjun is the current world champion. So I can see that in the near future, Carissa can be a threat for all of them.
Absolutely. She's an extremely strong player, but she also needed a little bit of luck in this tournament. She was completely lost with Nino Batsiashvili, but she turned it around. And let's take a look at the final standings with money earned. So Carissa Yip, $65,000 because that's $60,000 for the first prize and $5,000 the winner's bonus for being clear winner after 9 rounds. Alice Lee, clear second, also incredible performance, being only half a point short of earning a grandmaster norm. $50,000 and clear third. Harika Dronavalli with $40,000. Then we see there's a 4-way tie for the 4th place.
Still nice prizes for them as well.
Absolutely. This is just so well-funded tournament.
And one point. Of course, one of the most beautiful games that we saw, one of the most difficult games which Carissa won was against Humpy Koneru. So if you haven't seen all of the games in this event, please have a look.
The double blunder, right?
Double blunders, but ideas and the preparation in the opening and everything which was left behind the curtains. That's
and
how
it was
champions are made.
Yeah, and it was such a crazy game for Humpy because she lost and then she just didn't recover. She lost next day and then she lost again today.
And we should mention Alina Kashlinskaya too. She started so well, she was undefeated, and then again she lost 2 in a row. Because there was a moment where she was in clear second, right? Catching up just half point behind the leader.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, because Alina is a very solid player. And if you remember, Alice said in the interview while preparing against Alina, it was difficult for her to find a game which she lost. So kudos to American players, clear first and clear second. Another American player won the event previously. It was Anna Zatonskih.
In 2023.
2023. So Irina Krush finished twice
second or third.
Yes. So this is the first time in history of this event that the American players finished clear first and second.
Yeah.
I think we need another player in this event so they can have the podium for
Be Alice Lee. She can play, next time and see if she can win it. But this tournament is ending. But we are not. That's not the end of chess here in St. Louis, because there are more events coming that you can follow. We have the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, then US Juniors and Seniors Championships. Rex Sinquefield was today in the studio and he was mentioning that this belonged to his favorite tournaments. St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, then of course the Sinquefield Cup, Grand Chess Tour Finals, Chess 9LX, and then in October, US Chess Championships. Nazi, you're going to play there, right?
Yes, I am. And I'm going to do commentary for all the other events.
Katerina,
it's a very packed schedule.
Nazi, yes, you're doing commentary for all of those events. And Katerina, which event are you going to cover next?
I'll be covering the US Chess Championships.
When Nazi is playing, okay, you will.
Are you gonna root for me,
take her
Katerina?
seat.
Absolutely, we always do. But you never want us to mention you as our pick because you said it's bad luck. So
Just Yaser.
And we can remind you that the tournament in Croatia will have Magnus Carlsen playing. So if you want to see Magnus Carlsen play, follow this tournament. It's June 30 to July 7.
Well, I'm expecting Nazi to criticize his games. Yes?
It's very fun to do that.
And also here is the full Grand Chess Tour schedule. Again, Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz Sinquefield Cup, and Grand Chess Tour Finals.
Yeah, they brought back the finals because last couple years they didn't have them anymore. But from what I've heard now, they'll have finals every year. And this year it'll be in Brazil.
Wow, that's exciting.
Another exciting event in the calendar.
Absolutely.
And the next event for the ladies is the World Cup.
In July in
July.
Batumi, Georgia.
And we will have Alice Leader, Carissa Yip, Talia Cervantes, and Atusa Purkashian, maybe
Probably
Irina Crush
as well.
So a lot of representation for the United States, and I think players worldwide now can expect that Carissa Yip and Alice are going to be tough opponents.
Of course, and I think that all the players of the Cairns Cup are going to the World Cup.
Yeah.
Yes, this
Absolutely.
is it. It's the strongest event, of course, here. But
And here we are getting set up for the closing ceremony at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. You can see Yasser Seirawan this time is not analyzing chess, but he's going to enjoy. He may be presenting the award.
to the winner of the 5th Cairns Cup, Carissa Yip. Hip hip, hurrah! World Chess Hall of Fame. By the way, I hope that the visitors of the World Chess Hall of Fame, they have enjoyed the exhibitions, but they had to pay an extra fee to see Yaser, the real master of play.
He was part of the exhibition,
Of
right?
course.
The
yes,
main part, actually.
The main part of the exhibition.
Yeah. So, Ben's statistics pre-tournament didn't turn out to be right. Because Koneru was a big favorite, right?
Big favorite. Even I think Koneru after round 6 wasn't he like
70%
70% or 60? Yeah, that was just huge. And Alice Lee starting with 2.3%.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, that's why we play tournaments. It's not just about thinking, you know, who is most likely to win, but then they actually have to show it on the board.
Yeah, I think the younger players can be underestimated easily. And, I mean, there are 2 IMs in the tournament and the lowest rated. So, of course, the statistics made sense. But we know that these players, Carissa and Alice, if they're in good form, they are no weaker than any of the grandmasters playing in the tournament, and they showed just that.
And also St. Louis is their home, right? So they are not nervous about playing at the St. Louis Chess Club or the World Chess Hall of Fame. They know it there. They play there every year, so many tournaments.
So a little bit of benefit of not having the jet lag.
No, but so you do think that even in chess, home turf, it gives you a certain advantage?
For sure.
Absolutely.
You don't think so?
Well, it depends. You know, sometimes you feel too much pressure. Like it depends on how do you feel this responsibility. If it's not a burden, having the spectators, having this legion of fans supporting you is giving you even more energy. You know, you want to show them that you're capable.
Right, but I feel like everybody here in St. Louis is so supportive of the players. They have great conditions, they know it, so they're just excited to perform their best.
I don't know, I thought about Yaser's Tiger, you know, one of my favorite books, The Remains of the Day. Well, it's a very interesting story, but it has a butler, and at some point, you know, there is a question of what makes a great butler. And I thought it's a perfect analogy, so what makes a great commentator? And he says that once in his life he had to deal with this very different situation than what was expected. So what was expected for us? There was a tiger under the table in the castle, and he had to deal with this because there were a lot of guests. And he went to see his master, and he warned him there was a tiger under the table. but I dealt with this. Everything is fine. So I feel this, doesn't matter. We may have the most unpredictable situations in our games, but we will deal with this. So Yaser, even with the tiger under the table, we managed. But I just can't imagine,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you can calmly let it sleep. This is the final position.
I believe both Carissa and Alice, of course, they will be invited again next year in the Cairns Cup. And I think what Almira was saying is that if there's a third American player, there's a chance to finish top 3 All-Americans. I volunteer.
Yes, that's what I thought. I think, what about the All-American podium, which will be a clear tribute to this program of Zhongyi and Rex Sinquefield. They've been developing and investing so much in American chess because they wanted to see this next generation taking over, and occupying not only the podium here, but fighting for the world championship title.
Absolutely. They've invested a lot in not just American chess, but women's chess as well. And it shows that we have 15-year-old finishing second in this tournament, Carissa Yip making her second GM norm. And only recently, Carissa has committed to chess professionally because she was at Stanford. She was only dedicating half of her time to chess, maybe even less.
And now she's moving to St. Louis,
So
taking
she's
a
moving to
break
St.
from
Louis.
school, stopping her studies, and continuing to try professionally.
Okay, and how long is this break? I want to know.
At
Until
least
she
for a
becomes
year,
a GM
and then
at
she
least,
decides.
right? Yeah.
Okay, so world championship title is also on the line.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens next month. She could win the World Cup if she keeps this form up.
By the way, the World Cup gives all those players the opportunity to qualify for the candidates. Of course, you have to be in the top 2 or top 3 finishers. And there will be also another tournament, the Grand Swiss, in September. I think that Carissa will participate in this tournament, which also give this opportunity to qualify for the candidates.
So she'll have 2 chances.
Yes, and then she can defeat
Ju and Jun.
the Ju and Jun. That's what I was saying. I was always doing very badly against the Chinese players. So for me, this is one of the most important factors, by the way.
Well, I can brag and say that I have a draw against Ju and Jun back from 2014.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nazi, you have to play more.
Yeah, I have to balance better commentary and playing. I must say commentary is more fun and less stressful. We all know we are players who do both. What do you think, Almira? Which one do you prefer? Right now.
Right now, commentary, of course, because you don't have to prepare all the openings. But from what I've seen here, I still analyze the openings. Only I have to go and analyze the openings of all of the players.
But you're not stressing about it,
Yes, I'm
right?
not stressing about it. I'm trying to guess. So it's very joyful for me. And I'm also stressed, of course, because this is an immense opportunity for us also, and it's an immense responsibility. So I hope that we will keep our all-women team for the next event.
Just to explain our viewers, we are waiting for the closing ceremony. We want to give the prize. I think Yasser Seirawan will give the prize to the winner, Carissa Yip. So
Beautiful
we want to
cup,
beautiful
trophy.
So let's take one more look at the final standings. So Carissa Yip, the clear winner, earning $65,000. Alice Lee second with $50,000. Harika Dronavalli third with $40,000. And then we have a 4-way tie for the 4th place. Nona Dzagnidze, Humpy Koneru, and Bibisara Assaubayeva with Alina Kashlinskaya. Mariya Muzychuk 8th, Zhongyi 9th, and Nino Batsiashvili in 10th place.
It's hard to believe that reigning champion Zhongyi finishes in the 9th place without winning a round.
And let's go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, to Yaser.
Hello, everyone, and we are here for the presentation of the 2025 Cairns Cup Trophy. I'm alongside Rex Sinquefield and his wife, Jeannie, who have organized the event. Rex, it comes the time to give the trophy to the winner.
And it's a great time and a very worthy winner. And we're very proud of you. Thank you for making this trip to St. Louis. Hope you stay here a while.
Congratulations, Carissa.
Thank you, Yaser. Thank you, Rex. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm excited to come to St. Louis, sort of kick off my stay here with this win.
You win $60,000. You win the first place bonus of $5,000. You get your grandmaster norm, fame, and just about everything else. This was a dream come true.
And she gets to learn about income taxes.
You get to learn about income taxes. A dream come true, Carissa.
Yeah, very exciting, especially the taxes part. It'll be part of growing up, adulthood. But yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a shaky start, but I think I bounced back.
Yes, you did. You scared me. I had chosen you as the eventual winner. You started with 1.5 out of 4. How do you explain your extraordinary rise from minus territory?
Well, I was at 1.5 out of 4, and I knew that you had picked me to win. Dariush had picked me to win, and I was like, I really have to lock it down now. I can't let them down. So then, yeah, it was time to just start winning a few games.
And, of course, I was the one interviewing you for that streak, and you were explaining to me that you were not feeling well at the start, that at first you thought you had a virus, then you thought you had a bacterial condition, and you kept getting closer and closer to me during the interviews. I was trying to scoot away. What happened? You were in bad shape at the start.
Yeah, I was actually quite sick throughout the tournament. Maybe around like round 3, I had to go see a doctor, and I was not in good shape. My dad was like, maybe you should drop out, Carissa. I was like, no, I'll power through.
Right.
Yeah.
We're glad we're glad you did. Congratulations, Carissa. You will be back next year to defend your title?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. And thank you all for watching. And thank you, Rex, once again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you, Yaser, and congratulations to our winner, Carissa Yip. We had such an amazing tournament, ladies. Katerina, this is such a moment.
Yeah, and as Carissa was saying, she kicked off her start here in St. Louis as she moving here with a great win, with this really important win in the Cairns Cup.
And she's already looking forward to winning it again next year.
Wow, what a performance, and especially if you are sick at the beginning, then you don't really think it's going to go this way. So once again, congratulations to International Master Carissa Yip, who is the 2025 Cairns Cup champion, earning $65,000 and her second grandmaster norm.
Katerina, that was such a pleasure to work in your company. Nazi, I will take you both to battle. We had such an amazing crew. Thank you so much for watching us. Thank you, Jeannie and Rex Sinquefield, and see you hopefully very soon, if not the next year, for the very traditional Cairns Cup.
Thank you, everyone, and goodbye.
Thank you, and see you soon.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.